Woo, all right. I'm David Wilcock. Thank you for being here. Let's make sure we got audio. Everything looks good. I bet David will be looking cool today. How did you ever guess? I'm David Wilcock. This is the secret physics of tornadoes, which is one of my most exciting topics to talk about. And so today it's warm outside. We've got sunlight. It's beautiful. It's finally not snowing. It's finally not raining. It's finally not cold. So I said, you know what? I'll just wear a nice country shirt, kind of let my inner Kentuckian come out. I lived in Kentucky for, I don't even know, what, 3 years, 4 years, something like that. So yeah, this is kind of a more southern style, but I know you guys can handle that. I know that I look good today. I'm actually aware that I look good today because goddamn, I'm looking in the monitor and it's like, darn, the hair is working, the face is working, the shirt is working. Everything just looks good. You know, that's a great way to start. Saturday, yes, we're starting on Saturday. New hair. I did get a haircut, but it was last week. It's just that I've styled it a little bit differently this week than I did last week. But we have a major event coming up for our company that should lead to some very exciting. You kind of look just like Archangel Michael. This is Jackie Baby. Thank you. You always look really good. We love you so much. Thank you for sharing us. All your hard work, says Teresa Dastrup. You're looking snazzy, David. I'm about 10 miles from the Kentucky border, says Kimberly Rupp. Actually, this area that I used to live in, Kentucky, Indiana, is going to factor in majorly today because one of the things that we're going to be talking about is the new Madrid fault and how these eruptions that took place in 1812 precisely correlated with the United States government, unfortunately, stealing land from the Shawnee Native Americans led by Tecumseh. And so there's a very curious correlation between the, you know, if you want to look at it that way, like a genocidal war to take over their land, and then the biggest earthquakes in history happened right at that time. And so one of the things we're going to postulate throughout this science of the secret physics of tornadoes is how consciousness interfaces with various types of energetic phenomena that could be called ball lightning, and that this could be the reason why, when Tecumseh's people were wiped out by the U.S. in 1812, that there were these massive, 1811 to 12, massive earthquakes. You're going to hear all that coming up. Dor Etgar says, hello, David. I found the Edgar Cayce story fascinating. I read Forest Spirits, asked him his wishes. Yes, it was a female entity, probably one of these angelic ETs. And he told them his wish was to help sick children. Meanwhile, his hobby was taking pictures. That's right. Iris Matzoth says, love you and thank you. She donated 25 pounds, which I'm losing pounds. I'm actually getting thinner and thinner, you guys. I've been following this ketogenic diet. It's really working out. I do have more energy. I am predominantly less depressed. We'll talk about why I had extra depression this week, but no big deal. You know, we're working through all these things. And the only thing that really matters in my life is that we get this done. We get these massive jobs done that the Alliance is working on. Midnight Mark donated $10. Sarah Love says, you look great. Julia Weingart says, yay, I was not expecting a talk from David today. This is awesome. So yeah, there's a lot of great stuff going on. And we are in an excellent position here. So right now we have 842 viewers. That number is going to go up quite a bit. It's probably artificially low because I've never even seen it below 1,000. So we'll watch that number go up soon enough. Ancient Aliens played an entire episode on Edgar Cayce last night, says Dragon Scales Journals. Very cool. Verity Turner donated 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Bring the sizzle, says B. Johnny. Hello, David. I hope you are feeling better, says Juan Carlos Juarez Angulo. Yep, now we're almost up to 1,000. Tammy Seliglot just donated $20. Thank you very much. I love it when the show comes a day early. I can't get enough of this stuff. Well, this is another one where I've really gone over the top for you guys. I've got all this extra muscle that we put into the show that you've never seen in any of my slides before. We got some brand new content. It's very exciting because this type of physics, of the tornado physics we've been talking about, I think really is the key to understanding how nature demonstrates the phenomena that are associated with UFOs and even as Ashton Forbes is covering the disappearance of MH370. There's 2 different confirmed satellite videos that show the plane, which is a passenger airliner, having these 3 orbs flying around it in a triangular formation, and they're kind of spinning in different directions, creating what becomes a spherical field of energy that just winks out the plane. And I was doing a bunch of research on this before. This is a basic technology that the military-industrial complex has been hiding from us. It's called masking. And so probably what happened is that they landed the plane at Diego Garcia, and they took everybody off there, and they all became prisoners underground. I don't think anybody died on MH370. It was masked out, landed at Diego. There was a guy who sent out a photograph from a prison barge, apparently, a black site that was in the middle of the Indian Ocean near Diego, so that's where some of them ended up. Maybe we'll cover all that stuff later. Ashton Forbes is open, apparently, to doing something with me, and I think he will be a lot more open to a show once he sees today's show. And I just want to give him a shout-out because he's kind of a new guy, and he's really got his physics together. He actually interviewed Salvatore Pais, which hardly anybody's done, and he asked very, very intelligent, competent questions. So at the same time that all this great stuff is going on, and we've got, you know, the imminency of the arrests, and then when they finally do that, which they're telling us they're getting ready to release all the final files that we've been promised. Once they do that, once the arrests happen, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the Alliance versus the DS, you know, positive military alliance versus an extraterrestrial controlled satanic evil on Earth that people don't even know about. And it's actually far more worse and far more scary than most people realize up until now. So there is going to be a collective trauma when we learn about this. And the trial that we've been waiting for started now. One of the slides we have is of the judge going in wearing disarmingly casual clothing. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. The mass consciousness is very, very tweaked out. I had enormous difficulty again last night sleeping. I was, you know, my massage therapist could only work on me for 2 hours earlier this week because we had snow. We had like 10 inches of snow. And so I had 5 hours on the table yesterday, and my arms hurt so much that I couldn't sleep last night. And I was just kind of excited about this show. This is a very, very exciting show. But again, in these times of chaos and difficulty and stress, I like to call upon the avatar of Angry Daddy. That's right. Ever since I was a kid, I just had a college buddy of mine start texting me this morning. We started talking. That's my friend Chris, not the same as Chris Beskar. You know, and he remembers the Angry Daddy character. So have you ever gotten into a situation where you drive with your parents to go somewhere and you're going on a vacation, let's say? Oh, I felt it. We had 2 more donations come in. One of them was huge. Richard Whitney, $200. Thank you very much. As always, David, many thanks for all you do. That's it right here. Peace, love, and light for all your truth giving. Violet H. Hi, David. I look forward to this all week. The energy is shifting. So much is happening so quickly. Thank you for what you do. Love to all the light workers and star seeds. And then we had Crystal Swishu, who's donated before, humbly and wholeheartedly as always. Tammy Seliglot, I think I got that one. Verity Turner, Midnight Mark, Iris Matza. Thank you guys all. And yeah, so we're up to date now. Anyway, Richard Whitney, thank you again for the $200 donation. That is awesome. We're doing really good now. We're already up to 1,104 concurrent viewers, which is nothing to snuff at. Even when Ezra debuted, they didn't top out over 1,000, so we're already ahead of that. And I'm amazed because honestly, Ezra gets way more views than I do on X. But again, getting you guys to show up here in person to see me is a true honor, and I'm very grateful to be here. And I thank you. Without you, none of this would be possible. You are my protection. Many years ago, Dr. Stephen Greer said, publicity is protection. So when you got somebody like Stephen coming after you and basically trying to kill you, and now we find out he's going after everybody, this is terrorism. I am being subjected to terrorism. And so when we find out who's responsible for this, they are subject to terrorist charges, which may include the death penalty. So thankfully, he's backed off for now. I don't know why. Maybe X changed something, or maybe he just decided it's not a good idea to do this anymore. but we have been left alone for now. However, I did talk to Ezra on direct message on X, and he said that he is still being attacked by resplendent cedar osprey. In my mother's dream, she had 2 gigantic 30-foot wide ospreys who were about to pounce on her and kill her, and then they both disappeared. We also had a massive escalation of my legal trouble this week. I might actually have to hire another attorney. I've already got one. I'm probably going to have to hire another one, and we're probably going to have to go right into the 10th District Court here in Denver. This is how serious it's gotten. It's gotten very serious. They're grabbing for the guns, metaphorically speaking only, I hope. My lawyer wants to go right into it. I want to give him one more chance, so we have a little bit of a dispute going on about it, but I'll talk about that later. Anyway, Carrie Bonifacio, David, so happy to see you today. What are your thoughts on the new Pope? I don't think anybody that's getting selected right now is going to be, outside of the usual suspects. In Chicago, I mean, come on. So no, I'm not all that excited about it. To put it mildly, I think that we can all pretty much figure out what the heck is going on here. Divine, I respect you very much, David, for all you've been through and keep on your path. God is good. Stephen is a lizard person. Darkness rules him. I wouldn't go that far. But, he is obviously here already. My team is already taking down his attacks. Sunflower Heart, $20. So glad to see you today. 10 likes already. And we're already up to 1,235 viewers. So you guys are rolling in. That's why I got to talk a little bit. So if you're mad that I don't immediately get into content right at the beginning, guess what? We have people showing up slowly. They kind of rifle into the room. We got to give them a little time, do the singing bowls, or play Native American flute, or in this case, a little bit of something different. So I was starting to say that my Angry Daddy character has been something I've been doing for a long, long time. And have you ever been in a situation where you drive somewhere that you wanted to go see with your parent, but by the time you get there, you're so exhausted, you're tired, you're cranky, and you say to yourself, I just don't feel like doing this anymore. Tired of driving. And then by the time you get out of the car and you've actually made it there, you can barely stand up. You're exhausted. And then your dad goes and gets mad at you about it. He's Well, that's what I wanted to start out today, because the whole entire situation that we have in the world right now, I'm going to polish up these daddy glasses. Get ready for something, man. Something's going to happen here. Got to bring out the daddy a little bit later in the game when now we're up to 1,300 people. So I think 1,300 is enough to satisfy Angry Daddy's ego, I would say. So anyway, you get all the way there, you're tired, you get out of the car, and finally, what does your dad actually say when you get out of the car and you're all cranky? This is what it looks like, folks. Are you ready for this? Okay. Got to make sure this is the right amount of wetness on the cigarette. Okay, here we go. You said you wanted to be here. Well, this is it, boys. You said you wanted to be here. You said you wanted to be here. Now we get out of the car, and you're acting like you don't care about the fact that we came all this way. Because, God damn it, this is it, kids. And I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to have a nice time, because I have had it. So you kids, get out of the car. You're going to have a nice time. We're going to walk around. We're going to see some shit. And we're going to enjoy ourselves because we came all this way. And aren't you happy, son? Come on, get out of the car, David. You're slacking. And I have had it. Woo, yeah. I already have saturated 2 cigarettes. It takes a lot of work. Oh my God, look at it. So part of how I can do that without laughing is I don't actually watch the playback, but it's so freaking funny. Oh my God. 7 Geometric Thought Forms, giver of many sizzle jackets, has just donated $10. I start sweating when I do Angry Daddy. Can you believe that? Anyway, life is good, but at the same time, it's like, it's a really long car trip. And by the time you end up getting where you want to go, you're like, dude, I don't even know. I'm just done with the whole thing. I'm done with all of this stuff that we've been doing. Getting this massive legal escalation this week admittedly was annoying. We're being threatened to be taken to court now if we don't comply. My lawyer says he doesn't want to. I'm like, what the hell? Let's do it. I don't. What they're trying to accuse me of is totally false. I don't even think any of the things they're asking for exist. So let's just give it to them. So we're arguing about that. But they gave me a deadline of Monday. And they also want me to keep my mouth shut. But no, I have not signed any NDA or confidentiality agreement on this. I have the right to discuss what's going on. So yes, I've had a very bad week, you guys. Very, very bad week. Because obviously, if somebody wants to take you to court, now you got to have 2 attorneys. You got to pay a whole new retainer fee, which could be $5,000, $10,000 or more. It's an annoying thing. But we've got the money. We're ready to go. We've got an amazing ironclad defense. I just want to give them one more chance to back off before we really blow the lid off of this thing. And then when we do, it's going to be totally public. And it's going to greatly damage the other things they're trying to do. But that's beside the point. Anyway, so excellent progress is being made to end the wars that we are finding ourselves in now. And unfortunately, we had breaking news right before. This is something that just happened. India and Pakistan are not in a ceasefire. They've already called it off. We got the news this morning that there was a ceasefire, and I haven't even had time to update the show with the latest slides that they are not in a ceasefire. This only came out minutes before airtime. I'm like, all right, at some point I got to stop making slides. I don't want to be late for you guys, but yes, we have breaking news going on right now as we're getting ready to do the show. So this is where it started. They've escalated to the biggest air battle we had since World War II. Reports of armed men seeking to infiltrate. Oh, we had Eva 3 donate $100. That's a big old red one, as you can see going by there. Hi, David, you're looking great. This week I kept seeing the following numbers in the exact order: 444, 555, and 333. And there was 4 digits of the 4s and 5s. What does each number mean when it appears, especially in that sequence? The main thing you want to use the synchronicity for is to measure what you were thinking about in your mind right before you see the numbers. And what it usually is doing is it's telling you that whatever thoughts you had right before you saw those numbers, that you're on the right track. So Eva, I would recommend you go back, meditate on it. We're at 1,500 viewers now. It's climbing up fast. Go back and meditate on what was I thinking about right before I saw that synchronicity. And if you don't remember, then train yourself so that you learn how to do that. And that way, what you get, oh, I got to turn on the recorder here. All right, we are now actually recording. We were not recording on the deck before, but now we are. I only missed a couple minutes, 18 minutes. Okay, so, hi dear, you are looking amazing, says Winnie Hellebust. So yes, you want to always go through whatever you were thinking about right before you had the synchronicity. So this is obviously like very disturbing. The World War II quality fighting, dogfights in the air, multiple planes. And here's the vice president saying, it's none of our business. Well, I don't think a lot of people felt particularly good about that answer. And so now what's happened is that as of last night, they had initially agreed to a ceasefire. This was something that 47 put out after a long night of talks mediated by the U.S. I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Woo! Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence, which lasted about 7 hours. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Woo! Well, the deal maker has just prevented a nuclear war. I mean, they're still trying to go at it, but I think it'll get calmed back down again. I'm pretty sure of that. So if you don't like him and you think, oh my God, well, he's trying to end the wars, folks. So they agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. And there it is on 0. I didn't even have time to take pictures of the headlines that say that now they're arguing again. But let's just hope that we can mediate. We can get, ambassadors and diplomats in there and have some type of coordinated agreement. And that's why, like with this legal battle, I said to my lawyer, like, dude, I don't care. Let's just give them this stuff that they're asking for. It doesn't really matter to me because I know that I'm innocent and they're not charging me directly anyway. So it's a very interesting hologram between this war that's going on with India and Pakistan and the fact that in my own legal world, we've had this massive escalation this past week. They sent us a very, very angry letter, to put it mildly. So Here's another one that you might not have caught. It's kind of not a big story, but the cords are finally being cut to this country by the U.S. Here it is. And by the way, the reason why all my TG looks different is because I had to install an entirely different version of it in order to export data for this legal battle that we're having. So whatever, you know, there's nothing to hide. So we're gonna go ahead and probably give it to him. I think he's gonna listen to me. So check this out. He has severed ties with N, criticizing the Prime Minister and his allies for being arrogant and attempting to pressure him. The U.S. Sec of Defense has canceled his scheduled visit. And then, wait a minute, it goes on. Not only are they saying he's arrogant, that he's trying to pressure, that the ties have been cut. I mean, I hope you understand this is the most dangerous thing that could possibly happen. Okay? This is like extremely, extremely concerning. Because once the ties are cut, then they're going to try to do more than they've already been doing. There's going to be, again, a dramatic escalation. So things are really reaching a peak. It just so happens it's happening in my own life as well at the same time. So what the hell, you know? We'll just keep on moving. But this is really, really exciting in the long run. I mean, in the short run, something bad might happen, but we also have this. Even the New York Times, the old blue lady, has published an op-ed claiming that the current government is not our ally. And then here's another one. This is all just in the last couple of days. This organization is being shut out of the administration. Mike Waltz was working to undermine him, and there's hope that the U.S. will cut ties with both of these agencies, according to the independent journalist David R. Riley. So there's all this talk online, you know, people who have been following Ezra, following the Alliance's posts have said, wait a minute, you know, these guys are the bad guys, and why does he appear to be out there supporting them? We elected him to fight for us. We didn't elect him to roll over and play dead or fold like an accordion, whatever analogy you want to use. What the hell is going on? They've gotten so mad. So, look, this is a very, very, very big deal. Okay, it says right here, the first one we saw, that he's being called arrogant and that he was attempting to pressure our country. Scheduled visits are being canceled. They are not our ally, and they are all being shut out of the administration. So finally, right, it's like, this is just, it's not about any one group of people. It's just about a small little clique at the very top of this country. The people in this country want to see good things happen. They want to see justice. They want to see their country heal. They don't want this war at all. The Showman Sauna just donated. Greetings, David. Amazing to see you on a Saturday. Well, that's because we got Mother's Day tomorrow, and I don't want to take that away from you. I've been hammered by positive synchronicity recently. I operate cranes, and I'm constantly looking at numbers all day. Thank you for your time to do these shows. Thank you, Showman. We really appreciate it. We are saving this country for last, says one of the posts, says Gary Hickey. That is absolutely true. Hi, David. I went to your debut in Long Island, New York years ago. I said you were like Elvis, and you did an Elvis impression. It was very funny. Kwan Hong Chan donated 500 HKs, which sounds good to me. Had a dream of 3 days of darkness. The sky went dark. Tidal wave struck. He's always got dark thoughts, Kwan Hong Chan does. UAP jets were flying out of portals. We thought ET was coming to save us. It was DS people coming to round everyone up. Mass panic. Do you think this will happen? No. Kwan Hong Chan he's a great donor, and I really appreciate that, but we also know from some of the other comments he's made that he's worried about a lot of these things. I'm going to stick with the time loop with Archangel Michael. I appreciate that dream, and I think that many people are afraid of that, so you're probably reading the mass consciousness of people being afraid of that kind of thing, but no. It's going to be quick, it's going to be quiet, and it's going to only take maybe one day. We're not going to have some big, massive scare, but there may be UFOs, and people may think that this is what it's going to be. He said the sky went dark, a tidal wave. No, there's not going to be a tidal wave. UAP jets flying out of portals. Everybody was being rounded up. No, you're reading the mass fear of the consciousness of humanity, but that's okay. Thank you very much. Midnight Mark, a dapper gentleman, regal in your presentation, justice for David. Well, I'm not being accused of anything directly. I'm not a defendant in this case. And that's one of the things they reiterated a couple times, that, you know, we're not going after you, we're going after the other guy. Okay, fine. But the problem is that there's no evidence to be found because I'm not guilty of what they think I did. So if that's the linchpin of their case, they're not going to find anything. But now new subpoenas are being issued. People are going to get dragged in. It's very sad. The whole thing really, really is very frustrating. I have never had anything like this happen to me. I like a clean life. This is extremely messy. So we're just going to deal with it one day at a time. We're going to give them what they're asking for, I think, if he'll let me do it, and we'll take it from there, okay? So, next thing. This other war that we're so worried about, at the same time that all this cool stuff is going on with India, Pakistan, and with the Israel situation, that they're being, cords are being cut here. We've got a 30-day ceasefire being pushed in the Russo-Ukraine war, which is awesome. Because if you have 30 days off, then that means that maybe you can make a deal during that time, and that means nobody else dies. Wouldn't that be great? And now they're pressuring them to accept this starting on Monday. They haven't said yes yet. But again, the main thing is that real progress is being made. Then we also have news that is sad and, scary. Because again, you said you wanted to be here. You said you wanted to be here. Now get out of the car, kids. This is it. We came all this way. Yeah, so they knocked off the top witness, and they're obviously trying to scare people like me. Don't come forward. We'll take you out of the game. No, we are not afraid of this. We're going to keep moving forward. This is the community as a whole. They can't take us all down this way, as James recently said. Star witness vanishes ahead of explosive testimony. If they can't locate her soon, she may not take the stand. The other victim might not take the stand at all. This has totally thrown everything into chaos, and it was a very, very, in my view, ill-planned move of last-minute desperation. Why? Because moves like this drastically increase the speed of our collective awakening. Yes, in the short term, they might think that they gained something, that maybe they're going to help to offset some of the damage. Maybe this person had some particularly juicy intel, but no. This gets all of the people who are the most asleep, who are the most unwilling to look at the truth, to wake up and smell the coffee. We came all this way. Now get out of the car. Like, whoa. They're not joking around here. This is a fight to the death. In that kind of an instance, yes, that's what's going on. So it's very serious. But at the same time, it's exactly these types of weird, crazy stunts that deny the sleepers the opportunity to remain asleep and in denial. You can't deny what's going on. It's in your face. You can't hide from it. It's just a very, very heavy-duty thing that drastically increases the speed of the awakening. Another really big positive is that the tariff wars are rapidly de-escalating. We already have a deal with the UK. And it was here on Zero again today. Fear of economic collapse forced them to negotiate with him and quietly reach out first. The main drivers of their climb down were internal signals that their companies were struggling to avoid bankruptcy and to replace the market they have over here. So this is actually really good news. I guess there's some news out there that he's supposedly going to knock it down to 80%, which still seems really, really high. But that's the first stage of an evolving process. We're no longer at 145%. All the people that have been preaching fear and doom about this, oh my God, nope, it's all being worked out because it's a game of chicken and they just jerked the wheel, which is good for everybody else, right? Let's be glad that this is happening. So all of these things I'm telling you are leading up to, again, the mass arrest scenario, which is something that I would hope that just about everybody, except for Stephen probably, is going to be really excited about. He seems to very much not want this to happen because he's probably on the list. But anyway, that's beside the point. This is a very exciting thing. If you've been following my work, in 2009, I got military briefings about an alliance in the U.S. military working with countries overseas, and the idea was that they are going to bring this evil group to justice. And it is so deeply entrenched, you can't just take them out a little at a time. I mean, they're doing as much as they can, but the big stuff has got to be done all at once, and it's got to overwhelm the resistance that is literally baked into the system much more thoroughly than most people would want to believe. The trial is happening now. The very trial that we were so worried about is happening now. And the enemy started it off with the stupidest possible move, knocking somebody off who's about to testify. Nobody wants to think that that's a coincidence at this point. We've all seen too many movies and television shows. And this is all leading up to the files being dropped very soon. And you know what those files are. We've talked about that before. So the revelation, well, it's a revolution too, yeah. The revelation of this pure evil is going to lead to a massive consciousness shift in humanity, which we have called Ascension. This is actually not a fairy tale. It is a universal reality. That, again, the basic idea here is that we have the alliance. That's the military. They're going to do this thing that nobody's ever seen. It's unprecedented in world history. You're going to see the very biggest names all get nabbed. You're going to see emergency message system on your phone. There's going to be 7 different videos or more playing. We heard it was 7. It might be more now. They're going to tell you not to leave the house. They're going to tell you what they're up to. It's going to be upsetting stuff. They're literally going through 14,000 terabytes of data. They're whittling it down. We're going to have slides on that later in the show. This is very real. So again, the thing that's so fascinating about this is, first of all, people are going to have a major, major panic attack when this comes out because, again, it's going to be the revelation of pure evil. But this is what leads to our consciousness shift. We are living in an illusion, and one of the biggest illusions that we've been fed is scientific illusions. There has been an actual manicuring of all science that would suggest that UFOs exist, that portal travel exists, that there could be levitation, anti-gravity, there could be dematerialization. And when we get to the point that everybody learns the truth about this evil, we're also dealing with consciousness science. And apparently, the moment at which we arrest the bad guys and the world learns the truth, it's no longer a so-called conspiracy anymore, but it's actual fact, that is when we have this change in the physics. And so many people begin praying because they're so upset about this revelation of pure evil. Just simply them becoming more prayerful and calling upon God or higher forces or whatever they decide it is, that actually authorizes these entities to not only show up on a mass level to humanity, but as they do so, we get this ascension event. We get this very real consciousness shift that Michael, in the books that I channeled in 96 through 99, calls it the first wave of ascension. So this is actually not a fairy tale. It is a universal reality of every planet that has human life on it, which apparently, according to spiritual source, the Law of One, which I think is the most credible one out there, I've been reading it since 96, right after I got out of college, the ascension is no joke. This is what happens to all the planets that have intelligent life on them in our third density reality, and 40% of the entire universe, according to the Law of One, has human-like beings on their planets. So there's trillions of inhabited worlds, and we have been showing you, we as in Archangel Michael, his friends, and myself, we're showing you how this physics works week after week. So tornado physics actually reveals key concepts of ascension all across the board. You get levitation, you get the science of dematerialization, and you have the interesting connection with the ball lightning phenomenon. And what's even better is that the same scientist who did the most groundbreaking work on tornadoes is also the scientist who showed us NASA's hottest secret. Yeah, it's a hot secret, folks. It's so hot that everything's getting hotter. Woo-wee! And I drew another star in the background on the right there, which is actually our... I didn't know it when I first made this graphic, but that represents the fact that we are orbiting Alpha Centauri, and we're coming into alignment with what was called the Black Sun in ancient mythology. And when we get into this stellar alignment, it charges up the energy of our solar system. This was all put out by Dr. Oleksii Dmitriev, and I was very, very, very lucky. This paper came out in like 1998, I believe, and then I read it in 2000, and it totally blew my mind. Planetophysical function of vacuum domains. What in the hell does that mean? Well, the vacuum domain is the same thing as ball lightning. Oh, Bugcat Y says, how long have we been hearing about these arrests? Well, look, the Alliance doesn't care if you're impatient. They have to do it right. We make no wine before it's time. Please stop whining about it. I've got excellent evidence that they're about to do it. We're going to get there. But anyway, thank you for your comment, I guess. So a vacuum domain is like ball lightning. Planetophysical function means that in his view, the reason why we're getting interplanetary climate change, and he goes through the entire solar system, the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, all of them are showing signs of massive increases in their temperature, in their magnetic energy, in the conductivity of space, the brightness of the planets themselves. They're getting brighter, hotter, more magnetic across the entire solar system. This is the first time I'd ever heard of it. I found out about it in December 2000. I was totally blown away. And this has now become a major, major part of my work. And so I want to read this one little thing here. So just look at this. It says, inside the vacuum domains, penetrating gravitational spin waves or gravitons are transformed into electromagnetic waves or photons. So that's really the key here. The photon is a manifestation of light, and what you're getting with these photons is a ball where gravity is turning into electromagnetic energy. So this also, if you can create one of these balls in the lab, you get free energy, you get anti-gravity, and you get a time portal. So it's like a Goldilocks principle. The universe is actually built where our Earth is constantly releasing these little anti-gravity vortexes. Most of the time, people don't see them. Ezra's slides this week shows you one of them as this weird little black smoke ring. But anyway, this was a very, very important paper, as were some of his other papers, and now the entire website has been scrubbed off of the internet. The original name of the website was tmgnow.com, TMG standing for The Millennium Group. It's been bought out by somebody, and they're trying to lure you in with this clickbait, solar weather, none of that is anything. The website is gone. You can only find it now by going to archive.org. So again, we had these photographs in infrared that Dmitriev or one of his associates took in this particular part of the Ural Mountains in Russia, where there's a lot of earthquake activity and a lot of these plasma vortexes, and you can actually see that they have a very unique structure. There's an inner sphere and there's an outer sphere. There's two spheres going on. This, folks, is going to be the key to understanding what's going on with tornadoes, as I will read from you from his paper. Another area that is very known for earth lights is Hessdalen, Norway. They're called the Hessdalen Lights. This was a photograph that I took from Daily Mail. It says, great balls of fire, flashing balls of light that can be as large as cars or much larger, in the case of tornadoes, are known as the Hessdalen phenomenon. They have attracted attention from UFO researchers, but now scientists think the unusual lights could be formed by a natural battery. Yes. Normally, the skeptical explanation is, oh, there's quartz inside the Earth, and it compresses during an earthquake, and it's piezoelectric, and these orbs are piezoelectric emanations. That might be part of what it is. But with Dmitriev and his paper, it was called Planetophysical Function of Vacuum Domains. What the heck is a vacuum domain? They are identified with many natural self-luminous objects of different kinds. Ball lightning, plasmoids, poltergeists, yes. Ghosts can actually grab onto these portals in certain cases, and then they can speak through them, or they can make objects levitate, they can scare you, because this is a portal between the world of the dead and the world of the living. There is an actual separate reality where time is three-dimensional, and so if you travel through space over there, you've traveled through time over here. We talked about this extensively in past shows, and I'm not going to drag you through all that again. You got to go back and watch the other shows. Sorry. But we need to have some time. We don't want to stay here for 6 hours if I can avoid it. Tornadoes is another one. Angels, small comets, atmospheric holes, ionospheric explosions, atmospheric explosions, lithospheric explosions, sprites, the glows connected with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. So we are going to totally hit the tornadoes today, and we're going to talk about the earthquakes and how consciousness may be related. So again, he said that there's something called a gravi-spin wave. Now, we do understand gravitational energy, but the spin part of gravity is something that the Russians call torsion physics, and they've studied it extensively. There's over 40,000 papers that were published on torsion field physics in Russia. After the fall of the Soviet Union, there were many scientific groups that were still getting funded, but they had no wars to fight for the military-industrial complex, so they began really getting into this science of torsion fields. What you really want to do is figure out a way to create one of these intersections where gravitational energy, like a water wheel, turns into electromagnetic energy, because now you've got free energy, these little charge clusters discovered by, again, Dr. Kenneth Shoulders, was the basis of the Salvatore Pais patents. And again, Ashton Forbes, we're now talking on X back and forth through our posts, he interviewed Salvatore Pais about this thing called the superforce, where once you get to a certain concentration of energy per cubic centimeter of space, a certain number of joules, it's like 10 to the 40 joules or something like this, 10 to the 35, then at that point, when there's that much energy in a small space, this very interesting thing happens that he called an exotic vacuum object or a charge cluster. So this is a totally new and different direction for the research to go than what Dmitriev looked at. If you look at Dmitriev's list of these things that cause the natural self-luminous formations, you don't see static electricity. But Dr. Kenneth Shoulders said, wait a minute, when you touch the doorknob and you get shocked, it pushes your hand back, it's this painful pressure. He said that's propulsion. If you could use these and push them, get that static to push against the side of a ship, you have propulsion. Well, yes. If you analyze static at a very minute level, the static appears as a little ball, and the ball moves, and it can move so fast that it looks like a line. So you might see a line coming off of your finger to the doorknob, when in fact, you're looking at that ball of energy that moved very, very quickly, thus creating the appearance of a line. But Dr. Kenneth Shoulders figured out you can make these by rolling electricity off the tip of a needle. That creates that super force that Salvatore Pais is talking about, where the laws of physics, such as electromagnetic energy and gravitational energy, begin blending together. You get portal phenomena, you get free energy, you get anti-gravity, you get all this cool stuff. This is only part of the story. Dmitriev didn't really solve everything, but he got a good long way, and we're going to talk primarily today about the tornado phenomenon. This was another thing, which is the kimberlite pipes. They form diamonds. If these orbs come up out of the Earth, which is where they're emanating from, the Earth's core and the geometry inside the Earth we're going to talk about again, when these orbs come out of the Earth, you end up with explosions inside the Earth sometimes. And if you go right to where your seismometer tells you the explosion was, you could get really rich this way. You go dig down with a drill, there's going to be diamonds inside this tube that is formed. And the diamonds apparently occur because, again, normally you would think they'd take millions of years to form in very high temperature and pressure, but there's a time flux going on inside these portals as well. So he literally wrote an entire paper. It's on tmgnow.com. Go to archive.org. You can look it up. And it says the explosion model contains quasi-statistical case and establishes deep-seated field interactions between vacuum domains and solid rock, taking into account a partial time derivative, meaning that the time it takes to form the diamond is compressed inside this time vortex that occurs. But this is the main paper that we're going to be reading from today. I put the slides together mostly this morning. I got up, again, I had very bad insomnia. I was awake by 7 o'clock. I'm like, all right, I'm only going to get like 5-6 hours of sleep tonight, so I'll just get up and make this show great. So this is what we ended up quoting from, and it's really great. So I'm going to just show you here. Vast solar tornadoes, nearly as wide as the Earth, gusting up to 300,000 miles an hour, have been discovered by the SOHO spacecraft. Observing the sun from 900,000 miles away, detected a dozen tornadoes whipping across the solar surface. This new discovered phenomenon may help us better understand the impact of the solar wind. ESA said we see hot gas and tornadoes spiraling away in gathering speed from the sun. These spectacular effects in the sun's atmosphere must have widespread effects Is there any real question concerning the reality of the relationship between electromagnetic fields, the sun, and our terrestrial tornadoes, says Gary D. Godwin. So yeah, we're going to get way, way into this. Again, one of the most important things in understanding what's really going on is what Dmitriev would call the non-homogeneous physical vacuum. Now, somebody like Ashton Forbes, I think he's calling it negative energy or something. I'm not even sure. But, you know, yeah, there's all different names for it, and I don't want you to get too confused. He doesn't like dark matter. He doesn't like dark energy. Okay, that's fine. Some people want to call it the plenum. Some people want to call it space-time continuum. Some people want to call it the ether. Some people want to call it the vacuum. Some people want to call it the physical vacuum. There's all these different names for it. I would ask you not to get too hung up on terminology, but to see that matter exists as a crystal out of an unseen material, like how we could be fish in a fishing bowl and we don't even know that we're in a fish bowl. The same thing could be true with matter. Matter appears to be a vibrational crystallization of an otherwise invisible fluid-like energetic medium. It behaves like a superfluid. And so I believe that when we really get down to the bottom line of what's going on in the universe, the unified field theory that everybody thinks is the holy grail in science, it's going to involve the science of vibration, because this invisible liquid is in, again, the entire universe is made from it. All the stars, all the galaxies, everything you see is a crystal of this invisible liquid. How does it crystallize into matter? It does this through vibration. When you take normal vibrations, you got the study now, Dr. Hansi Jenny, that's how you pronounce his name, cymatics he called it, the study of fluid vibrations leading to geometry. So this, again, as I've said in many other shows recently, is just a muddy drop of water. If you don't run any light through it, the water is just going to look, well, if you don't run any sound through it, the water is just going to look clear. But the key here, how did he get this? How did he get this crazy geometry? This is so important, and I figured this out way back in like the year 1999 or 98 or something like that. I stumbled over this. I got so excited. All he did, folks, is vibrate this muddy water with sound, perfect sound like you get. Again, I got a piano here, which I still haven't been using, but it's here if I ever need it. You vibrate it with pure sound frequencies, and all of a sudden, the sand particles in the water are no longer just an invisible, murky liquid that just looks like muddy water. It all of a sudden turns into geometry. The sand particles are being arranged by the vibration. This is essentially what you could think of as basic fluid dynamics. And we're now up to 2,200 people. I knew we were going to get hit doing a show on a Saturday, but I wanted to give you time for Mother's Day so you can be here with me live and still be with your family. But it's going to keep climbing up. 2,200 is not bad at all. That's an amazing audience. So we're vibrating the liquid with a sound frequency. We get this geometry. And yes, I'm saying this is how matter is formed. Matter ultimately does appear to be a crystal that grows out of this superfluidic vacuum medium that exists throughout all of space and time. And as this superfluid vibrates, it does the same thing that this drop of water is doing. The universe originally started, according to the Hindu tradition, with the Aum, the primordial sound. And we have actually the same thing in the Bible. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So it's a photon that's actually created by a sound vibration, the vibration of this fluid-like medium that the whole universe is made from. The original photon was created. There was originally only one. We can show that very easily. The whole universe is an emanation of photons that blossomed off of this first photon. The first photon turned into the first star, which in esoteric science, they call that the primordial sun, the original star of the universe, created the first galaxy. Other galaxies budded off. This is how the universe was created. It all started with one photon that actually is based on this physics. So if you think about like the star tetrahedron we see on the right as if that was physical matter, notice that this is very important. When we change the vibrational frequency, the geometry itself completely changes. What you see on the left looks like a cube and an octahedron put together. It is a structural change. And then when we take larger amounts of this muddy water, put it in a big pan and vibrate it, You get multicellular structure, which looks exactly like how molecules combine together to form physical matter. So it's actually a lot simpler than these crazy equations that get so specialized, and every guy has to be an expert on his own unique little field, and it's not necessary. Matter is simply a vibrational emanation, sort of like the idea of if you have rock candy, you take sugar and you put it into water until the sugar won't melt anymore. You keep stirring it until you see sugar grains on the bottom. And then you take a string and you dangle it in there for a couple days and you pull it out and you got this beautiful sugar crystals, rock candy. So physical matter appears to be in a continuous state of creation, not one big bang where it all happened in one moment at the beginning of the universe. It's a continuous creation of physical matter through vibration. That vibration is the key. And so, as I've said so many times before, if matter is made like this, in other words, if what you see on the right would represent the atoms that make up your body, what happens if the sound that is being played by the universe, the frequency, increases? Could you, in fact, get dematerialization? Absolutely, yes. That's the whole basis of this science. And again, the way that we prove that this is really going on, the way that we prove that you can raise the frequency and get dematerialization, that the atoms actually change into a different geometry that's no longer even as a reference point in our physical reality, it becomes invisible by that frequency change. The science of vibrational physics shows us that when you get a vibrational change, the structure of the geometry itself actually changes. We already talked about the founder, one of the founding fathers of the nuclear bomb and the Manhattan Project. His name was Dr. Robert Moon, and he showed you that the nucleus of the atom, what we think of as protons, they're actually corners of a geometry. So oxygen is the first really stable one. It's got 8 protons. That's the 8 corners of the cube. Whoa. Then you got silicon, which is 14, and that's the octahedron with the cube inside of it. Then you go to iron, which is the icosahedron. Then you go to palladium, which is the dodecahedron. Iron is the only really magnetic element that we know. It's like the standard magnetic element. That's very interesting. If you magnetize an iron nail with stroking a magnet along it, you're aligning all of those icosahedrons in the nuclei into a north-south arrangement, creating magnetism. And what's the deal with palladium? Palladium is the key secret ingredient in cold fusion. You take palladium, you drop it into heavy hydrogen, it vibrates, and it does too much energy. Again, this is because the geometry is what's actually causing this stuff. The geometry vibrates more than other types of material would. So it's a very, very interesting thing. The geometry vibration is the likely theoretical explanation for why iron is magnetic. And in conventional science, they can't explain why iron is magnetic. They just know that it is. Once you understand what the iron nucleus looks like, that actually explains magnetism. And these little balls can roll around to a north-south configuration when you're stroking the magnet across your iron needle. So is it possible that you could change the vibrational frequency, that you could raise the frequency? This is what the extraterrestrial contactee sources, all of them, are telling us, that there's going to be this basic vibrational increase in the intrinsic vibration in our solar system, that the basic vibration that makes all the matter that we're looking at, like cymatics, you've raised the frequency, everything changes, everything transforms into what they call a higher energy density in these extraterrestrial contacts. How would you ever prove that this could be possible, that you could raise the frequency and get dematerialization? The answer is through various vacuum domains such as ball lightning. And I've showed you in many previous shows. Again, they were way more interested in this back in the day. We're up to 2,232 viewers now in 1 hour. That's not bad. It'll keep going higher as time goes on. So this is, again, the vacuum domain, this ball lightning around a church. In this case, the pyramid power of the steeple appears to be holding the ball in place. Well, it shoots off a whole bunch of radiant light. We talked about pyramid power. I'm not going to go through all that again. Go back and watch those shows the last few weeks. The globe of fire that is descending into a room. There you go. So there's another example. Apparently it came right down their chimney and blew into the house. My father saw one of these when he was at Lake Pasico before I was even born. It scared the crap out of him. It burned a hole across the carpet. Here's another example of one showing up inside somebody's house. People have been killed when they get touched by these. The anti-gravity in it can give you like a stroke or a heart attack and kill you, or maybe just the odd energetics of it. This was another art that we saw. And again, we have Dr. Dmitriev showing you that all these different phenomena, including ball lightning, are all from something he calls vacuum domains. Again, that includes your kimberlite diamond pipes that explode in the ground, and it includes your tornadoes, which we're about to get into. So as I've been saying, we've now found out that there are pyramid tunnels extending 2,100 feet below the surface. Good luck having a bunch of guys with old wooden logs rolled in butter, and they roll the stones up the ramps and get them into the pyramid. Bullshit. It's like there's no way that ancient primitive people could have carved 2,100 foot deep 8 of these tunnels under each pyramid, which then, as I've said so many times now, go down into these cubicle rooms. I mean, what the hell is in the room? Like, don't you think this is a treasure hunt? You better believe it. The Great Pyramid has turned into the greatest treasure hunt because there's all these hidden chambers they found inside the pyramid as well, using synthetic aperture radar. They just look for the tiniest little jiggles, and then they coordinate them across the surface of the ground or the pyramid. They triangulate them in three-dimensional space using very advanced algorithms, and they're able to see what's down there. And so now we know that this is what actually is at the bottom of these pyramid tunnels under each of the 3 main pyramids of Giza. This is staggeringly extraterrestrial. No way people could have done this. So what the hell could be down there? As I've said before, there's spirals going down the tubes, and they probably have stairwells in them, meaning you can hike all the way down there through those yellow spirals and get to this room at the bottom. Then you'd have to probably rappel down in there. But, I mean, who knows what's waiting for us in these rooms? It's totally amazing. And, as I've said, the cubes look very similar to the cube within a cube tesseract, which is, again, the basic physics that I've been talking to you guys about that is given to us by various extraterrestrial sources. The data checks out in the real world that you have this geometry, and when you get dematerialization, it's because the geometry turns inside out on itself. So you see there's a cube on the inside, and then as that cube turns inside out to the outside, the object is no longer visible. It spreads out in time. The wave-particle duality has been solved. You have 3-dimensional time. This cube now exists in the past, present, and future. So instead of looking like a particle, it looks like a wave. And all of the different layers of the atom in the nucleus, etc., can be turned inside out. The cube turns into an octahedron. The tetrahedron turns upside down, and then the purple dodecahedron turns into the icosahedron. Now, this is quantum physics, but it also, again, these are the basic shapes of vibration. You play the white keys on the piano, you see these geometries show up in nature. They don't just show up at the quantum level in molecules. That's one of the really weird and cool things about this science, is that this geometry that we're looking at right now shows up also inside the Earth. And we said that it shows up in the spacings between planets in our solar system. These geometric relationships, as I showed you last week, precisely define the spacing between the planets. They also exist on a galactic level. And on these larger scales, apparently, when you enter into one of these time portals, you can get into this geometry, and when you do, you exist inside the entire geometry as a whole. And then you can decide where you're going to exit that geometry in space and time. Somebody just said, are the tunnels proven to exist? Yes. It isn't getting very much publicity, but they used synthetic aperture radar, which is a ground-penetrating type of radar, and they've got an advanced way of calculating 3-dimensional space. And yes, it's absolutely not a joke. This is done, published in the Remote Sensing Journal by a professional scientific team. Blondie is the guy's name. And so, again, we're going to focus on this geometry as far as what if the Earth is vibrating like the cymatics experiment? What if the Earth is mostly liquid inside, And there's a core inside the Earth that's vibrating, and that liquid is actually flowing in a geometric pattern. And it's creating geometric lines of stress, which in turn have very interesting effects. And that's what we found out from Ivan T. Sanderson. As I've said before, we're not going to dwell on this too much, but it is foundational to everything else we're going to talk about. This is another thing that the Russians missed. Dmitriev missed this part of the equation. So he studied the Bermuda Triangle, where all of these ships and planes are disappearing. He was starting out by saying, wait a minute, why do we have dinosaurs showing up in the Congo? That was last week's episode, the Mokele Mbembe. Here he was again, taking a plaster cast of its footprints. The time-traveling dinosaurs, a fascinating discussion that we just went through. So that's Sanderson when he was younger. He was similar to me in terms of very famous, published. He had lots of books. He had his own magazine, Argosy. So he says, how could these dinosaurs be showing up in the present? Well, how would you even study that? He said, okay, let's start looking at all the times where ships on the ocean or planes in the air are disappearing. We take each one of those disappearances and put push pins on the map, and sure enough, the disappearances of everything in the record basically all cluster into, at least predominantly, 10 equidistant points on Earth, which he called vile vortices. And this is a mapping of where they are, and you can look at them and see, sure enough, the Congo in Africa, where the Mokele Mbembe and other dinosaurs have been found, is right over one of these triangles as it's being depicted here. The whole Himalayas in India, the Tibet-India thing. Why are all these people in Tibet and India hitting rainbow body and having amazing things happen, including levitation, levitating saints like Padmasambhava? Because they're right on top of a grid node. You got another one down there by Sri Lanka. You got another one off the coast of Brazil, South America. You got the Bermuda Triangle off the coast of Hawaii. You got another one right smack dab in the middle of Easter Island, where they got all these gigantic moais, these stone faces of really wild stuff. They were apparently using the vortex. Hawaii is another one. Hawaii has the greatest life expectancy of anywhere on Earth, probably because you're right smack dab on a grid node there. There's another one over New Zealand, which is right around Papua New Guinea, right where you're getting the pterodactyls, as we saw last week coming in. You got the Devil's Sea next to Japan. They've lost tons and tons of stuff out there. It's officially a no-fly zone. You're not allowed to fly through it with an airplane. And you got another one down there below the Philippines off the west coast of Australia. Then, over time, he realized the North and the South Pole are also equidistant from these points. And remember, we had fresh skeletons of duck-billed dinosaurs that showed up or they analyzed them in 1951, and they decided, you know what? These are fresh bones, but they're bones of various types of dinosaurs, including small raptors. And Bylot Island is where they were showing up, and it's right next to the North Pole. So dinosaurs do get in sometimes. That's the dragon legend, the thunderbird legend. You got Mokele Mbembe, you got the giant squid, you've got the Wallamai pine, you've got the coelacanth fish, you've got so many different things. Giant caterpillars falling on the Himalayas again. It goes on and on and on, folks. Dinosaurs, there's a Cambodian stegosaurus. There's a literal stegosaurus carved into the temple walls of Angkor Wat. We went through all that last week. So when you add the North and South Pole, you get, again, one of our vibrational geometries. So what I'm saying here is that this is actually caused by the Earth's core vibrating just like you played one of the keys on the keyboard, right? And again, aren't you glad that you keep coming back week after week? We're up to almost 2,400 people now. Aren't you glad you keep coming back week after week? Because as I keep telling you these things, you think about it and it starts to click. Oh, that's right. David said if you play the white key on the keyboard into this drop of muddy water, that the mud arranges into a geometry. And that we saw pictures of this. This is what's happening to the Earth's mantle. And what's the most interesting thing of all is that in these exact areas of the icosahedron, where everything is spinning, it's actually rotating, that's where you get your plasmoids or natural self-luminous formations. Anyway, we had another donation come in, and I might have missed one. Carrie Bonifacio. Hi, David. Last night I dreamt I was working with Pete Hegseth in 47's castle, and Charlie Kirk was helping us defend 47. Any insights? Right on. I would say absolutely. The Megalodon, thank you. Is today Sunday? Says Charlie. Yes, this is the Sunday show. Again, a lot of you guys are apparently not checking my Twitter, so please, please keep up to date with me on Twitter at David_Wilcock. You got to do the underline character. I had one of the first Twitter accounts back when they first started it. I'm like, I better get onto this thing. And so, we got time-traveling dinosaurs, but again, we're doing it on Saturday. That was last week's show on Sunday. Please check me out, David_Wilcock on X or Twitter, because otherwise you might miss out. I always want to do the show on Sunday, but again, a holiday is a mitigating circumstance, and everybody said, yeah, you should do it on Saturday. So here we are. And we got a much, much lower viewership than normal. Normally, right now, we should be around 4,000. We're at 2,338. That's okay. I'm glad that I didn't infringe on your Mother's Day. What brand of cigarettes did the dinosaurs smoke? Yes, some people think that's what really made them go extinct. It was they were all smoking. Who knows, man? But this right here is Angry Daddy. This is the brand of cigarette that I'm smoking. It's called Angry Daddy. Anyway. So the plasma balls are rising off the vortex points on this geometry, which again, this is actually the flow of the current inside the magma. If you could go inside the Earth, the fastest motion of lava would be in this geometric shape. And there's plasma vortexes that, again, Dmitriev studied them, and he just didn't connect that it was all coming off of a grid like this, but they do come off of this grid, and that's what causes all of the disappearances and the dematerialization. Well, you're going to see the same thing with the tornadoes. So this is a very, very cool piece of science. And again, he discovered that these massive numbers of ships and planes disappearing in 12 key locations, equidistant from each other, and you connect them and you get the icosahedron. The most popular one, the name of the book that really made this famous, was The Bermuda Triangle by Charles Berlitz. And there's 7,000 disappearances in this area in the 20th century alone. Why are things disappearing? Because these same bubbles that make tornadoes are rising out of the grid there. And if you are unlucky enough to be sailing or flying through it, you get warped into a totally different space. And again, remember, Salvatore Pais said that in these areas, when you have these plasma formations, that there is a superforce effect where all the laws of physics start to blend together if it's 10 to the 35 joules per square centimeter or cubic centimeter. So again, we saw these 12 spots around the world. It's in that geometric shape. This was his original diagram of it. And again, it gets back to the vibrational physics that these are caused by vibrations of an invisible fluid, or in this case, the fluid of the Earth's mantle. So you can flip it inside out and get your dodecahedron here. And that's what these three Russians did, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov. And they found, everybody always would laugh when I would say this in front of an audience, because they're just like struggling to try to get their breath and be like, David, slow down, I'm trying to take this all in. Yeah, this was all done in 1971. And nobody talks about it. I found out from Dr. Pete Peterson, the Area 51 people were amazed that I re-derived all this, because they're very aware of this grid and its anti-gravity and time travel properties. So the craziest thing is that by just flipping the icosahedron inside out to get a dodecahedron, as I just showed you, again, that's what this is, right? It's those two geometries that flip inside out. It was right back in our original diagram right here, the green and the purple, okay? So if you have the icosahedron showing up in this Bermuda Triangle effect, flip it inside out and check those lines out and see if anything happens. When they did this, they found out that all of the giant stone structures around the world are on the grid. We've done episodes about this on Ancient Aliens, although they never actually got the mapping right. They never showed you what it really looked like. They created their own artistic interpretation, but it wasn't even accurate, which was weird. But anyway, I was a producer on that show, so all 3,300 megalithic sites with giant stones, pyramids, Stonehenge, you name it, Easter Island, they all fit on this grid. So here are the scientists. They, to me, are as important as Isaac Newton or Copernicus. They haven't gotten the credit for that yet on a major level. I think they will. This is what it looks like when you add in the dodecahedron. And so this actually determines the structure of the Earth, the structure of its continents. You can see that, in fact, the whole east coast of Africa totally hugs the line. The west coast of India hugs the line. There's your node right in the middle of the Himalayas. And again, all of the major mountain ranges, volcanic undersea mountain ranges, they all fit along the lines of the geometry. So if you actually look at where the Atlantic Ocean has this big mountain range, it's called the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The exact structure and shape of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is perfectly in alignment with a dodecahedron, which again, please don't get lost. It's just the vibration of the Earth's mantle. It's the inverted vibration, right? You flip the geometry inside out. Both of these shapes are having an effect on the behavior of the Earth, causing the biggest mountain ranges in the world. And so this is the global grid. It determines the structure of continents in a very beautiful way. And the entire grid is acting up and shooting off more of these plasma balls as we head towards the first wave of ascension, which is supposedly there's going to be some type of huge energetic release from the sun. And again, Dmitriev is saying that the sun is giving off these vacuum domains, that the sun is giving off these plasma balls that are actually going to change the physics in our solar system. So when we look at Earth changes, the planetophysical function of vacuum domains, that whole paper, the main point was the entire solar system is acting up. And I'm just going to show you stuff unique to Earth that is not just caused by fossil fuels. There are Earth changes that are not unique to the Earth, one of which is the massive, let's go back to that. I forgot that these are animated slides, so I have to actually click it and then wait, which I've never done that again. But anyway, here we go. So what you're seeing here is El Nino. This is a massive heating of the ocean at the bottom. How do you get the bottom of the ocean heating up? If you had a pan of water and you want to heat the water, you turn the fire on underneath it. You don't blow a hairdryer on the top. So this heating of the oceans does occur from underneath the ocean. And then it warms the surface, and this is where you're getting global warming from. Is that caused by fossil fuels and burning carbon-based gas? No, not at all. So here's an animation showing you the El Nino, showing you where these hot spots are arising from. This is the Earth heating from the inside, caused again by what? Caused, according to Dmitriev, by more and more of these plasmoids entering into the Earth from the sun. The sun is giving off the plasmoids, and as the Earth absorbs more of them, the temperature keeps going up. That's the idea. Here's another animation of the El Nino as of May 2000, this very unprecedented heating of the oceans from the bottom, from the inside. That's what we're actually looking at here. So it's really, really amazing. And this is the subsurface temperature anomalies. The deepest heating is occurring at the base, at the bottom of the sea, which most people are not aware. We'll have another slide on that. So here's another really crazy thing. This was done by Michael Morton, and he wrote a book that combined all this stuff together with Edgar Cayce's readings, and these are his charts from his original website. If you look at only earthquakes of 2.5 magnitude on the Richter scale and higher, and you plot them out from 1973 to 1998, basically you got the same number of seismic stations around the world. We haven't really increased or changed the number. Same number of seismic stations. You only look at 2.5 and above, and so there's not going to be any new seismic stations since 1973. It's the same number. But if you just average it all out and you don't look at the smaller ones, because now they've got better equipment, they can find smaller earthquakes, get rid of that data. Start at 2.5, work your way up. There is an over 400% increase in the total number of earthquakes worldwide from 1973 to 1998. And again, Dmitriev's explanation of this is that the earthquake is caused by these plasma formations rising up out of the Earth on their fault lines, and then they hit the fault line and they explode. One of the classic qualities of the vacuum domain is explosions. They explode inside the fault line. The explosion caused the fault line to slip. And what's really interesting is that people on the surface being sad, being under threat, going through terrorism, going through war, going through mass death, that misery can draw these plasma balls out of the Earth, causing an earthquake. The earthquake is actually a response to us not being loving enough. If we're not loving enough, if the negative energies are coming in, it draws these plasma balls out of the Earth that form disasters. And it's not just earthquakes. It's also volcanic activity. So here's another thing. You've got half of the world's volcanoes, about 50%, charted out. And again, we know where they are. There's no new ones that were found of any significance since 1875. Not really. These are about half of the world's volcanoes that we've known about since 1875. And he's charting how much they erupt. Whoa! There's a 500% increase in volcanic activity roughly between 1875, where it's down around 1,000, and then we're up to it's actually 600% increase, because you go from 1,000 to 6,000 in the number of volcanic eruptions. When do you ever hear about this, huh? Again, the plasma balls are rising up out of the ground. They go into that magma, they explode. The explosion creates pressure, which leads to a volcanic explosion. So the volcanic explosion can be explained by these vacuum domains or plasmoids. Same thing is going on with sea level. It's rising. This could not be caused. I mean, yeah, you could say the ice caps are melting, but this is caused by the Earth warming up from the inside. Not so much, I'm not saying we should go and pollute and do whatever the hell we want to do. That's going to make it worse. But there is an interplanetary climate change. That's what Dmitriev was all about. And I'm only focusing on Earth right now. Continuous rise in the surface temperature of the Earth. Again, the whole Earth is getting warmer. So you see the temperature variation in degrees Celsius has now gone to a variation of 0.8 degrees from 1860 up to 2000. Then here we have the number of tornadoes per year in the entire United States. In the first half of May 2003, over 400 tornadoes occurred, setting an all-time record, breaking the all-time record set only 3 years earlier. As the Native American prophet No Eyes predicted, the number of tornadoes has increased over time. It's become a widespread hazard. In 1916, you only had around 100. And by 1996, you've got 1,200. That means there is are you ready for this? 1,200% increase in tornadoes. 1,200% increase from 1916 to 1996. In only 80 years, you get a 1,200% increase in tornadoes. Yeah, again, the sun is pumping up the energy, rising the vibration. More of these vacuum domains pop out of the Earth, and they manifest on the surface as tornadoes in some cases. Also earthquakes, also volcanoes. The overall number of natural disasters, storms, floods, tropical droughts, earthquakes, all that stuff, the composite graph shows everything is going up just from 1963 to 1992 in a very sizable way. The number goes from like 4 all the way up to like 25. So that's like a 250% increase. Or no, it's actually a 500% increase. Sorry, 500% increase in natural disasters. This is why we expected that when the sun does its flash that we're going to have this pole shift, because so many of these vacuum domains come out of the Earth all at once that it destabilizes the Earth's axis. The extraterrestrial sources, which you don't have to believe it if you don't want to, but again, in the 90s I did remote viewing, and now it's all coming true in the present. Those are the Michael prophecies, and we're being told that these natural disasters have been thwarted insofar as we're not going to get a pole shift, we're not going to get tsunamis, like Kwan Hong Chan's dream. That's what people are afraid of. It doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. So, yet another metric we can look at is the continuous rise in economic losses. Natural disaster economic losses have risen from, what would that be? That's like, very few numbers of like $2 billion. And then by 1994, it was up to like $225 billion. So again, these massive amounts of increases in economic losses in inflation-adjusted dollars, by the way. And then the frequency of winter storms in the northern hemisphere, and this goes from 1900 to 1990 or thereabouts, 98, I guess. Very rapid increase in the last 2 decades. Number of severe weather storms in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. So everything is going up. And then the question is, could this be caused by fossil fuel burning and global warming? No. The whole point here is, folks, that with earthquakes, with tornadoes, with warming from the bottom of the ocean, all these other natural disasters, it's not enough to try to invoke greenhouse gases. And so here's one of the ones that's really, really provocative. If you understand what this graph is showing you, it's kind of hard to understand, but you got the zero depth, which is all the way at the bottom of the ocean. That's what's at the top of each of these graphs. The one on the bottom is 85. The one on the top is 1999. So the red represents, so again, the top of the graph, in this case, is the bottom of the ocean. And you look and see there's this black jagged line. That's the surface of the sea. Okay, so at the very bottom of the ocean, all the way down, is where you've got the deepest warming, and the warming of the entire Pacific Ocean basin. You can read the paper. They talk about this. That's weird enough. And then also the amount of salt that is floating around in the ocean is increasing drastically. And so the salts are caused by, materials that are coalescing into our reality from this alternate reality. They're literally manifesting. The salts are manifesting out of nowhere. That's the theory that we have here, caused by these geometric vibrations. We also have, the Earth has its own brightness. They're called noctilucent clouds. And in April 2014, on this link right here, where they're talking about how the brightness has gone up, the presence of these bright shining clouds in our Earth's atmosphere that you can see from space have indeed increased. The brightness is going up between 40 and 50 degrees north, covering the northern third of the United States and the lowest parts of Canada. The model shows the occurrence of these clouds has indeed increased in only, 9 years from 2002 to 2011. That's what it looks like if you actually see it, and that's a lot brighter than it used to be. Another article came out about it in 2016. NASA seeing unexpected noctilucent clouds. November 17th was the earliest occasion where they ever saw this brightness in the last decade. And they usually start in late November, early December. So they're happening earlier and they're brighter. And in 1998, here's another weird one, again, showing interplanetary climate change. We had a new belt of interstellar matter in our Earth's magnetic field. Those orange things that you're seeing in the Van Allen belts, they didn't exist before 1998. And it's interstellar matter. It could only be formed by stars. And it's in the Earth's magnetic field, and they even call it, this NASA diagram, you look at the bottom right there, it says new belt. Where did it come from? Well, the sun is changing. And then the Earth's core has surprisingly rapid changes. The magnetic field is changing fast. Again, the main focus we're going to have today is on the continuous rise in tornadoes. Again, we saw a 1,200% increase in this. So, before we get into the main course, and we're at 2,500 people now, an hour and 22 minutes, do your Valley Girl imitation, David. Like totally, says Princess. No. You guys, I got to get through this content. So we're not just going to laugh and laugh and laugh. But I hear you. Thank you for that recommendation. Not in the mood right now. Iridium is a very interesting element that they're using in Black Ops projects. In fact, our Stavati CEO, Chris Beskar, same guy who's invented this fighter jet that has exotic coatings on it and all this stuff. The exotic coatings we're going to be putting on this, some of them do involve the use of iridium. If you run electricity through iridium, very, very interesting things will start to happen. And if you get into this, they will come, the cabal will come and arrest you. So that's what actually ended up happening. He got threatened. This guy was David Hudson, and he was studying what he called orbitally rearranged monatomic elements or microclusters. And again, these look like little molecular clusters of the same geometry I've been showing you. Groups of molecules come together. They form into these little balls that are actually looking like dodecahedrons or icosahedrons in the case of gold. Different types of shapes that you get. They naturally occur at the quantum level. They are totally ignored by science. So he discovered this independently. Ormus, as you probably know, if you have monatomic gold. Somebody just sent me some, by the way. Thank you, whoever that was. I just got some monatomic gold in the mail in my post office box. It's P.O. Box 3700, Netherland, Colorado, 80466. You guys send me all these gifts. I've got all this stuff I still need to open upstairs. So again, the idea is that gold can form these little clusters, and if you take the Ormus gold, as he called it, it supposedly leads to all kinds of ascension things. You get more psychic, you get healthier. We're not making any claims here, but that's what he was saying in his research. But here's the really cool one. You know, one of the microclusters that naturally forms in geometry is the, you know, radioactive mineral known as iridium. By simply heating it up to 850 degrees Celsius, remember now, it's got a microcluster structure. So all the atoms are like a buckyball. They're all in a geometric ball. What do you think is going to happen when you heat it up to 850 degrees Celsius? It's the same theoretical outcome I was talking about with Dr. Olaf Nares, where you take the buckyball, you slam it against the wall, it turns inside out, it becomes a wave. Shortly thereafter, it pops back into a buckyball again, but for a brief period of time, it spreads out into the past, present, and future, and that explains the wave-particle duality. Well, can you do it in the lab? Can you do it with something like this? Absolutely yes. By simply heating the iridium to 850 degrees Celsius, it dematerialized. It disappeared from the optical view, and the scale suddenly drops all of its weight. If you then cool that space down back to where it was originally, the iridium will reappear, it becomes visible again, and it regains its mass. So this is his actual graph showing you the temperature on the x-axis, and it goes up to about 820, as you can see, 830 right there. And then you're looking at the percentage of weight. So the weight stays the same, but then as soon as you go around 300 degrees Celsius of iridium, at 300 degrees Celsius, the weight suddenly dramatically drops off. Or no, it actually increases first. If you're looking at that, the weight goes way up. It goes up way above 150%. It's only once you get to about 830 that all of a sudden that line just goes, and it goes straight down. So look at the end of the graph where the line is going straight down, just like this, okay? It goes straight down. That's the magical temperature, 850 degrees Celsius he was talking about. And when that weight disappears, it becomes optically invisible. So this is why we need Ashton Forbes to at least watch this little part of the show. This is what they've been doing at Area 51 for a long time. You don't just need to heat the stuff. You can electrify the stuff. So certain materials that are made of what we call quasi-crystals, and again, it's a whole other discussion. Maybe next week we'll do quasi-crystals. That would be awesome. I'd love to do a quasi-crystal show. That might be a good idea. We can start to talk about technological applications of this. Remember, we have I'm seeing if I got a geometry hanging around here. I guess I don't. I don't really have a little model of the geometry, but let me do this for just a second. I'm going to grab that slide so you can see this. Let's grab that slide right there because that's probably the best one we got. Okay. Got to do a little bit of spontaneous editing here. So, again, we've got this microcluster iridium. We're heating it up to 850 degrees Celsius, and instead of the weight going up, which is what's happening starting at 320, and it massively goes up, or 300 thereabouts, at 850, it actually dematerializes. It becomes invisible. This is caused by the vibration of the material causing it to turn inside out. So the microcluster turns inside out. It has a geometric continuity in this three-dimensional realm of time, thoroughly delineated by Dewey Larson and, to some degree, as we said, by Rudolf Steiner in the early 20th century. The ball turns inside out. It becomes invisible to us, and that's just caused by the vibration of these things. So here's the key. What did I say happens in the Kenneth Shoulders research that Chris Beskar actually supposedly designed an anti-gravity machine off of this? That's what the Salvatore Pais patent is about. That's who Ashton Forbes interviewed when he was talking about the MH370 disappearance, okay? How did Dr. Shoulders get his charge clusters? He electrified a metallic needle, and these charge clusters would roll off the tip of the needle. We'll take a look, especially at the one in the middle, the star tetrahedron. Imagine now that even just from heat, as you vibrate this, it's releasing these little exotic vacuum objects or charge clusters off of the tips of the geometry. All of these little geometries release little bitty plasmoids off of the tips. And so in the case of what's happening with the microcluster iridium, you are vibrating that microcluster, and then when you hit 850 degrees, there's so many of these little plasma exotic vacuum objects flying off the corners of the geometry that the entire geometry itself flips inside out, and it becomes optically invisible, and the weight disappears on the scale. And when David Hudson started publishing this research, guess what happens? He gets a knock on the door. And they say, you can't do this. You're violating national security. This is classified. So again, if you go watch on Disney Plus the show The Mandalorian, which I really like, that talks extensively about Beskar armor. They use the term. It's branded into the show. Chris Beskar designed spaceship designs that were used in the Star Wars prequels, and he got money from Lucasfilm for doing that. So in honor of that, they named the Beskar alloy after him in the Star Wars prequels, which now also shows up in the show The Mandalorian. So they keep mentioning Beskar, Beskar, Beskar. There's only really a few Beskars in the world, and Chris is one of them. So he actually does have a Beskar alloy, and it does use iridium. Iridium, and another one that's really important is bismuth. If you send electrical current through the bismuth, then you've got these plasma balls rising off the corners of the geometry in the bismuth, and that creates your anti-gravity. So there are certain materials that, because they have this geometry in them, you electrify them, the plasma balls start rising off the corners of the geometry, and if you do it on a large enough level, you get anti-gravity. So the geometry is really fun, but again, remember, mostly what we see in nature is these balls of light, these balls of energy. And the tornado actually is an area in which Salvatore Pai's superforce kicks in. The rotation of the tornado is apparently caused by a plasma vortex. That's what Dmitriev concluded. And inside the tornado, you actually get matter blending together with other matter. And that's really fascinating. Matter will dematerialize in the tornado and then stick together with other things. And then when you turn off the energy, they're now fused together, or what's called blending. It's incredible. So this gets into an incredible category of tornado anomalies. Now, this is a conventional tornado oddity, which is just one piece of wood getting stuck in a fence. It's clattering in the wind. Hurricane Andrew, again, the trees can split in half, and then in this case, a plank got stuck in the tree. That's pretty much a conventional explanation. I wouldn't say this is matter blending. Here's another one where, again, some plywood got stuck in a tree that cracked. You can actually see the crack. That's not what we're talking about. Dmitriev did incredibly impressive scholarship on tornadoes. So that's the main feature today, is the electrogravidynamic concept of tornadoes. Don't get your tongue twisted. So here's the original link. And again, somebody like Ashton Forbes, if you're interested in this, you just got to go to archive.org and pop that link in right there, and you will get right back to this paper, because the archive doesn't forget, thank God. So this is so amazing. This is what I'm about to read you is the most cutting-edge tornado research that's ever been done in the history of science, in my opinion. It is the gold standard, and there's so many things he didn't know. He didn't know about the Bermuda Triangle. He didn't know about the geometry that they found. He doesn't know about Kenneth Shoulders. He doesn't know about exotic vacuum objects. He doesn't know about the MH370 video. But tornadoes are doing the same thing because of the rotation and the fact that they exist as this vacuum domain. So let's get into it. Modern approach to the study of tornadoes. I didn't change. I'm trying to improve the verbiage along the way, but it was translated poorly out of Russian. The modern approach to the study of the tornado's physical nature is based on the assumption, and then he's giving you the names of two papers in his list of references at the end. The high-speed rotating vortex is normally seen as a local modification of a parent cloud, viewed as a small copy of a hurricane with a spiraling structure. It's also a common belief that the parent cloud is the sole source of energy and substance for the tornado's origin and maintenance. This belief latently axiomatizes, I don't know if that's really a word, but that's how it translated. It makes it axiomatic that the tornado cannot appear and exist in most people's beliefs without a producing parent cloud to make it. Thus, the mathematical and physical description of tornadoes is strongly tied up to that of a parent thunderstorm about 3 orders of magnitude larger than the tornado itself. Though this model independence is quite obvious, observational data archives contain examples of the opposite, where the funnel cloud appears first and then the cloud grows out of it at the top. And so some skeptics urge us to deduce that the appearing funnel cloud then generates its parent cloud, instead of the other way around. Well, how could that happen? There's no logical veto for the existence of 2 different ways of tornadoes evoking, having the same common cause and both following the laws of physics. Our new concept of tornadoes considers not only the quality of the geological environment, but it also expands the register of phenomena that we take into account, preceding or accompanying the generation and existence of the funnel cloud system. So this is very interesting. Such kinds of phenomena are different vacuum domains or self-luminous formations appearing in the lower atmosphere in a surface layer. So right away he's saying these vacuum domains, they're spherical, they're also toroidal, so they have a very highly rotating center vortex that goes through the center. That's what the tornado is. When you look at the tornado, you're only seeing the mouth of the torus. The rest of the torus is usually going to be invisible in most cases, but not all the time. Sometimes you can see it. Self-luminous formations are inherent to tornadoes, and in these references we have a large list of luminous phenomena associated with tornadoes that people have seen. They see balls of fire, lightning in a funnel, yellow shining surface of the funnel, incessant amounts of lightning, fiery columns, glowing clouds, brilliant shine, brilliant luminous cloud in a funnel, beaded lightning, see these are all these ball lightning things, exploding fireballs, remember we say that explosions are one of the main things they do, rotating bands of deep blue light, 4th of July, pinwheels, etc. So right there, he's starting to set you up for the idea that the tornado is one big vacuum domain, but it also has smaller ball lightnings in it at the same time. And this is actually the cause of why tornadoes levitate objects and why objects blend together with other objects. Because just like the iridium at 850 degrees Celsius becomes invisible, these things inside these vacuum domains, they can actually dematerialize. It's so incredible. This list of luminous formations conforms with the classification of forms obtained by Dmitriev in the course of a 2-decade study of luminous atmospheric objects, accompanying and forerunning seismic and volcanic activity, there you go, aurora above the tectonic faults, highly lightning-affected zones, etc. And again, the big thing he missed was that these balls of light are manifesting on this grid. And so if you look up close at America, I mean, we don't have it, it's not perfect, but there's a vortex right around the Four Corners region of Sedona, and I used to live right there. It's a very energizing spot. Notice that there's a grid line that rises along right up into the Great Lakes from the Four Corners. That's one of the places where you get all the tornadoes. And there's another grid line that goes straight east right out to the edge of Florida, leading the Bermuda Triangle. So these 2 lines are actually where a lot of the energy that creates tornadoes are rising out of the grid. So the science is consistent. In other words, we know where the grid is. We've already measured it. All the pyramids are on it. All the Stonehenges are on it. And where all the biggest tornadoes happen in America, they happen to be right on the grid. Why? Because the tornado is formed by these balls coming out of the grid. Okay? The functional role of these formations revealed by the study allowed us to state natural luminous atmospheric objects constitute a high-energy link in the Earth's electromagnetic interaction. Namely, these luminous phenomena serve as an indicator of functioning high-energy domains in the crust at any given time. And again, he didn't know about the geometry. We will build a physical model of tornadoes on the basis of this idea of a non-homogeneous physical vacuum or ether or space-time fabric, or whatever you want to call it, whose polarization, again, it's how you get these things, is it polarizes into energy-containing space non-uniformities. That's essentially your ball. You're turning gravity into energy of electromagnetism. They would be able to take into account different time-scale, strongly non-equilibrium vortex processes in the troposphere, including tornadoes. Consider the observations of Wobus. A funnel left a cloud and moved forward without the cloud on its own. So the cloud isn't really necessary. Soon it formed another new cloud. That's not supposed to happen. At 10 kilometers for several hours, it had intense lightning inside of it. That is, again, it transforms gravity into visible light. Another observation now from near Shanghai, China, not far from a boat, a spray appeared on the surface of the ocean. Suddenly, a rotating column formed out of it about 10 meters wide, 6 meters high. So that's, again, it's all backwards. There's no cloud. Whoops. The column began to grow rapidly. At first, there were no clouds above it, but later a cloud formed and got a dark color, and the column connected it with the sea. As we see, these observations preserve the relationship of cloud and funnel, but then they flip the order around. So yes, the vacuum domain, whoops, I'm so sorry. God damn, boy. I was on myself and I should have, or no, I was on the slide. Okay, I'm just on camera 1 now. I want to be over here. Okay, so you did get to see the slide. I was on the slide. Oh, thank God I didn't screw up. So the column began to grow rapidly, then the cloud formed. So again, this totally violates all the laughing skeptics that are out there, and they want to heckle guys like Ashton Forbes or myself, and, oh, you're so full of it. Well then, how do you explain the fact that there's observations showing that the funnel formed first and then the parent cloud? Well, that's because the funnel is caused by this natural self-luminous object that rises out of the grid, and then it actually creates clouds. And I've seen clouds being spontaneously created up here on the mountain. It's amazing, where they're just appearing on the side of the mountain and you keep seeing new clouds growing out of nothing. It does happen. In 1950, this is going to get better and better. Wait for it, guys. If you're not already interested, it's going to get a lot more interesting. DE donated $5. Hey, David, from another Dave. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. And we're now up to 2,500 people. I'll take it. Somebody said, JP, $4.99, you must really rate him. Dave E. Ritchie gave to... Look, there's only a couple people giving large donations. That's okay. Any donation is better than nothing. So thank you for the donations. We really do appreciate it. Don't heckle somebody for only donating $5. It's still money that we need. So I really do appreciate your help, you guys. This is so amazing. I mean, wait for it. This is like just, whoa, what the hell? What the hell? Amazing. In 1951 in Texas, a funnel cloud passed over an observer at about 6 meters of height. The interior of the cloud had a diameter of 130 meters. Imagine seeing a tornado that frickin' huge, because we're talking about 360 feet wide. With walls of 3 meters of width, that would be the equivalent of 9 feet. Inside the middle of the funnel cloud, there was a brilliant ball of light. Ah, right. There's a smaller one inside the bigger one, just like we saw in that picture over the Ural Mountains. There's a smaller one inside the bigger one. There was no vacuum inside because it was easy for him to breathe. They normally say, right, that the levitation is caused by the vacuum. Well, there is no vacuum because he could breathe just fine, and he's seeing this orb in the middle of the tornado in 1951. The walls of the tornado rotated at a very high speed, and the rotation could be seen all the way up to the top. A bit later, the funnel cloud touched a neighbor's house and immediately levitated it up into the air and took it away. This description is similar to many others, and it requires the explanation that the rotation of the air leads to a decrease of pressure. That's what most people try to say. Oh, it's a vacuum suction, like a vacuum cleaner, sucking things off the ground. No. Why, when it was 6 meters above the ground, does the funnel's end cause neither damage nor any intense air motion, but then when it touches the ground, it destroys a house and moves it away? Because again, this is anti-gravity. It has nothing to do with the vacuum. Direct measurements show there was a low pressure area inside the funnel cloud at 951 millibars. Such a pressure decrease may be resulted at an air rotation speed of about 100 meters per second, should make it difficult to breathe. But again, he could breathe just fine. So that's not what's causing levitation, folks. Why does the funnel uncover a riverbed and suck out the water, getting right down to the dirt at the bottom of the river? Well, at the same time, observers do not notice any wind, even as a funnel cloud passes above them. The airflow inside the funnel is directed downward and reaches high velocities, while in the walls, the air spirals at about 100 to 200 meters per second. In FL, Flora writes that the speed differences between the wind in the funnel and the steady air on the outside may be so abrupt, he thinks, that they could cause striking events. Now we're going to get into some really interesting things. A funnel uprooted an apple tree and tore it to pieces, but a beehive that was only a couple meters away was totally safe. This is discrimination between objects, which shouldn't happen in a vacuum cleaner, right? The only time that the vacuum cleaner is not going to pick everything up is if you got a big rock, like I'm vacuuming rocks out of my garage, right? And it's like, dude, you know, sometimes I can't get anything to vacuum because it's too heavy. Well, the beehive is very light. Why would the apple tree be okay if it's a vacuum that caused this, but the beehive right next to it did not get damaged? Because it's not vacuum, it's anti-gravity. That's what tornado levitation is, folks. I'm so excited about this. I mean, I hope you guys are loving this. Somebody said it froze up on his side. That was Jeremy Towery. My God. There, I just got one for myself. Found a troll, took care of it. Gene Novacek, maybe 20 or 5 is all we can afford. At least we were trying to donate. Yes, thank you, Gene. Please. $20, $5, totally fine. So here's another one. Just wow. I saw ball lightning outside Phoenix. David Corin says in a lightning storm at night, it was a bright green light. Yes. Dorothy flew. Yes, we love it, says Cynthia Marie Brewer. What about the certain temperatures you mentioned? Says Ben C. 850 degrees Celsius would drop the weight by over 100 degrees. I never saw the chart below that. The weight goes to zero. The object dematerializes when it hits 850 degrees Celsius because you're vibrating the iridium microcluster, causing all of these little EVOs to shoot off of it, which eventually cause it to flip inside out as a whole and become invisible and lose all of its mass and lose its weight. So this really does, it all fits together very beautifully, folks. So the beehive was okay, the apple tree was not. A 2-story timber house was taken off with its inhabitants and torn to pieces, but a staircase of 3 doors leading to the door with a bench leaning beside it, both the bench and the staircase did not move. This would not happen with a vacuum. The funnel also tore off 2 wheels of a car standing by. The car did not move. And an oil lamp that was standing nearby on a table under a tree still had the fire burning. How do you get the wheels of the car to come off? Well, the car doesn't move. It's caused by the liquefaction of the bolts that hold the tires on. They literally get liquefied by these exotic physics that happen inside the tornado, and the tires came off because the bolts are now liquefied. But then this oil lamp right nearby is still burning. Beverly Adams donated $10. Thank you guys very much. Yes, I am protecting my eyes. If you ever see me wearing these silly sunglasses, it's because if I don't do that, that after being out here for 6 hours on the air, man, it's going to burn my retinas really bad. So I try to, alternate between cutting to my slides and then not cutting to my slides. So anyway, hope I've been on the slides the whole time. The 2 stories timber house, taken off, torn to pieces, staircase of 3 stairs. Both the bench and the staircase were not moved. It tore off 2 wheels of a car, did not move the car, but the oil lamp was still burning. Again, the liquefaction of the bolts is what we're looking at here. The ability of objects to penetrate other objects is also typically blamed on the high rotation speed. But this is ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't matter how fast something is going. The matter blending effects that we see could not occur just by taking an object and shooting it at another object at high velocity. But that's what they normally try to say it was caused by. So now we're going to get into the matter blending, which is what I like the most. A small pebble punctures glass like a bullet, doesn't form any cracks or fractures. A board penetrates another board and they just blend together. There's no shattering. A timber house wall is found punctured by an old charred plank and the porous tip stays undamaged. And this is one of the photographs of the plank going through the wall of a house after a tornado. Really, really freaking interesting. You can see, as we look at it up close, yes, some of the wood broke off of the main vertical plank when it shot through, but there's no cracks. They just blended together. This is caused by the tornado. This was another one from 1859. This tornado knocked the train off of the bridge, and then you see one of the train wooden railroad slats actually punched right through the metal of the bridge without ever cracking it. Notice there's no cracks. There's not, Beverly Adams gave me a bunch of sunglasses. Thank you very much. There's no cracking. There's no bulge. It just pops right through like you're biting into a cookie. Again, this was caused by a massive tornado. A clover leaf was found pressed directly into a hard stucco wall. Now think about that. Oh, well, it's the speed of the leaf. Bull. How would you explain something as thin and flimsy as a leaf pushing into a stucco wall and then mushing into it like the stucco is made of liquid? Well, this is what happens. In this high energy density field that was the same thing that made MH370 invisible, arguably, and that footage is out there. Ashton Forbes is our main guy talking about this. You have the liquefaction of the material. So that plane, I mean, everybody's okay inside the plane because the universe is designed for this, but in our reality, the plane starts spreading out in space and time. And not all of its matter is in our physical reality. Therefore, it gets thinner and thinner until it disappears, like the iridium becoming weightless on the scale. Same kind of principle. So this clover leaf mushed into the stucco, which would never happen at any speed. Normally, the stucco would crack and break, but it mushes because the stucco is now liquefied. Because most of its atoms are not in our reality anymore. They're spread out in time. A 1.5-inch gate frame was found punctured by a piece of wood. That's probably the one we just saw. Crossing a river, a funnel cloud pulls up so much water that it uncovers the riverbed and forms a trench. This is, again, the anti-gravity field, causing this wall of water to occur. Such phenomena were seen on the Mississippi River and the Moscow River. On the Rhine, where the depth is 25 meters, there was a 7-meter deep anti-gravity trench caused by a tornado. Tornadoes can lift and transport people and animals 4 to 10 kilometer distances and sometimes keep them alive. 1-inch mollusks were moved 160 kilometers, and they fell on the ground 1 hour before the funnel cloud arrived. Yeah, that's the same exact thing as the Fortean anomalies that we talked about before of fish or frogs falling out of the air. In this case, it was mollusks. They went 160 kilometers and fell out of the air an hour before the cloud of tornado showed up. Wow. On June 17th, 1940, in the Meshchery village of Gorky, a Russian tornado poured out almost 1,000 14th century silver coins. Whoa. The coins were falling from the cloud, but not from the funnel itself. The treasure was transported out of several kilometers and was poured out in a compact area. So again, it's like the fish falling out of the sky, except somebody had a treasure chest. The coins get yanked up into the vacuum domain, transported, in this case, several kilometers, and then all these silver coins drop out of the air at once in the region of a tornado. The Irving 1879 tornado came across a new railroad bridge. That's the one we were just looking at, 75 meters long, weighing 108 tons. It lifted it up and turned it into a roll. When a funnel destroyed a large stone school building, the fragments were rotating very fast but not thrown out. A large timber church with 50 people in it was moved 6 meters and no one was killed. So yes, it's very much like Wizard of Oz. Wow, that was amazing. Everything David does is the gold standard. Yeah, I mean, this is all the best stuff that I've been curating and cultivating over the course of 30 years. And I've been building slides for public presentations since 2004. Some of the slides, and actually that's not true, some of the slides that I showed you, the massive heating of the oceans, I did that slide back in 2000. So I've been running some slides in this show that are 25 years old, and this is what I always used to do to make an income, is I would sell this information, but now that we're doing this aerospace stuff, I'm just giving it away. So you guys are getting the best of me. You don't have to pay for it unless you choose to donate, and I'm very grateful for that. Tez Brooks says, was it a 4-leaf clover? LOL. Yeah. Bob Grenier is publishing scientific papers on this and filing patents. That's great. I mean, our company Stavati is looking for people who have stuff that really works. So if you think you've got something that really works, feel free to email us at stavati.com, STAVATTI, and we'll be happy to look at what you've got. Because we want to develop these technologies into things that work. So again, when all these people get moved, it's because they were levitating in a ball, you know, and so you're not just whirling around with wind, you're actually staying still. And so this church was moved 6 meters, but nobody was killed. In 1964, a funnel cloud transported a house with 10 people 400 meters. All of them stayed alive. Holy crap. Holy crap. And then you also hear about UFOs. They have this buzzing or hissing noise. Same, it's the physics of the orb that they're making. It's the vacuum domain physics that causes that. So here's the same exact thing showing up around the tornado. The same noise that people report in UFO sightings happens around the tornado. A buzzing or hissing noise. Several cases when a tornado was accompanied by ball lightning. There you go. One big one and lots of smaller ones budding off of it. Sometimes short and wide sheet lightning surrounds a funnel. Sometimes all of the surface of a funnel cloud shines with a strange yellow glow. Again, electromagnetic energy coming out of gravitational energy. Sometimes observers describe bluish ball-like formations like ball lightning, but much larger, visible inside the funnel cloud. Because it's a new physics. This has nothing to do with vacuum levitating. Sometimes you see a slowly moving column of fire, a pillar of fire by day and a star by night, right? Interesting. Jones describes a pulse generator, a center of electrical activity that looks like a round, bright blue spot in a parent cloud that appears 30 to 90 minutes before the funnel even shows up. The pulse generator starts first, then the funnel cloud. So, you know, wow, this is so exciting. The facts of various luminescences in the atmosphere have been known for many years. They precede and accompany earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, appearing before and in the time of the passage of tropical hurricanes, thunderstorms, and above earthquake tectonic fault areas. Actually, there is no large-scale, high-energy event in the depths of the Earth or on its surface that is not accompanied by these luminous objects. Wow. That's why when the sun gives off a bunch of this stuff, that you're going to get these amazing, earth changes, and that's what we were expecting. Oh my God, the pole shift. Oh my God, the tsunami, the supervolcano, the Yellowstone caldera is going to blow. Well, that's what we were afraid was going to happen, but again, apparently angelic ETs are going to give us a non-catastrophic ascension because we earned it by being loving enough. They're going to protect the earth and allow us to have this energetic shift, which again, literally the same science of dematerialization and levitation is the science you will be able to use when you have ascended abilities. The human being is now able to perform these phenomena just like a tornado would, because you can now generate it out of your pineal gland, as we talked about 2 weeks ago. Can't believe how fast time is going, man. Without any reason or proof, these emitting atmospheric objects are considered as side effects of main events of earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, fault-developing processes, thunderstorms, etc. Remember how all of these different things are going up and it can't be caused by normal man-made carbon emissions? Yeah. So here's the theory. We're not going to get too into the theoretical stuff. The construction of a non-homogeneous physical vacuum or space-time type of theory began from the study of properties of plasma balls forming in these energy-active domains of the Earth, which again are all coming off the geometry. These objects possess unique properties that hardly conform with the modern concepts of physics. They emit electromagnetic waves in a wide range. They have the surprising ability to penetrate solid objects. That's very important. They are also able to draw dust in and bring it to rotation, thus creating the mouth of the tornado, or in smaller cases, as you're going to see in Ezra's slides here. They form electric, magnetic, and gravitational fields around them. And that's how you generate free energy, basically. I mean, it's not really free, but it's a non-equilibrium thermodynamics. They are able to divide themselves into multiple parts. That's another thing Kenneth Shoulders discovered, the charge clusters. The frequency of the arrival of these vacuum domains rises abruptly as you get increased solar activity. Well, we've been going through massive amounts of solar activity right now. So there's going to be a lot more of these vacuum domains around us right now. Isn't that interesting? They emit electromagnetic waves in a wide range. They have the surprising ability to penetrate solid objects. They draw dust in. Sorry, we already had this one. I guess you needed to hear it twice. How do you explain a maple leaf, in another case, pressing into a hard stucco wall and mushing in? Why did the porous tip of a charred plank stay undamaged after puncturing a wall? Why did a pine plank never break while it was puncturing a sheet of iron? And that's, again, this picture right here. The bridge is fine. There's no dent. There's no crack. And the railroad wooden tie just punched right through it with no damage because it was liquefied. The metal was liquefied at that point. What forces can make a deep trench in water and then keep the wall stable? That would be anti-gravity. What forces might act separately upon a car, tearing off its two wheels to leave the body safe? Okay, so now we're going to skip ahead, and we're going to go to the tornado anomalies that I delineated in my own master book, which you can see. I got the New York Times bestseller back when that was even possible. There it is right there, Source Field Investigations, man. First two books I wrote were New York Times bestsellers. The other two appeared in the Nielsen ratings in the top 15, but they did not get on the New York Times bestseller list. Why? Because they keep it as a closed system. If they don't like you, then you don't get on the list. So they don't like me, and I only have 2 New York Times bestsellers as a result, but I'll take it. 2 is enough. So my first New York Times bestseller, Source Field, these are the anomalies I came up with. I did a lot more research than just what Dmitriev gave us. An official NOAA government website collected eyewitness reports from a tornado outbreak in Grand Rapids, Michigan on April 3rd, 1956. You can see they got to have a disclaimer. Oh, in the interest of historical accuracy, we have not edited these for content presented as they were submitted to the National Weather Service. Right, because they got to have a easy way out to say, hey, we're not saying this is true. This is just what people said. The reports included a living room window that was embedded with grains of sand, but it did not crack. Oh, yeah, you just shoot the sand at the window at a high speed. No, you'd sandblast. It's not going to go inside the glass. I actually heard from people who lived in Florida that they had straw that was embedded in their plate glass window. So please, the DS is always taking pictures of these kind of things down off the internet. They're very hard to find pictures of this stuff because they get scrubbed all the time. They don't want you to know that this stuff is going on. Sand inside the glass is amazing. A farm machine had several leaky holes in its oil pan from pieces of straw that shot through it. Straw was found embedded into a brick wall of a house. How do you explain that? 3-inch twig blended into a wall without breaking or cracking the twig or the wall. Blades of grass, this is all from NOAA. Remember, they all linked to this stuff on their website. Blades of grass were driven into tree trunks. And a cow became embedded in a tree. I had a girlfriend from Oklahoma. They have a lot of tornadoes there. And she said that she knew of more than one farmer where one of their cows ended up embedded in the wall and died after the tornado. They don't survive usually this kind of stuff because it cuts off blood flow, etc. But their butt gets stuck in the wall of the barn. Again, that's what can happen. Cow became embedded in a tree. Stephanie Blosey in her blog alluded to stories of a coat hanger blended into a wooden board and wood splinters stuck into a brick, though no direct references were given. In the comments section, Russell L. DeGarmo claimed he saw a 2x4 driven through both the front and back walls of a 2-story brick home. The entry hole in the bricks was smaller than the size of the plank itself. His parents had driven him to see this odd event in Pennsylvania in the early 1940s. So, I'm curious to see, let's just see in the comments here, the poor cow. The glass would normally shatter, that's right. I want to see if any of you guys, is there anybody in the audience right now, we got 2,500 people, have any of you guys ever actually seen a tornado anomaly? I haven't in person. I just want to see if anybody actually has. Are those luminous? Here's one. Vacapalo, my brother says he perceived the cement wall of his home bending as Hurricane Maria hit the island in 2017. Physically or his perception, I don't know. That would be a great example. And yeah, because the bending is like the liquefaction of the wall. So Huggy Sunrise, yes. Stephen D'Amato, yes. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Tammy Seliglot, yes. John Bernasconi, only in my mind. The Sunflower Life, Master Dave donated $222 Canadian. Dang, I'm racking it up today. Master David, thank you for your continued service to our collective ascension. You are educating, uplifting, and greatly assisting the divine plan. Divine blessings to you. I guess it's better than getting hit in the head by Linda Moulton Howe with a shovel. That was from Sam Gonzalez. I haven't, but a few tornadoes happened near me in the past, one even in Brooklyn. You look badass, David, says Midnight Mark. I had a water spout while living in Galveston. Mother and brother were in our house. One end of the house got torn off and it moved. Damn, that's scary. That's Tammy 1441. Yes, after hurricane window, I saw in Homestead leaves embedded into a glass window. Okay. I once saw a blue indigo orb of light appear out of nowhere. Is it ball lightning? That's Misael Ariza. Yes, that's probably what it would be. D. Vine says, my ex remembers straw blown through a barn wall at his grandparents' farm in Minnesota. Jared says, I've been in a tornado in Oklahoma where it ripped the roof off our house. My cousin once had a 2x4 punched through his Chevy truck door in Oklahoma. There you go. Let's see if we got another one. G3333 ball. Yes, in Kingsport, Tennessee, the sky turned dark green and purple after it passed. Interesting. Anna T., my friend lives in Montana. A tornado ripped off the roof of the porch, but a lone sheet of paper didn't move off the table. You're keeping me going, says Debbie Martz. I'm glad you're here. No tornadoes or hurricanes in Arizona, says David Corin. Huggy Sunrise, a 4x4 was perfectly impaled on a car radio antenna. Wow. No damage or nothing. It slipped right off. Wow. Sounds like the Philadelphia experiment, 1943, says Harry James. Yes. If your consciousness is centripetal enough, you could steer the tornado. Genetic Jabber said, I believe that would ultimately be true. Tammy 1441, it also took our barn and another house, flew through it, took the car I was supposed to drive in when I was 16. Laura Terzo, we had straw driven through the tree bark in 1967. Dana Turner says, I haven't, but sometimes I feel like Dorothy from Oz. Tez Brooks, it was picking up bins and rubbish. It was hot that evening. It snuck into America on its way to Uncle in Winnipeg, LAL, Detroit. I saw a person get picked up by a tornado, says Winter. In Los Angeles, we only get fire and earthquakes, says Qualia Cycle. Monica says, yes, in Florida, a tree went through a window, but the window did not crack. Dang. See, we only have 2,500 people only. It's a big audience. And look at how many we're getting here. Sunflower Heart, I saw one about a half mile away. It took off the neighbor's roof, but left the barn behind. Let's raise the Pentagon, says John Bernasconi. Thanks for bringing us together, says Swayfit. I dream of tornadoes often. Stream of Consciousness says they say that American Indians would do some sort of rituals to steer tornadoes. I totally believe that. Tornado science proves there is no spoon. That's right. Ann McCracken. A concrete block barn blown to bits, but the old farmhouse next to it was completely undamaged. Midnight Mark, I am the tornado raging against the Lilith Guild. Okay, so the answer is yes. When I asked you guys if you've seen these tornado phenomena, you know, I know that when the tornado destroys everything, it's really sad, but please, if you ever happen to see one of these things, take a picture of it and email it to me, and I will use it in the show, because it's so hard to actually get pictures of this stuff. And I do have some, not very many though. They're very hard to find. Finally, we understand tornadoes, says Rob of Broccoli. Meditation with a group of people can reduce tornado activity. Yes, that's right. Wayne Ferree, in 2023, a tornado traveled through southern Illinois and Indiana. A donkey was relocated from Robinson, Illinois to Sullivan, Indiana. To everyone's amazement, the animal was fine. Beverly Adams, when I was 7, I predicted a tornado to kill someone the next day. My mom freaked out and told me to never do that again. F. Suze Seminole DC98 says, I saw pine straw embedded in the trunk of a pine tree after the 3/1/2007 EF4 in Millers Ferry, Alabama, near Selma. Put your helmet. Okay, so anyway, we've got ample amounts of evidence from the audience in real time. This was live. You can read the stream on your own if you want to see it. We've got everybody saying, yes, I saw these things myself. So that's awesome. Thank you, guys. So the entry hole in the bricks was smaller than the size of the plank. Again, it's like we had that woman saying that the wall stretched for her brother in Florida. Yeah, the wall was liquefied so that as the plank goes through the bricks, it actually stretches like a liquid or like rubber, and then the hole is smaller after it goes through. It's incredible. Another commenter claimed to have seen a banana embedded into a telephone pole halfway through. Jim Mims claimed that NASA's own Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, I'd like to go take a look, has a display of a section of telephone pole that has a drinking straw embedded into it. Stephanie was brave enough to offer her opinion about what these are caused by, and it now seems fairly accurate. Quote, another theory based on quantum physics and the law of one, she probably got this from me, states that the piece of straw is electrically changed super fast as it spins inside the tornado and it blends into a higher energy density. Yeah, I would basically agree with that. When it flies out of the tornado and comes in contact with something of a lower energy density, it passes through it like a ghost until the energy levels equalize and then the straw is frozen and blended into the object. Of course, numerous commenters attacked her for even stating this as a potential explanation. In Freaks of the Storm, the book, climatologist Dr. Randy Cerveny shared additional examples. A Minnesota tornado split open a tree, jammed in an automobile, and then clamped the tree shut again in 1919. Apparently there were no cracks. A tornado in India from 1838 caused a long stalk of bamboo to be completely embedded through a 5-foot thick wall. Bamboo goes through a 5-foot thick wall with bricks on both sides. Oh, yeah. It's because it was going really fast. Dude, they don't want you to know this. Anybody that's laughing at this and saying, oh, David is a liar, David is a grifter, wait a minute. How am I grifting you or conning you? I'm showing you where to get this data. I'm showing you the Russian scientist who did 20 years of research on this stuff. The papers that he wrote, scientific papers that were peer-reviewed and published with other authors. This is not fake. It's just that they want you to turn on the TV and think that a vacuum caused a tornado. It did not. And matter blending is a very real thing that we see over and over again. In 1896, a tornado in St. Louis, Missouri drove a 2x4 plank of pine through solid iron. That's the one that we saw, the picture from the Eads Bridge. And there is an excellent picture of it in the book, which is, again, this one we're about to see. In Mount Carmel, Illinois, a tornado in 1877 drove, this is so crazy. A brick was driven through the outer wall of a house, the interior wood, the plaster wall, 27 more feet between the two rooms, and then lodged into a rear wall, and none of the corners of the brick were broken off. Dang, 27 feet inside a house. And now let's go back to 1896, Eads Bridge. A 2x4 plank goes through solid iron. And that's that picture right there. That's the Eads Bridge, okay? That's where it came from. In 1951, a bean, like literally something you could eat, was blended halfway into a fresh chicken egg, and it never cracked the shell in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Randy Cerveny found a photograph of this peculiar incident, and I didn't include it here because it doesn't really, you can't really see it, but it just, the picture is this guy holding up an egg, and you just see this big black spot inside the egg. But it's not impressive. Let's just put it that way. So I never took a picture of that and put it in the show. But again, the fact that the egg didn't crack is amazing. Washburn University has a website discussing, oh, here comes a big one. Oh, we got somebody else that had something to say. LMG Philanthropy. My mother once tried to save the deck umbrella from taking off during the start of a storm. She flew like Mary Poppins as she tried to close it and went airborne. Wow. Sharon Lewis. I remember these anomalies being spoken about when I was a kid. I'm now 76 years old. Over 50 people were killed in our neighboring county in 1966. We cannot locate any pictures. Philadelphia experiment. The people blended into the metal of the ship. Yes, that's right. Now you've got it, man. That's the whole point. The blending. Okay, here we go. June 8th, 1966, Topeka, Kansas. A report from Jan Griffin. This is one of the craziest ones of all, you guys. When her car was dug out of the wreckage 2 days later, items like soap and shampoo and shaving razors from the bathroom got inside the trunk of her car, though she did not put them there, and apparently she saw no sign that the trunk had ever even been opened. So literally what we're seeing is that the tornado dematerialized the shampoo bottles in her bathroom, and they're flying around in a ghost-like state, spread out in time, three-dimensional time. They then flip back down into physical matter inside her car in 1966 in Topeka, Kansas, and then become shampoo again. Incredible. That's freaking incredible. Another website features a photograph of glass pieces embedded in an aluminum pipe in a tornado on the Isle of Wight, June 19, 1985. In 2004, the Boonshoft Museum of Discovery displayed bizarre artifacts that historical societies like to keep under wraps. Yep, because they don't want to be criticized, in Dayton, Ohio. And it included a gas meter that had been speared by a stick of wood without breaking or cracking the glass in the Xenia tornado from 1974. So here's some of the only pictures that I was actually able to find online of the matter blending. It's very difficult to locate these. There's a straw blown into a tree. These are pieces of straw embedded in wood. Maybe that's from the Boonshoft Museum. I don't know. And then this is an artistic illustration. Oh, I don't want to keep it yellow for so long, but part of what can happen is that the tornado creates a vacuum and the jug has all the air sucked out of it. And then the chickens running around get dematerialized and their vapor gets sucked into the jug as the tornado goes away. And then they rematerialize inside the jug. Wow. And now he's poking his head out from inside the jug. And this is a widely reported phenomenon, believe it or not. It's happened multiple times. So the question is, okay, now we've seen these incredible anomalies, but could we recreate these things with scientific technology? Well, yeah, one of the ways, again, was the microcluster iridium. You heat it up to 850, it disappears, and it loses all of its weight. Oh, David Hudson must be lying. Well, no. I mean, this is how it really works. Iridium, bismuth, certain other materials have these amazing properties because they generate charge clusters when you electrify them, or in the case of iridium, just heating them up. So David Hutchison actually got the same stuff to happen in the lab with what's called the Hutchison effect, direct evidence of matter blending. This is actually real stuff where what he's doing here, you can see this is a knife, and he was able to mush the knife right into an aluminum block. And if you actually look at it up close, the aluminum atoms and the steel atoms are blended together. There's both inside. How is he doing this? He's using high-density rotating electromagnetic fields, folks. You generate a whole bunch of high-energy electromagnetic energy in a small area. You get everything spinning. The next thing you know, things start levitating, and he's got these cannonballs levitating off the ground. He's got glasses of water where the water flies up, the glass flies up. We filmed it again for levitation. I hope we can get that movie made, where he levitated a bleach bottle for us. It's the first time he's done it for a film crew. This is the kind of stuff I'd love to talk about in movies as well, you know. But anyway, we got him, he's got these aluminum blocks. They get soft and they cold melt, and then he can blend in this case, a knife. This case, he's actually using wood. You can actually measure that there is aluminum atoms inside the wood. It has both organic and inorganic. And then this is where he had a cold melting aluminum bar. You can see a film of that. And he pushed a penny in there and it merged right in with the aluminum. There's another example. So again, I've been talking to Ashton Forbes a little bit on X because I like what he's doing. All of this science validates the MH370 film analysis. This is called masking. It's technological invisibility. And you see, again, these three orbs that are rotating around the plane, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's just gone. Ancient civilizations apparently had this technology to work with stone, and that's where we go to Sacsayhuaman in Peru. The stones look like they've been levitated. They're massive, so heavy, and they look like they got pushed together with like they were just made out of clay. So that's probably what it is. This actually, the Spanish conquistadors, when they saw this, they thought it was made by the devil, and so they fired a whole bunch of cannonballs at it, and they knocked off the top layers. And if you see these little round holes in the wall, those are actually caused by the cannonballs. Oh, the devil must have done this, because this can't be done by humans. Well, not with our current technology, but if you had this tornado technology, the dematerialization, anti-gravity, yeah, then you could start building stuff like this. So Sacsayhuaman is an incredible example, you guys, because you've got sometimes 8 feet in the vertical, and they're just mushed together, and then the archaeologists say, oh, they were just trying to save the stone. They didn't want to waste any stone. Wait a minute. You're telling me they're going to go to all this trouble to carve these funky edges on the stones because they don't want to waste any stone. It's way more work than to just carve blocks. No. What's happening is these stones were levitated. They become soft. You mush them together. After 20 minutes, the field wears off, and now they harden up, and you've got your stone wall or your pyramid or whatever you want to make. And Egypt was doing this all the time. That's why they have such great carvings, like the stone sarcophagus in the king's chamber is another example. Christopher Dunn talked about the drill marks and that the drill had to be so great. No, the stone was just soft. So there's a doorway made basically for giants. By the way, what other kind of skeletal remains do you find around Sacsayhuaman? Oh, that's right. Sorry, I went black there for a second. I'm not supposed to hit number 8. That's left for the other room if I ever go do something over there with my drum set. But anyway, you've got this whole science of Sacsayhuaman with giant skeletons or elongated skulls. So the people with the elongated skulls, the ones that probably represent your Rh negative bloodline, the so-called DS bloodline, yeah, they were the ones that probably did this because right around this area you find these elongated skulls. Beverly Adams says walls of Jericho, and you're absolutely right. Oh, Joe Valachi says Bob Grenier has even examined some of Hutchinson's samples in an SEM. That's interesting. Sunflower heart. My son found a bluebird stuck in a tree with a branch right through the bird. That's really sad, but yeah, amazing in terms of the science. Here in northern Illinois, we seem to have some of the worst tornadoes. My husband always keeps track of tornado chasers. When you know how to make a sack, you know how to make a sack wall. Sacsayhuaman, sack wall built by humans. S. Gashner. David, I'm so glad you're following Ashton Forbes' work. Yeah, I mean, you know, he earned my respect. He earned my respect. Hello, David. Patrick from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I love you, David, and thanks for your services to us. Yeah, this is really good. So, ancient aliens never want to tell us any of this information. They should know this. Well, yeah, this goes beyond what I could get away with putting into an Ancient Aliens episode as a consulting producer. They weren't going to air content like this. We're still holding true. 25, 27 people right now. So, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, guys. Sacsayhuaman is huge. I mean, how could they have done this so many times? And even in Europe, there's another one that's the same kind of deal. It's called vitrified forts, where stone appears to be melted together. So these are different types of stone. As you can see, they fuse together. And you can even see in some cases what looks like they've been melted. Like right here, you can actually see the melt marks. So that's a British £1 coin, which I know because I've traveled in London and throughout the Stonehenge and everything. What they seem to have been doing is taking large piles of rocks and then zapping them with their little gun, and then those rocks all melt together. This is a vitrified fort. They exist in Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Belgium. I mean, everybody's got vitrified forts. They make piles of rocks, they zap them with their little pyramid maker, and it turns into a really handy wall. It's a nice, cheap, easy way. You can levitate the rocks with anti-gravity. You find them in a creek bed, you levitate them, you put them where you want your wall to be, and then you zap them really good, and they all melt together. So that's probably what caused this. Now, even in, again, Sacsayhuaman, Peru, they would levitate the stones and then hold them together like balloons with bronze clamps. So what do we got here? Top left, imprint of metal clamp that formerly joined two gigantic blocks in Pumapunku, one of the ones we always talk about in Ancient Aliens, Tiwanaku. Image of a metal clamp, top right, Ollantaytambo. Imprint of a metal clamp in Angkor Wat, Cambodia. That's where they had the Cambodian Stegosaurus, time-traveling dinosaur. Imprint of a metal clamp in Dendera, Egypt. Whoa! Why in the world would people be holding together gigantic, impossibly heavy blocks of stone with weird little bronze clamps that look like they just mushed them in, like somebody just pushed it in with their hand? Because what they would actually do is they join multiple stones together like a big old set of balloons, and then you move them as one. So this is incredibly fascinating. And again, these clamps, you got Cambodia, Egypt, you got Peru, all these different places where megalithic architecture is, and it appears that bronze doesn't dematerialize the same way as the stone does, so you can have the bronze stay solid. The stone is partially dematerialized, and you move. Imagine now that you've got a huge 300-ton block of stone, and you're just pushing it with your hand to move it around once you zap it with your little crystal gun, which is apparently what they found, by the way. So Area 51 has these various technologies that levitate stones. That was one of the whistleblowers that Greer came out with last year. It was in our movie. D.C. Long was his name. He had a levitating block of stone. He walks in, he sees this thing, and then they ruined his life, and he was never allowed to talk. And you know, so he's coming out in fear of his life. So again, these bronze clamps really, really drive the point home that yes, the stones were levitating, they're partially dematerialized, they're held together by the bronze. That is so amazing. But another very important point, we're at almost 2.5 hours now, this is the last little part of my show before we get into the Michael slides, is the consciousness connection to the vacuum domains. So once again, here we are with Dr. Oleksii Dmitriev, and once again, this paper has now been taken off the internet. It was on tmgnow.com, doesn't exist anymore. The planetophysical function of vacuum domains talks about the whole solar system changing as these objects keep coming out of the sun more and more. All of the qualities of this class of phenomena, the vacuum domains, ball lightning, require the development of new branches of physics, which again, they're keeping it classified, Area 51. Particularly, you have to create a non-homogeneous physical vacuum model. In other words, higher pressure flows to lower pressure through the portal of the sphere or ball lightning. An advancement of science in this direction would allow us to reveal the true nature of these objects, which act upon our geological and biospheric environment and on human life. So we need an advancement of science. Well, you're going to be able to make UFOs once you know how to do this stuff. And dematerialization. A compelling need exists to commence a scientific study to delineate the problems associated with the Earth's current transformation and the effects they will have on our global demographics. That's the number of people on Earth, basically, is what he's talking about. Sharp rise of our technogenous system's destructive force on a planetary as well as cosmic scale places our future survival in question. The situation that has been created here in the solar system, our heliosphere, that's the sun's magnetic field, is of an external interstellar cosmic energy origin. There's some cosmic energy, a cloud we're flying into as a solar system. It is here and assumed to be caused by the underlying fundamental auto-oscillating, again, the vibration, is what he's talking about, the geometry, space physical processes of continuous creation, meaning new matter is being made, that have shaped and continue to evolve our universe. Remember all the salt showing up in the ocean? The response to these interstellar energy and matter injections into our sun's atmosphere, the heliosphere, has been and continues to be a series of newly observed energetic processes and formations on all the planets. And again, he's talking about interplanetary climate change between the planets, their moons, and the planets and the sun. Earth's ability to adapt to these external actions and transferences is aggravated, made more difficult by the technogenous alterations we have made to the natural quality or state of our geological environment. Our planet Earth is now in a dramatic transformation. Now here's the real key. This is a very accredited Russian scientist, peer-reviewed, and look at what he says. There are reasons favoring or pointing to the fact that a growth in our ethical, spiritual quality of humanity would decrease the number and intensity of complex catastrophes. Why? Because as bad things happen, as many people in one area are suffering, they draw out these natural self-luminous formations from the Earth's grid, which then explode in the fault line, causing an earthquake, explode in the magma, causing a volcano, emerge on the surface as a tornado, emerge on the surface as a hurricane. They have the lights, they have the ball plasma that goes along with it, and we draw them out. And this is what is very commonly seen in indigenous cultures in Asia, Native American cultures, European cultures. If you're having bad weather, if you're having catastrophes, it's because of the drop of ethical quality of the people. And then we saw that the Dr. Alexander Golod pyramid experiments in Russia they caused a reduction of severe weather and earthquakes. So the pyramid power, as you spread the energy around, get it spinning. Remember I said that all the fluid-like energy is flowing inside the pyramid as if the outside was like a glass tank, and it spins inside the pyramid. Well, this creates a big spin field around the pyramid that reduces earthquakes and reduces severe weather. Why? Because those balls are not randomly falling into fault lines or volcanoes anymore. They're being dissipated. So you get safer. So if you have an immune system of the earth, the immune system is trying to make us more loving. We want to have a growth in our ethical and spiritual quality. And so the reason why the earth actually does this is that when all these people have become evil and negative and they're competing with each other and they hate each other and they're driving too fast and they're angry and there's domestic violence, drop a nice earthquake on them. Now all of a sudden everybody wants to help each other. Drop a nice volcano on them. Now they all want to help each other out. That's the earth's immune system because it's trying to keep us more loving. So you don't have to like it, but it works. And this is real. And so the more that we can evolve how we treat each other, the better our climate is going to be and the fewer catastrophes we're going to have. That's important. It's become vitally important that we have a world chart of the favorable and catastrophic regions on Earth. We take into account their geological environment, the variety of cosmic influences, the global grid, of course, and their real level of spiritual ethical development. How would you ever rank that? You know, that'd be kind of a tough thing to do, but I get the idea. Hundreds of thousands of these NSLFs, or ball lightnings, are exerting an increasing influence on the Earth's geophysical fields and biosphere. Here comes the ascension part. We suggest the presence of these formations is our mainstream precedent to the transformation of the Earth, and Earth becoming more and more subject to transitional physical processes which exist within the borderland between the spirit world or physical vacuum and our material world. All of this places humanity, each one of us, squarely in front of a very difficult topical problem where we have to create a revolutionary advancement in knowledge that requires a transformation of our thinking and being that is equal to this never-before-seen phenomena like tornadoes and the weird stuff we saw now presenting itself in our world. So, a growth in the ethical and spiritual quality of humanity would reduce catastrophes. How do we prove this? My ex-girlfriend sent me, my nickname for her was Freshie. So Freshie sent me, she actually sent me something really, really good. She sent me this link. I'm like, oh, let me check on this and just see what it is. And it was about the New Madrid earthquakes of 1811 and 1812. I did not know about this, but there was like 6 months where we had the worst earthquakes ever measured in human history right around Kentucky, Indiana, and the Great Lakes, that whole region, the New Madrid Fault. Now, when I read the website, it's like, oh, there was a huge war that started right before the earthquakes began where all the Native American Shawnee people are getting wiped out. And the U.S., at that time, probably cabal-controlled, definitely, was in the process of stealing all their land. I mean, 25-25, how about that? That's a great number. So it does appear that there was an ethnic cleansing going on, and the earth actually responded with all these people. Not too many people died, but they were being conquered. And so you can imagine there's millions of people potentially who are very Native Americans, very sad, crying, and they're all upset and they're angry, and they were spiritual people, but they get thrown out of their alignment. They're in this very sad situation. They're all upset, and they draw out these plasma balls from the earth, creating the biggest earthquakes ever known in the middle of a war. That is a perfect example of what Dmitriev talked about in the Planetophysical paper that we just saw. The growth in the ethical spiritual quality will reduce catastrophes. Well, this is exactly the opposite. You got basically, it wasn't all that bloody, but it's still essentially like a conquering ethnic cleansing kind of thing. And they have these quakes at the same time. So let's dig in. It's the New Madrid, Missouri website, and it's online as of today. It might disappear, so, go take a look if you want to find it. It's still going to be there right now. It says strange happenings during the earthquakes. So here's the link. You can type it in, pause the shot, and type that in. It'll be there. As of today, it was. I don't know how long it's going to last. So all these crazy things happen. First of all, The earthquakes were preceded by the appearance of a comet visible around the globe for 17 months that was at its brightest during the earthquakes. It has a 3,065-year orbit and was last seen during Pharaoh Ramses II. So wait a minute, the comet was the brightest during the earthquakes? Yeah, because part of what made this happen was that you have another gravitating body near the Earth, and that it's drawing with energetic processes, it's drawing these natural self-luminous formations out of the Earth. So part of it was the position of the comet. In our new physics, that totally makes sense. And when the comet was the brightest, meaning it's the closest to the Earth, that's when it's drawing the most number of these portals out of the Earth. It's incredible. Really, really interesting. In 1811-12, it was called Tecumseh's Comet or Napoleon's Comet in Europe. Tecumseh was a Shawnee Indian leader whose name actually means shooting star, or he who walks across the sky, and he was given this name at birth. So how crazy is that? He's named after a comet. His parents were obviously psychic. They saw this in the future. Tecumseh means shooting star. And then during Tecumseh's War, there's this huge shooting star in the sky. Wow, isn't that interesting? A great speaker and military leader, he organized a confederation of Indian tribes to oppose the takeover of 3 million acres of Indian lands obtained by the treaty. Well, they say obtained, but, is it fair? I don't know. By the Treaty of Fort Wayne in 1809. His brother was a religious leader called the Prophet and gained fame foretelling a total eclipse on June 16, 1806, which they say he learned about in advance from a team of visiting astronomers. Okay, so he didn't really do a miracle. He wasn't really psychic, but what the hell? The point is, Tecumseh was a great leader, and he was not able to win this war. So 3 million acres were seized by the cabal government of the time. And this is the area that we're talking about. It goes up into Canada, and you've got the Ojibwe, Chippewa tribe, Odawa tribe. You got the Potawatomi, you got the Miami, the Wabash, the Illinois, the Shawnee, and the Lenape. This entire area was seized with violence, and immediately after America started doing that to conquer the land, there's these huge freaking earthquakes, the biggest in recorded history, happening with the comet in the air at the same time. It's crazy. I love it. I mean, it's sad that this happened, but it's very fascinating from a scientific perspective. During this time, the governor of the Indiana Territory, William Henry Harrison, worried about the prophet's popularity, challenged him to produce another miracle. After the day of the black sun or eclipse, the brothers had no trouble attracting followers. The black sun was said to predict a future war. Well, they were right. September 17, 1811, they had another solar eclipse, again, which he predicted. Their center of operations was at Prophetstown, the junction of the Wabash and Tippecanoe rivers in northern Indiana. Tecumseh was traveling and recruiting warriors among the southeastern tribes. Here it comes. Governor Harrison attacked Prophetstown with over 1,000 armed soldiers on November 6, 1811, a preemptive strike by the United States, marking the beginning of Tecumseh's War. So this is the beginning of the seizure of that entire massive amount of land that I showed you. A preemptive strike. They didn't see it coming. Everybody gets really sad. Remember the date. It's November 6th, 1811. Okay? Tecumseh's War fought in the Old Northwest Territory, present-day Midwestern U.S., Southern Canada, primarily focused areas around the Great Lakes, Ohio River Valley, key areas of Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and Southern Ontario. And then right immediately below that is Kentucky, which is where I used to live for several years. The main conflict areas were around Fort Meigs, Fort Detroit, and the Battle of Tippecanoe. So there again is the area where this horrible, horrible war, and all this land was stolen from them. The war started on November the 6th, okay, remember that. So now we're only talking about 40 days later. Only 40 days after this surprise attack began, December 16th is when these massive earthquakes began. So people have now had 40 days to be crying. Ooh, it's horrible. Your land is being taken away. Your wife got raped. Your kids got killed. It could be anything. It could be horrible atrocities are happening all over the place. Your husband gets murdered. Then the guys rape you after your husband is gone. All kinds of crazy stuff could happen. So people are suffering. They're crying. There's this mass mass sadness. There's a comet which is lensing all this energy into Tecumseh's comet, and that comet helped to draw these orbs out of the earth at the same time while these people are suffering. So during this time where the earthquake started, Tecumseh was at the Shawnee and Delaware Indian villages near Cape Girardeau, 50 miles north of the earthquake epicenter at New Madrid. The war raged on. The tribes eventually lost the following spring. They got completely wiped out. The whole time they're getting killed, these earthquakes keep on going. The earthquakes continued as he traveled back to Prophetstown, arriving there in February of 1812. So then I said, okay, what are the casualties? I asked Google. It wasn't that many people died, but remember, everybody lost their land. They're saying that it was only about 36 to 50 deaths at Tippecanoe, 16 to 33 deaths at the Thames, 62 to 84 American deaths. The Battle of Thames also saw Tecumseh's death. So again, we're not talking about high body count. That doesn't matter. It's the fact that everybody was crying, everybody was sad, and then once their land got conquered, they get kicked out of their houses, they have to migrate, they get moved onto these reservations. There's probably a lot of crazy atrocities, sexual stuff, all kinds of bad things happening. And that suffering of this war caused this earthquake to happen. Now check this out. The New Madrid earthquakes were the biggest in our American history. They occurred in the central Mississippi Valley, but they were felt as far away as New York City, Boston, Montreal, and Washington, D.C. You like what I did there? President James Madison and his wife Dolly felt them in the White House. Church bells rang uncontrollably in Boston. From December 16th, 1811 through March of 1812, which is right when the war ended, there were as soon as the war ended, the earthquake stopped, interestingly enough. There were over 2,000 earthquakes in the central Midwest and between 6,000 to 10,000 earthquakes in the boot heel of Missouri, where New Madrid is located near the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi River. Holy crap. We're talking about a total of up to 12,000 earthquakes from December through March. We're talking about 3 months. In only 3 months, you get 12,000 earthquakes, the biggest ones in American history. Holy crap. Just so happens to be in the middle of a war. In the known history of the world, no other earthquakes lasted so long or produced so much evidence of damage as New Madrid. 3 of the earthquakes are on our top list of the worst ones. The first one on December 16th had an 8.1 on the Richter scale. Oh my God. January 23rd was a 7.8. February 7th was an 8.8. Holy crap. The Mississippi actually ran backwards. Can you believe this? After the February 7th earthquake, boatmen reported the Mississippi actually ran backwards for several hours. The force of the land upheaval 15 miles south of New Madrid created Reelfoot Lake, drowned the inhabitants of an Indian village, turned the river against itself to flow backwards, devastated thousands of acres of forest, and created 2 temporary waterfalls in the Mississippi River. Boatmen on flatboats actually survived this experience and lived to tell the tale. And then, oh, here it comes. Earthquake lights. They saw massive numbers of these orbs rising out of the ground, which they say are caused here, they say, by quartz crystals being squeezed, seismoluminescence. So all the time that these huge earthquakes are happening, people are seeing all these orbs. You see what I'm saying, folks? This is fascinating science, isn't it? Shelley Dean says, your hair looks good on you like that. Human brains are scalar transceivers, says Joe Velacci. They can interact, send, and receive in your zero-point energy field. Gregory Leon Watson, why isn't this taught in academia? Because it's classified. If you started, up until now, I think I'm pretty safe now, but up until recently, if you tried to talk about this stuff, you're going to get a knock on the door. And let's see what, there was a donation that came in for $222 Canadian. Master David, thank you for your continued service to Collective Ascension. You're educating, uplifting, and greatly assisting the divine plan. With blessings to you, 13 thumbs up. And thank you for that. So yeah, we've got donations still rolling in. Dude, I'm so excited about this show. It's just awesome, isn't it? This content is incredible. And it really, really makes me happy to know. Here's Chomo Alonzo saying, you are a gift from God to humanity, David. Thank you for everything. What about the river that turned blood red in Argentina? Yeah, that's an interesting one. I hate it when the river backs up into my toilet, says maximum voltage. It is so stinky. It absolutely ruins the carpets in the bedroom. What about when it rains frogs? So Sam Gonzalez, we already talked about that there were these shellfish that were transferred 160 kilometers before the tornado showed up. So that's, I can tell you seem annoyed at times, David says, Winter, well, yeah, I mean, I'm getting death threats. I'm having all this legal stuff I got to deal with. I got to hire another attorney. Hopefully we can avoid that. I mean, sure, let's just give them what they want. I don't even care, man. It's like, whatever. You guys want to look for stuff, go ahead and look for stuff. You say I'm not a defendant, that's fine. Okay. Well, we're gonna get this sorted out. Hopefully we don't have to go to court. But yeah, I had a bad week, you know, getting this type of escalation where you got to go to court and you got to get a new attorney and pay more money. It sucks. And I had insomnia last night. So yeah, there's a bit of an edge on my personality today. You can probably feel that. But again, you know, I don't want to see us continue to be ignorant. And to me, the new Madrid quakes are the shining gold standard of the proof between consciousness and earthquakes, because it appears that the suffering of war induced these earthquakes. Well, what would happen if we had a worldwide war? That could lead to the extinction level event. But thanks to Archangel Michael, we are not expecting to have extinction level catastrophes. Once we get these mass arrests, that should be very soon, I believe we're going to have a peaceful planetary ascension, at which time my life will become very interesting and very busy. So the next thing we're going to do is the Archangel Michael time loops. And this, again, if you haven't seen me talk about this before, all this stuff about portals through time, well, I created one with my consciousness using the pineal gland, using basic remote viewing, supposedly 99% accurate. We have here all these tapes that are from 1999 that I dictated, where I was actually bringing in the voice of a higher consciousness that eventually said that it was Archangel Michael. Now, do people want to believe that? Do they think I'm lying? Well, you can decide what you believe. What you don't believe is fine with me. But the point is that this information has been widely verified now, because we have, where the hell is my turkey reels? I got to find your show, you guys. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. We got it. Boom. So, again, what I'm saying is that we have had this very, very interesting phenomenon going on since last September, where I dictated these tapes in 1999. I use remote viewing. I don't know what I'm saying. My conscious mind is deliberately kept away from the content. But then the content is speaking as a higher angelic being. And the content predicted COVID, predicted all the stuff of 2020. So, week after week, we've been doing this. You have to go back and watch the show. Every week since September, we've been doing these time loops, and they're incredible. The voice is cryptic. It doesn't really sound like normal speech sometimes. And it was all on these tapes back from the early 2000s. We found 21. I wrote 7 Michael Prophecies books. That's all I did in 2002 and 2003, or 22 and 23, rather. Now I found out there was 21 tapes that didn't go into the 7 books, and they're sequentially predicting what's going on in our reality day by day, week by week, saying that, yes, we're going to get arrests. Once the arrests happen, people are going to be shocked by the evil they learn about. Once they get shocked, they pray to God. That praying apparently allows these higher beings to intervene on the earth. And so what are they saying is going to happen to us? Some of us are going to become luminous. Some of us are going to be able to levitate. Not everybody. It depends on how much spiritual progress you've made in the Christ consciousness. Well, how could you prove that people could, you know, like we got the Tibetans that are pushing their hands into the stone, their feet into the stone, they levitate. How do we prove that? The answer is tornado physics. Tornado physics is your go-to for levitation, dematerialization, all that cool stuff. They apparently are popping out of the earth. When you get to become an enlightened master, here's an important point. You're going to activate your pineal gland. Your pineal gland harmonizes with the earth, and you draw these plasmoids out of the earth's grid by yourself. You draw one out of the earth, it surrounds you. Now you can levitate inside of it. You have what looks like a halo on the top of your head. That's what the halo is. So the way that humans are going to end up levitating is that you communicate with the earth spiritually. You draw out one of these plasma balls, just like the tornadoes have. It surrounds you, and now you can levitate, or you make a smaller one, you shoot it out of your hand, and you have this plasma ball warfare. warfare involving light, where you're fighting against evil aliens like Draco reptilians and greys, shooting these plasma balls at them out of your hand that you draw up out of the earth. When you get into harm, this is the whole secret, folks. If you live in harmony with the earth, you can attract the plasmoids. You talk to the trees, you talk to the grass, you talk to the animals, you feed the birds, you feed the animals. I'm doing all that stuff, and I'm having very, very strange events all the time up here in the cabin. I'm at 8,600 feet, it's the equivalent of like the Tibetan Himalayan mountain altitude. Everything I'm on is granite, and then I'm inside a pyramid because the wood log cabin that I have as a log cabin home functions like a pyramid. You're about to see that here. So since this week's topic is natural disasters, I'm going to bring you guys back to the 5-foot snowfall that I had starting on March 12th, 2004, part 3. I was out of power for an entire week. I shoveled a huge path for my dog to take a walk almost all the way to the end of the driveway, because if you don't, she's just not going to go. So out of my love for my dog, I shoveled this massive path. So most of this video is me walking the dog. It starts with the snow falling off the roof. I gave you the first 2 sections of this before, so I'm going to run this now. It gives me time to go to the bathroom, take a break, and then I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes here, and we will continue the show. But first I got to mute my microphone. David, was the Great Wall of China built that way? That's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that. Twister Chris, many of us who study storms realize plasma physics are involved. The whole solar system is made of plasma. Bella's Patio Garden says it's an interesting correlation, but not conclusive evidence. Some people are never going to be happy, but Bella's has been loyal, so we're not going to get mad at you. Anyway, a coke break. I don't use any drugs, okay? Please don't accuse me of using cocaine. That's very insulting. But anyway, we got plenty of trolls here, so I think we're done with you. Thank you very much. Anyway, hey, David, Maximilian Herrera, do these plasma balls inspire anime like Dragon Ball and Street Fighter? Absolutely. We have a psychic remembrance of the fact that we were able to do this before. We used to be superhumans. We lost that ability after the Atlantean catastrophe, and we're going to get it back. And I'm really, really excited about that, because apparently I'm going to get these abilities myself. I cannot wait. So without further ado, I'm going to mute my microphone, and then I will turn it back on again as we hear this video. So let's do that now. David, you're just perfect. You haven't shown anything but love. I get a little bit sassy, but that's okay. Today's show has been amazing. You're a true patriot to the Great Awakening. I have so much information, so many different cool things I've come up with that I can paint new pictures with them, and that's what I like to do. It's like using this palette of different colors to come out with something that's really cool. And so that's what we're doing here, folks. We're painting with the new colors of all these things we're learning about. What was the Atlantean catastrophe? Atlantis is Antarctica. It shifted. The Earth's axis shifted. I think the added trolls are a result of your validating Ashton's work. Undoubtedly. I mean, everything I've just done for 3 frickin' hours is exactly the kind of stuff that Ashton is talking about. It's just that I've explained it through natural phenomena and papers that mysteriously are suppressed off the internet. You can't even find Dmitriev. You actually have to go to tmgnow.com on archive.org in order to get this stuff. So gathering so much great info is gold, David, says Gary Hyder Music. Diane Molt says, David is amazing. Yeah, I'm feeling great today. I mean, even though I had a horrible week, legal escalation has dramatically increased. I got the money. You know, we have our benefactor. He's donated all the money for me to fight this. We could fight it with many tens of thousands of dollars if we need to. So if I have to go there, I'm going to go there. But we're going to give them one more chance. I'm going to try to give them whatever I can. You're doing great, David. Don't be distracted by the trolls. I'm really not. I think you guys are probably more distracted by them than I am. Shelley Dean, my friend plays his guitar so loud out in the wilderness in Florida, he draws in angels from the clouds and you can see them. That's interesting. David, are you going to have to do a deposition? I certainly hope not. That's one of the things we'd fight against with our attorneys, and really that would be the escalation I wouldn't put up with. We're not going to be doing that. Snowblower technology exists. Trolls mentioned the money. Yeah, they always get mad that I'm making money, but my God, it's so much less expensive now to just watch the show and donate if you want to, as opposed to me charging you what used to be $333 to see this stuff, you know? Anyway, let's go on now. I don't really mind the trolls, whatever. We're going to go on now and we're going to do all this stuff. So here's the 5-foot snowfall from March 12th, 2004. And I'm going to mute my microphone, and then we're going to watch the clip. So here we go. Okay, my microphone is off, and we are going to now play this shocking example of what happens when you get 5 feet of snow and you're surviving with no power. This is it. Here we go. And
here we go. Avalanche, baby, it's coming. Ready for this, everybody? Oh my God. Oh, is that it? Is that it? I think it was. Okay, well now we got even more shoveling to do. But the danger has passed. Or not, here it comes. There's more. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Is that it? Or is there any more? Crazy stuff. Girlie has to go take her walk in this stuff. My paths are still open, so we're gonna do that. I don't have to shovel anything right now. All the stuff has come off of that roof. But we've got very little snow over here. Most of the stuff on the roof has not come off yet, which is great. So I can get to relax today. Okay, here's the girlie. We're ready to try this. We probably should give her her jacket because without this, she's sad. So this is the first step. Put the jacket on her like this. You gotta strap it down here. Okay, this is super gnarly. She's already up in her jacket. Ready, mush mush? She's like, just open the door, dude. Come on. All right, here we go. Oh my God. My stairs are good. This is the path that I had to recarve so many times as the snow kept coming down. Oh man. We'll see how far she wants to go on the little magic path that Daddy made her. It's not so freaking little, I'll tell you what. There's at least 4 or 5 more inches of snow because this path was clean when I went to bed. So we did get some more. I shoveled all this stuff, you guys, by myself. And that was just part of it. I was also cleaning the porch. We'll see if she does anything. She will pee, but she pooped last night on this trail, thank God. Because I was afraid she was gonna poop on the carpet again. Which is why I did all this work, shoveled all this out. So we would have a place to go. And she loves it. Daddy worked very hard to make this possible. Oh man. It's a lot of exertion to talk and hold the camera and walk through 6 inches of snow here. There we go. Good girl. Let's show everybody the little niche that I made for you that didn't work. Oh my God, this is so intense, you guys. This whole situation. There's just so much snow. So here it is. I made a little niche. Girlie, come here. I made a little, she got some snow on her face. Good girl. She'll shake that right off and we're good. Okay, so this was the niche I made for her to poop in. She didn't do it. So come on, girl. Let's go. It took a long time to shovel all this. How long do you think it took? From 3:45 a.m. till 7 p.m. Pretty much nonstop. Super intense, dude. This whole situation is just like not fun. Shirley doesn't like going through this much snow either. I mean, it's going to be bad on her paws and she's going to get cold. Now we're going uphill, so it's hard in the snow. Because again, there's like 6 inches of new accumulation just since we went to sleep. These snowbanks have just gotten larger and larger and larger. It is a nightmarishly thick accumulation. But you know, the trees shed it off. They don't have that much on them. They just dump it on the ground. Their branches have a way of doing that. So we got to learn to emulate that. I don't know if this is exciting enough to keep watching, but this is what we have to do just to get her to take a piss.
It was horrible.
She's very finicky. She won't just do it, you know. You got to make it happen, or else she chokes up and look at this. Most of the snow fell off the garage roof, but then there's new accumulation. That's a big problem waiting to happen over there. Good luck getting out of the driveway. This is so crazy. Where are we going to put this stuff? I have no idea where all this snow is going to go, dude.
Yeah, it was so bad.
It's just insane. I had to make, yeah, no kidding. To make this pass, just try to get in the garage. That's where my birds go. All this snow here is so crazy. I'm not going to try to shovel this stuff right now. No way. I'm taking a day off. That's all we're doing. Get this. Get that. And we're back.
She wanted her jacket.
Safe and sound for the next 2 hours. Here we go.
Okay.
Avalanche, baby. It's coming.
And we are back. Did you miss me? It wasn't that bad, was it? Reminds me of Canada. Gorgeous dog, yeah. And I mean, this was only like, what, 3 months before she died. So it just shows again that she was fine. You know, this whole idea that like, oh, David was abusing his dog and the dog was dying this terrifying. No. She died a very natural death. No big problems up until the end, you know. There she was 3 months beforehand. Some of these German Shepherds, you see them, their hind legs are limping and they look really crippled at the end of their lives. That never happened to her. Yep, gorgeous dog. How long have you been there? No, I've been living here full time for 4 winters in a row now. It'll be 4 years as of July that I've been living here, nowhere else. David, you're just so handsome. I love the new deuce, as Whitney Coulter. So yeah, it's been, I got the house in 2018. We closed on it in 2018, but I started living here after my divorce because I had nowhere else to go for the last 4 years. And it's been very hard. I really don't want to live in 8 months of winter a year. We had snow. I mean, there's snow on the driveway right now. I had to shovel 2 days ago to get the driveway clear. So it's a big problem. But anyway, we're at 3 hours in, so I'm really on schedule. Everything is going great. And we are now ready for the Archangel Michael time loops, picking up immediately where we left off. Again, this is the stuff that I channeled in 1999. We go through it week by week. It's like a magic formula. All I have to do is read you these slides, and they come true. The prophecies come true. There's dreams, and there's the words of Archangel Michael. And they're going to reassure us that, yes, we are now right before the arrests, and then the arrests lead to the ascension. It's the same message. It's very uniquely tethered to this week's news. So this is the dream from last week. We talked about these attractive women representing, the DS. They had these dogs that they had muzzled them, putting a snorkel over their noses and then tying their arms and legs together. This represents how these evil people have treated us on Earth. And again, they encourage the hoax of the masking, treating us like dogs. They use celebrity models to try to sell us on their crazy ideas. The women were going to throw dogs into the water and then let them snorkel. It was strange and didn't seem related to anything else. They were talking about this as if they were excited about it. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. So again, this shows how much they enjoyed torturing everybody, but now all that's coming to an end. I can't wait. So excited about the future. Then we have some magnificent time loop prophecies of success. This is what Michael said last week. You already saw this, but I'm going to show it to you again. I believe this is talking about what the Alliance is doing and how we're progressing as a planet. We have now found that which we require to do our biddings, in other words, a peaceful, non-catastrophic ascension. We will cross over the bridge with an understanding that our purpose has been fulfilled on this planet. That is very good. It's amazing. Keep in mind that however small your actions may be, the ramifications extend far larger than this. And again, this is a fantastic indication of our future success. Remote viewing the future, I think there is a good chance for you to see the positive products of this interaction that you're having with us in a rapid and concise format. And again, this predicts that the Alliance will be arresting people in the near future, rapidly and concisely. And the work I'm doing with Ezra and the Alliance is helping to make this much smoother. Go forth then, and be aware that the work you are doing together is indeed of vital importance to the future of human civilization. No press, no press. Now we're going to get into the new stuff. The next day is March 17th, 99. 5:03 a.m., I woke up with a dream. I was trying to show other people my writing and highlighted the fact that I had put 4 articles into one publication in a magazine. There were 2 articles on light, an article on the solar cycle, and an article on personal experiences. And I said here, magazines are periodicals, so this does seem in 99 prophetic of the weekly show I'm doing now, every week, like a weekly magazine, giving updates from Michael and the Alliance. And again, the solar cycle is the ascension thing, light is the photons, the geometry. So it all fits very nicely. And I did discuss, as I was unsealing this, the time that I first read it and made the slides, I discussed geometric photons, the solar cycle, and my personal experiences in the very last show before I read this. The 2 articles on light seem to be coming from a more technical side. They were dealing with the multidimensional geometric structure of the universe, certain UFO sightings, and stuff like that. There was some pretty incredible stuff in there. So literally, I'm seeing in my dream the very content that we've been talking about this week and the preceding weeks, and getting a vision of how much better I would understand it in the future than I did in 1999. I've had enormous progress in making sense out of this whole extraterrestrial physics thing since this all started when I was doing this in 1999. So it's, again, very interesting how the dream is completely prophetic of what we were actually just talking about here in the show. All right. Then Michael says, give us the time and we'll be livelier than before, meaning they're going to show up in person. That's what he keeps telling us. This is a mass UFO contact we're going to have on Earth, apparently. Take a moment to awaken and realize you have indeed just been here before, in linear time terms and in cyclical terms. So again, this is prophetic of coming mass sightings. At the end of the cycle, the beings return. We find out we're not alone in the universe. This has happened before. It's not the first time. And in 2006, when I first actually transcribed this, 7 years after I dictated it, it was one of the 21 lost tapes. Again, they seemed to know I'd be transcribing this in the future, but I would also have a sense of no real time elapsing, because I had many time loops in 2006. And I said here that this reminded me of Dr. Hartmut Muller's global scaling theory. He discusses the idea, in his theory, there's no actual distance between the nodes on a wave. They exist in like a quantum superposition, basically. And he says this also exists in time. So in that sense, multiple points of time can connect in the same absolute moment. In that sense, my present, as I'm transcribing this in July 2006, is in the same actual moment of time as the present in 1999 when I did the readings. And then this is the quote I read to you last week. This is talking about 47, and it uses his first name. It's pretty amazing. And then later on, they call him the musical director. Musically, a too fastidious Don he was. So some people think he's too fastidious, so it's a play on words, but it also means two terms, because he spelled it out as TWO, and it was very important I got the spelling right. He told me that when I was getting this in. The archetypes and other sounds make basic sense that cannot be ignored, nor can they be shunned aside. The archetypes and other sounds. Didn't David say sounds make geometry? Yeah. What's the archetype here? Well, 47 has the father warrior archetype. And once the alliance actually does the arrests, now you understand the last two sentences, because once the musical director and his alliance does the arrests, they will, quote unquote, the arrests will make a basic sense to everyone that cannot be ignored or shunned aside. Is that not so freaking exciting? It's like they knew his name in 1999, and they're talking about that he's an archetype. He's a father archetype. A lot of people have father issues. They're mad at him. They don't like him. All right, well, you got to look deeper than what's on the surface. There's much more to this story than what's on the surface. And it will become, the arrest will make basic sense that cannot be ignored or shunned aside. We move ever closer to the point of your concrescence, your own internal fulfillment of this principle that we have set forth. That is ascension. So they're telling us ascension is going to happen. We are greatly relieved for that. So this is prophetic of the coming arrests and the ascension that will follow. And again, in general, they're grateful that I'm transcribing these tapes. We are greatly relieved, he says. So this certainly makes it appear to us that you have been listening well to your instructions. In your own conversations with God, I guess they're talking to me now, David, how is it that you have accomplished so much? Simply look at the end products of what we are doing here, and you will see the benefit that it provides. And yes, the end product is no more pain. Everybody's got enough money. Everybody's happy. You know, everybody's going to ascend. Even if you're one of the DS people and you're in Guantanamo, you're still going to be ascending. Everybody gets at least something out of this. This is a really weird one, right? Far from stomach stapling surgery, you are now going through a whole new vista of information that will broaden and expand your horizons. And again, this refers to my new ketogenic diet where I'm actually losing weight. It's getting good results. I'm effectively losing weight, and it's non-surgical. So again, we're going through a whole new vista of information that will broaden and expand our horizons. It's all very interesting, isn't it? I have much to do, and it involves you. It involves others as well. So this is talking about the Alliance and how they're working with the Alliance and with me and with you in the audience. We're all co-creating this. Keep Sabrina well. She and I were just starting to get together at this point. We ended up being in a relationship for, I don't know, like 4 years, 5 years. And remind yourself that there is a great purpose here. A master initiates himself before Jesus is born. Christians ought to love this because he's directly predicting the second coming of Christ here, telling us that we need to initiate ourselves before this happens, so that when the birth comes, there is no surprise at the fanfare of his arrival. I cannot wait. That is what we want for you. And again, our imminent ascension is now being directly associated with a second coming of Christ, or rapture in the Christian tradition. Rapture can occur based on natural laws of levitation and matter blending that we see in the tornado. That's why I brought it up this week. Then I had a dream of a triangular contrail that was perfectly sharp. We were following these ships, triangular ships, very quickly in the sky and underwater. And then just today, as I first unsealed it, Ezra posted something about RFK admitting that planes are releasing these toxic materials, possibly with DARPA, and it involves additives in their fuel. And then we had a huge disclosure just occur in Congress after I'd originally unsealed this, where Dr. Eric Davis again revealed that there's 4 major types of ETs. This is a government congressional disclosure proving Greys, Nordics, reptilians, and insectoids. Basically, everything on the David Wilcock list has just been validated, and I got this through dozens of different insiders from Area 51, places like that. Now look at this. Based on what we just talked about this week, about the tornadoes and levitation, and how that natural phenomenon could be applied technologically, perhaps, in UFOs and UAPs that are being kept secret from us that we make, check this out. We wanted to give you this material to illustrate how quickly you have a comparably metallic object that becomes invisible to the eye. Ah, right, because it dematerializes. Oh, David, you're right on the money, dude. We have Carla, the cooking CEO. Pope Leo XIV was elected on May 8th, 2025, coinciding with the feast of St. Michael the Archangel's apparition, marking a significant alignment noted by many on X. I did not know that. Eldon Elder says, David, are we already at the end of the dream journey, but we just haven't awakened from the dream yet? Well, yeah, I mean, we're definitely in the process, but this first wave of ascension is very discontinuous. You have the DS being openly exposed. You have ETs revealing themselves to humanity, and apparently as they do this, there is a consciousness shift and everybody gets an upgrade, and they're right there with us to guide us through it, and it's non-catastrophic. So it's really, really exciting. Praise to the Alliance and David, mass arrest, financial jubilee, healing suppressed technology release, first contact, and ascension. We have so much to get done this year. It feels so close, says L2 Resonance 3, or something like that. Resonance, I get the idea. Oh, girly, somebody says. Yeah, I miss my dog. I definitely do. How long have you lived over there in Colorado, David? Again, I said it's almost going to be 4 years. As of July, it'll be 4 years. All right, let's keep on moving here. So we're going to go back to this camera. So the object becomes invisible. Dude, that's exactly what we were just talking about. Except for a certain few telltale clues, which would be like the fact that they're visible in the infrared. And we just discussed this invisibility of shielded gravity last week, and now I'm really doing it this week. If it were heavier than stone, heavier than sand, it would sink. Through a gravity replication process, there is then the possibility to go out of phase with gravity as it is now understood, to change the matter polarity of the object itself, which then produces upward thrust. And this is prophetic of the last show we did about gravitational vortexes and how you create them with the pineal gland. Also, this week, we've had the levitation of insect wings, and the levitation, last week, a couple weeks ago, we had the insect wings. Now we're talking about it with tornadoes. It is actually a quite simple process, and one that is well understood by your people now in the higher echelons. Expand into the bigger picture and understand that what comes down the pike now is soon to be better than you had ever imagined. So this is again prophetic of disclosure, arrests, and ascension. Better than we would ever imagine. And the people in the higher echelons do understand this technology. What I've been sharing with you is considered classified. So listen close, as you will discover that the tune is about to change. I wrote for many years that Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven is a prophecy of ascension. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call a tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. Right? Oh, the piper will lead us to reason if we all call the tune. And Michael is saying the tune is about to change. Then I also noted this part of Stairway to Heaven. Yes, there are 2 paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. I love that song. So yeah, it's an ascension prophecy that became the biggest song in rock and roll music. And so Michael is quoting from Zeppelin saying the tune is about to change. And I hope you liked my singing. I was on pitch. Thank you. Beverly Adams says, I think you have a 2004 date on the snow video instead of 2024. Sorry if I did. Anyway, let's get back into the slides here. We can now earnestly say that many of the prophecies we have held in the wings, like the insect wings or like Stavati Aerospace, waiting for you, can now begin coming true in ways that you've never before seen. And so we're now as little as 2 weeks away from being funded. There's a big thing happening this week. Many different vectors are all converging simultaneously. And the secret of the levitation from Grebennikov, remember, he dematerialized when he was levitating, was in the wings of the June bug. And then Michael says many of the prophecies held in the wings will now begin coming true in ways you've never before seen. We will have never seen in modern times ETs walking around on Earth. Now we will. It's going to be very exciting. That is what this dream was telling you ultimately, and now you have a direct statement being made as such. Let's not stop by saying we have done something good enough. Let's simply continue working in the process. It is certainly important for you to have a workable rendition of your life story available. This is mostly personal, because at the time I was working on my website and I needed to get it written up. This prioritizes even higher than your transcriptions. Remember that. And so I said in 2006, is it supposed to be now? And then yes, by now in 2025, I've definitely released my life story in detail. He says you can transcribe more of what we have given you, but we also need you to use what you already have. Therein lies the distinction. And this is a recommendation. I continue reading these dreams and readings every week in linear order in the time loop as we go through these changes. Use what you already have. Please don't get frustrated with us. We understand that when making woodcuts, it can take time before the finished product looks the way that you want. This was another one that really freaking blew me away, you guys, because, as it says right here, I had just saw a video on X the day before I unsealed this of an amazing woodcut designer. The time loop phenomenon never ceases to impress me. But here I say that Michael's analogy about the woodcuts is about the plan. So they are getting ready to make this new humanity, but before the finished product looks the way we want, before we get the arrests, we got to take time. We got another donation. I see two more. Bonnie Demlong, $20. Thank you very much. Beverly Adams, thank you very much. And she said, a lot of songs are prophetic for this time. Elton John's entire CD, The Big Picture, is prophetic. They have all decoded in my head without even trying. Yeah, I think a lot of people who actually are musicians are also drawing off of their psychic resources to some degree. And there are other examples of this as well. You know, the Phil Collins song, Take Me Home, because I've been a prisoner all my life, and I can say to you, you know, that whole song is about him being an ET soul. Take me home, because I don't remember. Take me home. It's like, whoa, where is home exactly? What is he talking about? He doesn't remember. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of those kind of interesting things. Cynthia Marie, I'm so glad you've been stable enough to be able to hang on to your property. I've lost everything multiple times since then, targeted and hunted. I know the feeling. This has not been easy. Jackie Baby says you have a beautiful voice. Thank you very much. I've practiced quite a bit. I do even more singing than I do guitar, actually. So anyway, here we go. It's going to take time before we get the finished product, so we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close with the plan, what they're going to do. Now, they're talking to everybody now. We might make requests from you from time to time that seem grievous or difficult. This is not the case. We don't want to push you too hard. We're trying to channel your intensity into productive activity. And this is speaking to all of us. None of us are being given more than we can handle as we're going through this amazing transformation. Don't worry. Have faith in the ascension and in the timelines as given. In multiple cases, they say 2025. So, wow. And I read this one last week, but it's worth reading again, right? This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one, which could partly be a reference to the book of Mark in the Bible, which talks about ascension. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Have faith in the ascension, in the timelines as given. 2025 is what they're implying. This will be an event. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words, the book of Mark. So yeah, I'm not worried about it anymore. I don't know how we're going to get all this stuff done in 1 year, but what the hell? I mean, Michael is very confident, so I'm just going to keep on doing my job and reading through this, and let's hope that it all comes true. We're all co-creating this together. So then this was time looped with recent thoughts I'd had. I didn't really have very many of these, but recently I'm like, you know, what if Michael doesn't actually deliver? Even though these time loops are amazing, if he doesn't deliver, what am I going to do then? And the answer is no, you have nothing to worry about. Have faith. And in the midst of these stunning time loops, he assures us the ascension will happen the way he tells us. Everything's going to work out. Again, don't worry. Have faith in the ascension and in the timelines that we gave you. This will be an event of biblical proportions. Mark, wink, wink, my words. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Now we have another prophetic dream that again talks about this sacred geometry discussion we've been getting into. There was a whole section that took place repeatedly inside gym classes. I'd have to go to the gym class and get changed and repeat this cycle again and again. So gym, athletic activity, when you have a dream about a gym class, it means that it's a time where you're getting a lot of things done, everything's ramping up and activating in your life. David from the farm was there. I remember that. Somebody was putting together what appeared to be an obstacle course. So this is emblematic of how we're all going through this obstacle course together, and it's a psychological, spiritual, and physical event. The obstacle course was actually more like a riddle than anything else. There was great symbolism in the placement of different objects. Everything had a meaning. And the whole purpose of the game was to try to get the meaning across. So again, Michael loves symbolism, and we need to figure out what the world really is. We have symbolic clues, but the awakening is when you realize, okay, yeah, there's really evil people on the planet, and they're doing really evil stuff, but there's also divine beings, and they do exist. How could this time loop in 99 be so connected to my show and everything we're talking about and all the stuff in the world that's going on right now? It's incredible. Kenneth Bates donated $100. Zing, zing, look at that. David, thank you for your hard work and messages of a better future. Sharon Lewis says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. Oh my God. Okay, so we can definitely take care of that one. Yeah, whatever, it's all one kid. We know that. Tornado Town with Squatter Man. Noah said, get on the boat. Dummies, it's raining. Crystal Waters says, don't worry, be happy. Anyway, we're way deep into the show now, so I want to keep on moving along. We're already 3.5 hours in. I was working on this. Let's go back again real quick. There was a whole section that took place inside gym class. I'd have to get changed. David from the farm was there. Somebody was putting together an obstacle course. Let's remember all these details. Obstacle course, gymnasium. It was a riddle in the symbolism of the placement of objects, and everything had meaning, and they were trying to convey the meaning. So you need to solve the puzzle of what's really going on Earth, learn the secrets, and achieve your ascension. Okay. I was working on this obstacle course with David from the farm, who was, half black, half white guy, a couple of others. I do remember there were things laid out on the floor. Joe and other old smoker friends were involved. So this is symbolic of how we as a whole have to solve the puzzle, especially after the arrests. You're going to have to rethink your entire life. Like, oh my God, I did not know. At one point, we had geometry on the ground. You're supposed to try to figure out where things fit in the best. There was a series of balls and a trapezoid, and I was aware that the series of balls would fit in the trapezoid. Holy crap. This is exactly talking about the pyramid, which is a trapezoidal, right? Because it's got the flat top holding these orbs of energy that we've been talking about in all these other shows. Those are the balls. It's like, dang, that's incredible. Again, the time loop works so well. There was also a triangle and a rectangle. I knew that the series of balls would only fit into the trapezoid the best. This mirrors my discussions of sacred geometry, going inside a sphere. The idea of close-packed spheres forming platonic solids, we'll get into that next week, is well illustrated here. The trapezoid is also symbolic of the Great Pyramid without the capstone, where it is a six-sided object, and again, the balls are the plasma orbs that it harnesses, as I've been saying. When I moved on down to the next thing, we had all these things laid out. You were supposed to figure out what they meant. Again, this is an obstacle course in a gym. I looked at it and realized it was supposed to be a baby, a male. The whole symbolism of that was your maleness or your malehood, and I got good points for being accurate on that. So this is really stepping into spiritual adulthood, spiritual manhood is what this is really talking about. That the baby is the new birth, the new humanity, the ascension, the ascended masculine. I love you crazy, says Irma Brand. Thank you very much, $33. I really appreciate that. I can usually see it out of the corner of my eye. So I say here, we are all having to step up, be brave, and embody the divine masculine like never before. A specific metaphor talking about the male archetype within each of us becoming sanctified, the part of us that sets boundaries, makes plans, and takes action. Michael represents our collective fourth density masculine aspect. It says that in the Law of One, actually. The only time he's mentioned in the Law of One. At the very end of this dream, my father's war buddy from Vietnam, Reggie, and his Native American wife, Effie, came into 621, the house I grew up in, with my father. They were with some other guy I didn't recognize. He looked like someone Mom might have played music with. They were all going to do a musical number together in there. So this is really talking about like the galactic family reunion, I believe. They also brought gifts for me, so here they represent angelic ETs, and I was definitely excited about it. They were going to play a song my mom wrote in the early 80s called Frankie's Going Technopop, which is probably about me, because we had my video game noises in the song. A strange guy was sitting over by the TV in the living room. This is probably representing the, I don't know. It could be the negative, could be the positive. You could look at it both ways. He was making a very weird spacey sound like you get off a synthesizer. My mom had this thing called the O1W. Just yesterday, I was thinking I needed to go back into composing music, as I've previously been working towards doing, and I have an elaborate studio. So there again, he's making spacey sounds. He had a MIDI horn you could play to produce music, blowing the trumpet, Archangel Michael's trumpet, right? The Ascension, I believe is what this is about. Everything was hooked up to my mother's stereo. That's why all the music was coming out. And every time he blew the sound through a little horn he had, his eyes would go really wild, and it looked like a rabbit. Right after I unsealed this, it was right after Easter, symbolized by the rabbit, again, the Easter bunny. Also, Ezra had just posted a video of a leftist politician's hair, the one that wanted to impeach him, transforming into a squirrel. So it's kind of a weird, disturbing thing, that he keeps transforming into a rabbit. And so I think this has negative connotations as well, because the rabbit has, it's associated with all the crimes that they love to commit without getting too specific. There's another one. Oh, that's the same one. Irma Brandt. Midnight Mark. David, you are the man. You have the endurance of 47. Yeah, it's, so we got lots of things going on here. It's great. And oops, I didn't want to do that. Okay. You're spared, Jackie baby. I'm sorry about that. Just be careful. Let's make sure that I've got her again. Okay, so she's okay. That's fine now. Anyway, yeah, we don't mention certain trolls at all. We don't mention their programs, so just please don't do that. We don't want to give them any publicity at all. Thank you, Jackie baby. His eye would just stretch out. It was really peculiar, but it looked natural, and he did it several times. I thought it was really weird. And again, this is prophetic of their trafficking and the rabbit symbology associated with it. It's one of the things, bunny ears, Playboy, all that kind of stuff. Humanity, you know about the Playboy Mansion, there's tunnels under there. Humanity is now seeing this on a large scale level, and we're going to get a lot more information in the near future. So I said this is definitely a message to get back into composing. It is certainly an exciting thing. I'd be happy to do it. And I was just thinking about what to do with my free time this week and said maybe I should compose more. Well, that was before I had to fight another legal attack. I also started playing guitar again, getting my calluses and chops. This is highly prophetic. Okay, next day, March 19th, 1999. I was featured as Edgar Casey, and I saw his wife Gertrude as if she was now my mother, which does happen in reincarnation. Your wife can become your mother, and all that kind of different deck chair stuff can be moved around. There was a theatrical play where Gertrude had completely changed from old and frumpy boring to wearing a provocative outfit. On the stage presentation with all these people out in the audience, there was an interplay between him and her. Remember, this was Casey's wife. It was a rambunctious song, and the lyrics seemed to be, it was very comical and whimsical, "You can kiss your mother." Oh, we got Mother's Day tomorrow. Whoa! It's directly time looped in to Mother's Day happening the day after our show on Sunday. Reincarnation changes our roles from lifetime to lifetime. So, yes, you kiss your mother on Mother's Day. Holy crap. I mean, like, they know exactly what day it is in 2025 while I'm doing this. They have the ability to see both sides of the time tunnel with equal efficacy, and that is just incredible. It really is just incredible. So, amen, man. Wow, what a time loop, huh? And then he kind of makes a joke about it. Yeah, this is the time loop is an anomalous phenomena, but then again, we just had this congressional disclosure about UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, and he says, granted, there will be some rocks. And I've been pulling rocks out of the soil all along my walking trail to clean up the path. And it also is talking about the pyramid, symbolically. Now, this is very exciting. As I said last week, equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom now. The theater of Ascension, the theater of them returning, the theater of the second coming of Christ. This is obviously a prophecy of when the big stuff is going to happen. The spring equinox was March 20th, and that's almost to the day that we got this disclosure about the pyramid tunnels, which basically destroys any skeptical idea that the pyramid could have been built by primitive savages. They can't dig down 2,100 feet into the granite. I mean, give me a break. Like, something's crazy here. So March 20th was when this big disclosure to humanity came out. I've been covering it ever since. The fall equinox, he said equinoxes 1 and 2, September 22nd, 2024. And there you go. Or 25, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said 24. I'm just stuck in the past. Equinoxes 1 and 2 illustrate the entire theater thing is coming into full bloom now. This is going to be the theater of ascension and disclosure and arrests. I hope it won't take until September to get to at least the arrests part, but I think it's much bigger than that. Superior hands on deck are able to facilitate the transitions that have been made. He's talking about the Alliance, and he's talking about UFO beings hands on deck in their ship as a UFO. And he just mentioned unidentified anomalous phenomena. Secret vital terms in knowing self come from the innate understandings of divinity and selfhood. And again, this is prophetic of the Alliance guiding us through the theater of arrests and disclosure. Take it all back to the one Creator where it belongs, and you will see how different it all becomes. She wouldn't think twice of offering you a better deal than anyone else had given her, or that she had given anyone else. And again, this may very well be prophetic of the legal trouble I'm having to work through. It's still going on. Ever since December, I'm under constant attack from these people. We are going to escalate it to court. If it doesn't work out on Monday, whatever we submit to them, if they don't like it, yes, I'm getting a new attorney. We've already selected somebody. I don't know how much I'm going to have to pay yet, but thank you guys for your donations. Roger Zabar, David, thanks again for another great afternoon. And we're really holding clear and steady at 2,500 people. So thank you guys for being here on a Saturday. I know there's a lot of things you could do today. Did he talk about Hal Puthoff on Joe Rogan yet? No, I have not. I like what Hal Puthoff's got to say. I think he's a good guy. So anyway, want to make sure that I keep going here because we're still way far into the show, 3.5 hours in. So, there's different ways we could interpret this. This is also like the DS. The she would be the DS. And they don't want to surrender because they want to get the best deal. So none of these wars are really settling. India and Pakistan didn't settle. That's another example of it. And the same thing with Ukraine, same thing with everybody. We see a few more of these hairs. They're always talking about how we're going into spiritual adulthood, right? We see a few more of those hairs poking through your chest. And with that, let's continue to dictate the dream. And then on that same day, I had popped a zit on my chest that was from an ingrown hair, which was a funny time loop. And again, the initiations I'm going through, including all the legal battles and everything else, is part of an initiation into quote-unquote true spiritual adulthood. So then I said, I just cued on the rubber band that went around my asparagus from last night. Michael says, your ravioli intentions were good the other night. The quagmire is rather simple in its solution. Simply begin getting more variety in your foods, and the dirty talk will become less and less. This, again, is prophetic of how I'm eating a much better diet now with a lot more vegetables. So it's pretty amazing how this just keeps on working. You are being shown how dramatic it really is when we have sandblasted away the entire thing. That's got to be talking about the pyramid tunnels, right? What we are left with is a pencil-thin outline and sketch of the milieu as we now perceive it. This is prophetic of the discovery of the pyramid tunnels. We have sandblasted away the ground under the pyramid with synthetic aperture radar to be able to see the so-called pencil-thin outline of tunnels that exist. So as we continue to sort away our files, aren't we all waiting very patiently for files to appear right now? Yes. And they're sorting them away as they say, okay, we're going to use this one, we're going to use this one. This is totally very prophetic of what's going on right now. As we continue to sort away our files, we merely tuck in the ones that have been searching for their place and accepted it all, and then I had to channel this in because the tape ended. This is what Michael told me he wanted to say. It all fits together beautifully. So that's going to be that's the prophecy of the coming release of these files from all the crazy, dirty, horrible things that were going on. It's all going to fit together beautifully. That is so, I mean, just like, wow, it's so amazing, dude. Wow. Then the tape ended, and I start a new tape. Say it's Friday, March 19th. Started at 6:45, and I'm now continuing. Just hours after I put this slide into our show on May 7th, we saw the following. 60,000 more files linked to RFK's assassination have now been released to the public. Within hours of when I unsealed this, there was new files. Like, do you get it yet? Like, I couldn't fake this. Anybody who's mouthing off here in the comments is like, okay, but I mean, what's your evidence? You know, like, this is a battle of evidence. And this evidence is irrefutable. You can just hate me, you know, he's a jerk and he's disgusting and he's vile and he's a con artist and a grifter. Da, 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 da. Yeah, but this is evidence, dude. I have these tapes. I have the transcripts. I have multiple hard drives that prove this stuff was done in 99. It was published online. You can go read it on archive.org off of my original website, ascension2000.com. Almost all of this stuff is in there, except this little part wasn't transcribed till 2006, but it exists again on multiple hard drives, okay? So they mentioned files, and hours later, 60,000 files come out. I've been having access, I said out loud, to a very nice trance state so far in this reading. I'm getting very deep stuff. It seems fragmented, but there's a lot of good content. So as the dream goes on, I was in my high school. Somebody convinced me to go outside, and we went outside. This is about graduation, right? The Ascension. Some very joyous things happened. I don't quite remember, but it felt wonderful to be out there. Again, this is another Ascension metaphor in the dream. So joyous things happening as I leave high school. We're all leaving high school, spiritually speaking. There we were, out on the docks. All of a sudden, some sort of Navy SEAL training. This is the Alliance, you guys. Navy SEAL training was happening right around us. Mass arrests. You're probably going to see military in the streets for a few days, maybe 10. These docks were out next to the high school. Everything was black. And I'm now starting to have direct high-level meetings with the military for our company. Those have really gotten much more prominent lately. And our board meeting this past week was canceled as a result of these meetings, and it's also talking about the Alliance, that you're going to see them in operation pretty soon. I saw all these black boats going by that were very large and warlike. One of them tipped over, and I don't know if it came back up. It was scary. Well, this is prophetic of the war that just started between India and Pakistan as I unsealed this. That's part of what it's about. It's also about the Alliance. And then Israel had just hit an airport right before I saw this and unsealed this for the first time. So one of the boats tipped over, and that seems to be describing the boats like airplanes. If the boats symbolize planes, the planes got blown up, tipped over at the airport. Yemen's international airport was totally wiped out. Dangerous, escalating airport strike tit for tat. Then all these military guys showed up off the boat. They walked right through our little raft. I couldn't understand why they were all on foot if they had boats. Again, it's like walking on water. They have the energy of Christ. That's what you're supposed to see here. Someone said that's the way they've always done it. So this is prophetic of the Alliance. Their amazing dedication on focus. They are doing a miracle. It's the equivalent of Jesus walking on water, if you really think about it. It's very, very cool. They had some mission they were trying to fulfill. They were definitely not talkative. And again, I've had only very limited conversation with Ezra. They were very motivated. That was strange. He's mostly just talking to me with emojis, probably because he can't divulge anything. They were all wearing black clothing. So this is prophetic of the Alliance, the fact that none of them are openly talking about anything that's really going on yet. It's all relying on people like me. I've had very brief communication with him, but he only speaks to me in emojis for the most part. Then Michael says a very interesting phrase, I easily turned a pinpoint. If a pinpoint is like a needle, let's say, and there's a threat that this needle could, inject you and hurt you, if you turn the pinpoint, you bend the needle so it's not a threat anymore. You can't get accidentally stuck by it. So, and I had just seen something in Blacklist where there was a woman trying to kill somebody with a ring that had a needle point on it, and then she got hit and the ring hit her own hand. She got poisoned. She immediately died in the show. So I easily turned to pinpoint. This has all kinds of metaphors back to 2020, everything we've been seeing. It was done easily, right? So the whole story is going to change. And I said it belonged to the music director's arts calendar. Remember who the music director was? That's right, 47. Musically a too fastidious Don he was. So he's turning the pinpoint. He's eliminating the threat. He's the music director, and it's on his arts calendar. This is going to happen. The whole DS is going to be turned. Not the entire discussion board for the Mars mission. Oh, so yeah. They're also predicting that this disclosure is going to take us back to Mars. Even Elon's talking about that all the time. So the pinpoint represents one thing. The music director is 47 in the Alliance. And again, musically a too fastidious Don he was. We just saw that. And they are going to likely end up bringing us to Mars after we get disclosure. When I first saw this phrase, I'm like, oh my God, what is he talking about? Turn to pinpoint. Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a syringe. Got it. Wow. So that's part of his arts calendar, the music director. And they mentioned his name. They said his name was Don. And then we have Stephen, who's become the equivalent of all the trolls I used to see in the Mars mission discussion board. So it's prophetic of him as well. Let's keep focused on the two opposites and see the ways in which they interact with each other, eventually reaching fruition. And again, I believe that the Alliance is going to arrest these folks. And it's going to be really, really something when it happens. And then the opposites attracting with each other, reaching fruition, really does seem to deal with the ideas we've been talking about of space-time and time-space. The non-homogeneous physical vacuum, you got to pop a hole through the ether to flow gravitational energy into our reality as electromagnetic light. There's two opposite realities that we have, and the plasmoids are how they interact with each other. So this, again, dazzlingly prophetic about this week's topic of tornadoes. Very interesting. That was the point of this dream, to further indicate the unraveling of the mystery of self and dissipate those energies that are created when we feel despondent or worried, which a lot of people are right now, to make it all the more clear and more obvious in the immediate term. So here Michael is giving us a clear and obvious dream about the Alliance. Remember, they had their boats, and they were not talking to anybody, and it's prophetic of the arrests, and he's dissipating our worry. When we color you happy or disgruntled or sad or otherwise, it is always to make you clearly aware of the disruptive energies that can be in place when you are not focused. This is talking to all of us. So if you're sad or disgruntled, you're going to have disruptive energies. Simply begin to drive your potential forward and realize that the bus does stop at many different destinations. And the bus here is probably talking about their motherships, cigar-shaped motherships. It's a symbolic bus that they're going to be coming here to show up, and it's disclosure, man. It's incredible. You can get off for a while and survey each stop the bus is going to make, but if you try to do them a little too much, you will find the bus will not wait for you, and you will be late yet again, having to wait for the next opportunity. Again, not everybody's going to ascend. If you don't have that minimum grade of loving in your personality, you're not going to get the big activation, but there's still time to change. There's still time to change the road you're on. Right? Therefore, as we finish this book, which is really talking about the weekly prophecies we're doing now, this is book 8 of Michael Prophecies. As we finish the book, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And then in the dream, there were two people who looked like my friend Jude's ex-wife's Christian parents. These were very fundamentalist people. They were both very upset about something, and then she quoted what was said in my dreams as 1 Corinthians 10. So these are Christians. They're very upset about 1 Corinthians 10. I don't know if that's the right Bible quote or not. So guess what, dude? I looked up this Bible quote. You're not going to believe most people, unless you're a really amazing Bible scholar, you probably wouldn't just say, oh yeah, 1 Corinthians 10. 1 Corinthians 13 is a fairly common quote, but not 1 Corinthians 10. So what's all the things going on right now? The small country just struck the airport. At the beginning of the show, I said the music director, 47, has cut the ties to them. The defense secretary didn't go there. Even the New York Times is talking about it. They're finally being isolated, right? That was a big part of the beginning of the show. You remember that? Of course you do. What is the headline for 1 Corinthians 10? It's called Warnings from Israel's History. There's way beyond my knowledge of the Bible. They're quoting out of the Bible in the time loop, telling us warnings about this country. Wow. So let's read it. Let's actually read it. 1 Corinthians 10, NIV, New International Version. Yeah, we can do King James later, and we will. But it says, Warnings from Israel's History. I do not want you to be ignorant of the fact, brothers and sisters, that our ancestors were all under the cloud. The cloud represents the UFO of these higher beings that were visiting us. That's something we've thoroughly established in other shows. So this is one of the places that the cloud UFO analogy is actually made. Isn't that interesting? Our ancestors were all under the cloud. They all passed through the sea. The dream I had right before this was the alliance passing through the sea, walking on water. So Michael definitely knows what this part of the Bible means. I didn't. They were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea. Oh, wow. They all ate the same spiritual food. They drank the same spiritual drink. For they drank from the spiritual rock that accompanied them. Remember, he said, granted, there are going to be some rocks. And that rock was Christ. Nevertheless, God was not pleased with most of them. Warnings from Israel's history. Their bodies were scattered in the wilderness. And now the music director is not pleased with the small country. Warnings from Israel's... I mean, this is freaking dazzling. Like, this got to be one of the best time loops they've ever done. I mean, I'm sure you guys love this. Oh, we had a big donation come in from the Sunflower Life, and it's $100. David, thank you for your hard work. This is Kenneth Bates and Messages of a Better Future. And we also have $20, which is another Stephanie Marsh saying another fantastic educational and spiritual happening. Thank you. Yes, I really do appreciate this. And hopefully my life will get back to ease pretty soon. Gregory Leon Watson said, as mentioned, the diagram of the chemical formula for adreno, you know what, looks like a rabbit. Google at your peril. That's interesting. That's probably another part of... Winter says, Jesus is a rock. Yes, there's multiple analogies of Jesus as the rock of ages in the Bible. If you don't know that, you got to read more. Truth is Christ, as we learn together, says LMG Philanthropy. Maximum voltage, I predict when Elon lands on Mars, he will be met with a large group of 10-foot-tall rabbits and a few feral cats. What's up, Davey, says James Waters. K-Pasa USA, some are, some have been moved. And what's this? Yeah, we got another one here. Rock and roll can move any mountain, shamanic stuff, LOL. Great. So thank you guys for being here. It's such an exciting show. I mean, this is got to be one of the best time loops he's ever done. Talking about the cloud as a UFO, drinking from spiritual rock that is Christ, and then their bodies were scattered in the wilderness because God was not pleased with most of them. So this is a big prophecy that the people who are creating trouble are not going to be making it much longer. And again, I'm not talking about the majority of the population. I'm talking about the people at the top, you know, the people that are the puppet masters. The strings are being cut. That's a big part of the show. So now we're going to read it out of the King James, which gives you more, you know, formal sounding Bible quote. I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. Forget about the Gentiles. I think here they're actually talking about the DS, okay? It's just a time loop, so the Gentile word is wrong, but everything else is accurate. The things that the DS is sacrificing is being sacrificed to devils and not to God. I would not, this is still 1 Corinthians 10, I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils. Remember, their bodies were scattered. Ye cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. The Bible speaks of the cup of abomination, which is again blood drinking. And, you know, if somebody's been through a really bad experience, they release DMT as they're dying, and people get high on that. That's the big secret. I'm not going to say the key word, but it's right there for you to look at. So this is all 1 Corinthians 10, 20 and 21. Ye cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and of the table of devils. So if you're that deep into it that you're drinking the cup of abomination, yeah, you're going to be part of this mass arrest scenario. You can still turn yourself in, you can still make a deal, but there's not very much time left. Incredible that Michael knew all this out of the Bible. So in my dream, Jude's ex-wife's parents, quoted what was said to be 1 Corinthians 10, but then the quote that they actually said out loud was John 3:16. And it was very dramatic. I had to whisper it with them. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. And the copy I quoted from did not capitalize it. That's just the way it came out on the Bible website. That whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. I mean, that's the key quote that Christians always use. Everlasting life by believing and following the teachings of Christ. We said it slowly and dramatically, and it was very emotional. Then Michael comes in and kind of chides me for not spending more time reading the Bible. This word, the final word, says quite a lot. You believe it often, and yet read it not. Why is this, you might ask? Just find time for the task. I mean, literally, it's like all the hair on my arm is standing up. And he was telling me, you better go look at 1 Corinthians 10 and work that into the show. And I did. Oh, warnings from Israel's history. Holy crap. Yeah, that's pretty prophetic. Their bodies were scattered. You cannot drink of the cup of Christ and the cup of abomination. Dang. So he told me, you better go look up my Bible quote. Don't ignore that. And I did. And I'm going to keep reading it too. I want to read about King David. I really haven't even read those books. Okay, so let's get past this. Because, okay, here it is. Next thing. The stress of creating, and again, I'm cranking out shows every week, 5-6 hours long. The stress of creating in turn overcreates the acceptable boundaries of your existence. Simply put your foot in the door, and this will allow you to keep it open. So this is clearly admonishing me to slow down, not be so consistently burdened with the stress of creating. But until this war is over, I'm going to keep doing shows every week. I've decided that's more important than going and chasing aerospace money. There's a big 2-week trip coming up. I'm not going to be on that because I would miss out on doing these shows. And we're way too close to the edge for me not to keep on doing these shows. So that's my commitment to you. Instead of chasing the dollars, it's chasing our future success. I'm going to stay here on the air right through the end of this thing. Hopefully it's not going to take a whole lot longer, but we'll see. When you move out of the current paradigm, which is, again, I'm broke and I'm in this 8 months of winter a year, the worldview that is then adopted is much more light and entertaining in the long run. So my neighbor was just talking to me about this last night, that I have to make my life more light and entertaining by not being so constantly caught up in the stress of creating. And this is about everybody, right? We're all going to move out of the current paradigm. We're all going to adopt a new worldview that will be much more light and entertaining. We will all be happier after the arrests. That should serve to provide the cure for the maladies, wink, wink. Oh, right, because some people have been, given treatments that are not necessarily healthy, and then we have the whole COVID situation. Wow, so he knows about all that stuff, and Ascension is the cure. If you have health problems, the Ascension, you'll be able to get restored. We will have more to say on this as time progresses. Bye for now. But then I keep on going. Thank you for holding the door open long enough for us to get this message through. It has been quite impossible at various times to keep the door open with you. So when he says door, he's actually talking about the awakened pineal gland, and that I'm holding it open for him so that he can continue speaking. And then right as I read this, there was this massive amount of snow fell off the roof. Scared me. That was a telekinesis. The stage is now set. And Michael told me to capitalize the word the. It behooves you to take the time to apply yourself to this process. This is talking to all of us. You are doing very well, and we commend you on that. So the stage is now set. That is talking about the arrests, the Ascension. They said, we're going to go home happy. We've accomplished what we need to on earth. We already see the end. Everything is perfect. The stage is now set. I mean, it's so exciting. I'm just really tripped out by this, you guys. How does this work week after week? I don't know. It's a great miracle, I have to say. Let's just remain focused. The drinks, parties, and success will manifest over time. And again, remember, I'm still living here alone, dealing with all this trolling, all these lawsuits, bankruptcy, et cetera, and I don't go out socially. I'm always stuck here alone. So they're telling me, don't worry, in the future there's going to be drinks and parties and success. Right now, and this is talking for all of us, we're all going to have a big I told you so party. Right now, you need to focus on your own innate selfhood in the Creator and on rediscovering that part. So yes, that's the inner Christ. Hence, the dream was meant to illustrate the dawning lightning bolt of divinity. Once it strikes you on the head and makes you realize that those ideal secretions, he's talking about the pineal gland, DMT, right? Those ideal secretions can indeed grant their opportunity for a while if you know how to use them. And I heard thunder exactly as I unsealed this, the dawning lightning bolt of divinity. This is talking about the light body activation through the pineal gland. Remember, what did Jesus actually say? He said, "If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body will be filled with light." We have a donation coming in here. This is Beverly Adams. Post number 35 says, gives the Bible verse of the only begotten Son, and it is a rare and first one, signed by 41020 DJT. That's right. Boone 22 says, David, you'll be rewarded for helping us all. I can't wait for happiness, says John Ballgame. Working Florida Band is looking for a guitar player with strong vocals. Any interest, Dave? Says Stephen D'Amato. I'm probably a little too busy to do that now, but, you know, that's all good. Thank you, guys. 2,600 viewers right now. That's a huge crowd. So, again, it's because if, you know, doing it on Saturday, I'm going to get a much lower rate, but it'll all get made up over time. Everybody likes to watch this after the show. We're at 4 hours right now. So this is amazing. I mean, I just did a show on the pineal gland. They're talking about the lightning striking your head, the ideal secretions, if you know how to use them. Jesus said, if your eye is single, your whole body will be filled with light. Amazing, right? Just amazing. So much of this stuff is completely mind-blowing. To bake bread at breakfast is oftentimes a good deal, as it does help to break up your routine from one day to the next. That can be worked into the routine as such. So this is extremely fascinating because as I unsealed this on April 29th, I was having terrible insomnia for days and days. I could not sleep at all. It started after the death of Virginia. And I was looking at all my options and I'm like, well, okay, I've gone on this totally no-carb diet. I'm not eating any carbohydrates at all. And maybe that's why I'm not sleeping. And I had already come up to that thought in my mind. I'd already said, you know, it's probably the low-carb, no-carb diet. And I can't sleep if I don't eat a little bit of carbs now and then. And the same day that I was having that thought and I was getting ready to have toast for breakfast, gluten-free bread, I read this the same morning, and I'm like, okay, I'm definitely having the toast now. Wow. Michael definitely is telling me I need to eat bread sometimes. So that was a dazzling time loop. And this is what I wrote. Very interesting. I remembered someone saying if you don't have a little bit of carbs in your diet, your muscle doesn't build very well. I realized I need to eat toast to break the insomnia. Here it is the very same morning I was about to do that in the time loop. I mean, that just was freaking dazzling, dude. Like, so many of these things. You got to understand how trippy it is for me to be unsealing and read this stuff and then have these things happen. The feeling of divine grace, the presence in my life, the protection against evil, it's just so wonderful. And yes, evil is trying very hard to hurt me, but we are going to succeed. I'm very confident of this. So eat the bread to not have insomnia. Incredible. So I was baking bread each morning for a while, but now I'm eating fruit for breakfast. It's telling me I shouldn't eat fruit every morning. Sometimes I got to start out with the toast. So then it says, the lightning bolt is filling you with its entire presence, the creative essence of Godhood. As I'm unsealing this, I was seeing lightning and hearing thunder, which is pretty incredible. So again, everything is time looped. Do not fear the collapse of previous ideals or modes of thinking, as this is part and parcel of its function. You are a rather smart being in these matters. So what is this saying? Do not fear the collapse of the DS. Do not fear the collapse of their bureaucratic institutions. Do not fear the collapse of their weird modes of thinking. The lightning bolt is filling you with Godhood, and part and parcel of lightning. Lightning is what comes out through the ethers to destroy evil. That's what it's talking about. It's incredible. Just begin accepting the expanded definitions of self and the possibility of an integrated chakral system. We have 7 chakras in our energy field. You will see how good this functions as time progresses, i.e., ascended ability as you integrate your chakras. Now he says, I have a few more minutes here, I guess because I'm holding the door open. Allow yourself to drain the inconsistencies and relax. I did have to pop a abscessed cyst. So that actually made me go and do it. I read that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go stick a needle in this thing. Sure enough, I drained it. That was right as I was unsealing it. Scientific scalar wave technology, this is like directed energy weapons, does not directly impact your life and the sustenance and or vitality of your life in the present moment. And I was listening to Michael Hecker and wondered if I was being zapped with beams. But Michael is clearly saying no, or it is being blocked either by him or the Alliance. So again, I was just worried that maybe the reason I wasn't sleeping was that I was under some type of DEW attack. And that was on my mind. Like, maybe it's the bread, maybe I need to eat carbs. I'll do that this morning, but maybe it's some kind of beam weapon. And then Michael said, right in the middle of the time loop, he says, no, it's not. You're not being attacked that way. You're fine. The Alliance and we can block all that stuff for you if it even was happening. All those things which others do are on the outside now, and you need to be aware of that. You are still a paper donkey or paper dragon. They're making an analogy to the paper tiger, but the donkey's like what Jesus rode in on to Jerusalem, right? You are still a paper donkey or paper dragon to the powers that be. The forces that conspire for deaths of people like Richard Hoagland and the like have not targeted you. So this directly speaks to the death threats I've received from Stephen and others, showing that they will not be realized in any physical way. And if he does come over here, God help him. God help him. It is important to realize that their desire to do so came from the immense power that Hoagland was showing. The power to affect large numbers of people and cause permanent changes. Let's continue to drain it down and stop worrying about our own sustenance in these matters, as there is no cause for alarm. So again, they're telling me, don't worry about it, don't freak out, nobody's going to kill you, we won't let them anyway. Hoagland introduced me to an insider in 2007, a year after I transcribed this in 2006, 8 years after it came in, and the insider told me the most important power that you have, that the DS doesn't want you to know that you have, is the ability to influence large numbers of people. That is something they can't fake. It's organic. They try to fake it in various ways, but if you actually have that power to influence millions of people, that is the most highly coveted thing they have. He told me this in 2007, and here it is, Hoagland ability to affect large numbers of people. So that was prophetic as well. So again, I don't have to worry. I'm going to be safe. Everything's fine. Should this situation ever change, you'll begin receiving warnings on it almost immediately. I imagine that would happen through things like dreams and synchronicity. We perceive no reason for why it should change or why it would change. Get that thought out of your head, and you will function with much more efficacy in your future. And I'm not the only one. There's many influencers right now saying, I'm not suicidal, I'm not going to kill myself, and they're all worried for their lives. And so again, they can't do it to everybody. And Michael's teachings are that if you live a spiritual life, you can't be touched. If you follow the principles of Christ, if you don't screw people over and you're not being evil, then you will be protected. And I definitely live my life with Olympic athlete perfection on that front. The money will have to be a lot greater than it is now as well. All of us are going to have more money when this happens. That is something you can take with you to the bank. So we are going to get funded. It could happen this coming week. There's some very good things going on. The rest of this month, same thing. Prophetic of humanity being freed from perpetual poverty. Oftentimes, he says, we desire to have a few more things than we normally would have. I think we all are there. You need to fail to adopt to this desire, to be content with all that there is in the present moment. A lot of people are complaining, oh my God, the Alliance isn't doing enough. No, be content in the present. We do suggest there are many reasons to continue to find ample supplies for preparation, as this will prove most beneficial. So yes, at the same time, they're telling you, be a prepper, store your food and water, get ready, because something is going to happen. There's going to be arrests, and it's going to get a little squirrely for a while. And we also want you to be content with the present moment. I mean, every single screen that I show you is just totally time-looped, isn't it? And then they mentioned my future ex-wife, Beth. I could not believe this. When I saw this, I was just like, whoa. I mean, my heart stopped. Because wait a minute. Back when I first transcribed this, I had no idea who Beth was. Is Beth coming up here a little late? Or is it that this new birth must take its time being reverse engineered from the whole down into its constituent parts and back again? So again, coming up here, Beth coming up here, this is 8,600 feet. This is the house I got left with after our divorce. And after the divorce, I'm having a new birth, but it has to take its time to be reverse engineered. So that is just incredible. And I don't believe I know a Beth, I said in 2006, but now I do. Strangely, my electrical power already dimmed twice. Once as I started writing the sentence, and once when I wrote the word point. I deleted that sentence, actually. Or no, it was actually in the previous passage. There's something where he mentions the word point. Let's see if we can find that real quick. Oftentimes we desire to be content, fail to adopt. Oops, no, it was something that I wrote in the comment, but I had to shorten it to get it into one screen. The lights have never dimmed like that ever before. Perhaps if I think hard enough, I already know who Beth is. So we have a telekinetic darkening of the lights in the room as I'm saying, I don't believe I know who Beth is. In the future, I did. And again, it's describing how I'm having to do a new birth for myself in the aftermath of this divorce. And it says, is Beth coming up here? Well, this is 8,600 feet. I'm in the highest altitude. So then I'm going to give you another spin on this, reverse engineered from the whole back down into its constituent parts and back again. And so this clearly initiates that the divorce was necessary to create a new birth of who I have become. And it also is prophetic of Stavati that finally we're getting funded so we can reverse engineer various Area 51 technologies. Do not feel blinded by one part of the entire story, or that you must continue indefinitely in describing your high school years. We are doing a good job of outlining the major points. You can move through the rest of the time as you complete your next 2 chapters of the book. So now they're talking to me in 1999 because I was working on a book. That is important. That part of the dream with the Navy SEALs was designed specifically to show me I'm not under any threat. Even though all the boats were right in my backyard, we're just floating on a little raft, seemingly vulnerable. The military had so many things they were concerned about, they didn't even have time to look at us. They were very busily trying to finish their mission. Well, this is the Alliance and Ezra, so prophetic. And Ezra doesn't really talk, Then he says, plant the corn in the middle of the grain seed. Isn't that a weird one? Whoa, what does he mean? And you will discover that another balance is engendered. You can do this in a variety of forms. And I kind of sheepishly said, okay, I understand that. They want you to be ascending. They want the grain of mustard seed becomes the largest tree. So this is a biblical metaphor. And the corn is a Native American notion about spirituality. Corn means spirit. This is also prophetic of me feeding my turkeys and other birds corn and other seeds. And it's a prophecy of harvest where the grain will be harvested. And then you will have another balance that is engendered in a variety of forms. That's your new light body activation. This is very encrypted, symbolically encrypted. Michael is talking here. Orange juice would be superior to papaya juice in many ways. Where does orange juice grow? Oh, that's right. It grows in Florida. This ongoing series of prophecies telling me I'm going to be in Florida. I've thought about possibly getting a place in Hawaii as well. There's a lot more papaya in Hawaii than there would be in Florida. I think there's papaya in Hawaii. I mean, I hope there is. I think there is. You guys probably know. Anyway. So the orange juice is like, okay, yeah, Florida, 47, working with the Alliance, working with the administration. Orange juice is superior to papaya juice. Meaning, when I was a vegan, I used to eat papaya all the time. So this is talking about the future of working with the Alliance, I believe, for me. The important thing is that you begin drinking something along these lines. In other words, harmonize with the Alliance, the orange juice, Florida. You do not have to keep telling you the obvious, and I say, yes, I know. So then I also tied it in with my diet. Instead of the orange, if you call it lemon and lime juice, what seems to make me sleep much better is if I eat yogurt that has lemon and lime juice in it, and then the papaya would refer to eating dried mango and pineapple. So if I eat the papaya, I don't sleep because my body is not digesting it properly and I end up peeing all night. Whereas the orange juice, in this case, would represent my yogurt with lemon and lime juice. Plus it also has that Florida metaphor. This is very interesting. Talking about my diet again. Licorice sticker. Going up to bat with the demons of your past does not mean that you have to give everything up. You will find licorice is indeed still an option, providing it is made from natural ingredients. Chemicals in licorice help to balance out your body chemistry. This is something right out of the Casey readings. Casey's readings said licorice is a food for the body. So it's one of those things that if you can find it where it's actually sweetened with molasses and not other types of sweeteners, you can get away with eating licorice and it's okay. So Michael, I don't even do this right now, but Michael is giving me a suggestion. If you want a nice, safe, healthy dessert, try out licorice. Molasses is the way you want it to be, but molasses sweetened licorice is something you can do and be safe. Low glycemic. When the doors go up, the conversation goes down. Again, he's talking about the pineal gland closing. As you allow more light to enter in, we do find better and better ways to communicate with you. So open yourself up for just a moment longer, and for a little while I will continue talking. When you were but a small child of age 3, we had to do some things with you. You are learning of them as we go along, and that is good. And back when I transcribed this, I had no idea. Age 3, huh? That's 2 years before I had my out-of-body at age 5. This definitely implies that these beings had contacted me. But what was so amazing was that just last night before I unsealed this, I was watching Alex Jones live, and he had Roseanne Barr as his guest, and right in the small part of the video that I did watch, he blurted out that he had MK Ultra when he was 3, and then he said, no, I was just joking. So he had just made that reference, and then I see it the very next morning as I'm unsealing the time loop. I'm like, damn, this is just, it's like, as I said, it's like every screen I'm showing you is time looped into the present. It's dazzling. All the dreams and visions which you had contain an immediate response, not often visible from the street or the ocean front. And I ended up living on the ocean front. As I was transcribing this, I was in Santa Monica in 2006, just blocks away from the ocean. Contain the available opportunities by this continual enlargement of the photograph that is being taken of this continuing saga. That could include the photograph of the pyramid that made us see the pyramid tunnels. Open your mind, explore the new frontiers of science, and wiggle out a little bit from your own inconsistencies to see the truth as it now stands. Simply begin transcribing your photos into words, the photographs of your past. When you get this done, you have crossed a major and incredible hurdle. You and I both know this. So Michael is guiding us all directly through our ascension process with these weekly time loops. And I take the snapshots of what he said, I turn them into words, I make slides, and we do the show. And as I get this done, I'm crossing major, incredible hurdles. Go and take a shower before Steve gets here. I had a client coming in. His name was Steve. This will help you in your adjustment from dreaming to waking life. For now, let us return to the beyond, where actions are alive and vital, filled with all sorts of zany contortions and configurations. We love you. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So isn't it interesting that Stephen is the name of the guy who's been attacking me? He appears to, they're comparing him to Goliath. And it says, go and take a shower before Steve gets here. So it's like, we need to shower off from this toxicity of being attacked so much. And the zany contortions and configurations of all the things he says. It's hilarious. They actually mention him in the time loop. So then 9:11 a.m., I was actually building pyramids with my friend from the fellowship, Steve, and some other people. It was a fascinating, ecstatic experience. I was also discussing something I'd written about Angelica, talking about her majestic cheekbones. She had a small waistline, and then I saw an image of Don T, which again symbolizes 47, so this is prophetic of Melania, actually. She's very beautiful, and it's all about building the pyramid of our new world. She's a big part of that, being his wife. Then he makes a very interesting coded phrase, Greece or the squid is applied by a dictionary. That is so paradoxical. The squid is applied by a dictionary? What the hell is he talking about? He says he cannot forget his basic intentions. So we just had the giant squid in the very last show as a possible example of a time-traveling dinosaur. Once we learn the dictionary of the paranormal phenomena, we will remember our basic intentions, which is to become Christ. So grease is applied by the dictionary. The grease is the lubrication. As you have these paranormal experiences, it greases the gears of your ascension. And even watching me with this show and hearing these time loops is a part of greasing the gears of your ascension. Really cool. Then speaking of Greece, the murky slime of the backwaters of New York State come to the fore now. It's talking about demons and all the crazy stuff that's going on there. It seems that she, again, reflective of the DS, won't meet Jesus any other way. So we're all going to learn about the murky slime of the DS. It's going to be shocking. And then he immediately says, sincerely, blankety blank company platform. Whoa. Because they have a big, big role in keeping this going at the higher levels. Now, there's many good people in the organization, don't get me wrong. They'd be shocked and horrified if we accused them of this. But at the top levels, yeah. So this is prophetic of company-oriented scandals arising out of New York State. Murky slime implies dungeon-like tunnels where bad things are happening. And the platform could refer to reverse-engineered UFOs. She won't meet Jesus any other way. All these people are going to have a reckoning. As an image is formed, so too do we understand the interval of time necessary to bring it about as staged, with the shelving requirements of the higher self in all its varieties and formats. Let's bring the paraphernalia back down and begin hugging and kissing each other at these various points in time. Again, this is talking about Mother's Day. We're about to go into Mother's Day tomorrow. There's other levels of meaning to this as well. Then it says, when a transcendental figure of awareness comes along, the work is done on Saturdays and Sundays often and not during the week. This is clearly prophetic and descriptive of my shows appearing this week. It's on Saturday. So it's a very nice compliment from Michael. They're calling me a transcendental figure of awareness and that I do these shows on Saturday and Sunday. Now we have bridged the gap. Oh, look at this. Oh my God. The protein strands within our bodies are once again becoming fully configured to handle these ascended responsibilities. So this is prophetic of the problems we're having with proteins and how, again, the ascension will allow us to heal these very nasty problems. It's just dazzling. Like every single line is prophetic. Don't let your guard down. Rather, stay calm and centered in a more appropriate format that we will be wishing your way soon enough. Look at the mud puddles there and realize, and we have so many mud puddles outside right now because all the snow is melting. Realize that you do not need to intersect with them in your future travels, meaning I'm going to get the hell out of here finally, thank God, because we're in mud season, 8 months of winter a year. I just shoveled, what was it, yesterday? The day before yesterday, I was shoveling the driveway. So I won't have to keep doing this in my future travels. I'll only have to go here during the summer if I want to. Simply continue going forward and the path will become clear. So I'm going to blow through this quick. Hopefully it's not very long because we're out of time. It's 4:30. We got to keep moving into Ezra. But next day, March 20th, 7:00 a.m., I was attending a class. David Bowie saw me walking on the street. He had traveler's checks for $140. And apparently a Japanese girl paid me in traveler's checks for a reading. I don't remember her, but that's what happened. So he was giving me all this money as much as I wanted. I think he represents an angelic being here. And look at number 140, post number 140. Let's take a look, because Michael seems to be really good at this. Sure enough, the inner families of the triangle are going to collapse. The strings have been cut. The puppets are in the shadows. Wow. And here's David Bowie giving me $140, as much as I want. And then, we can read all that stuff again, but this is a really big one. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with the president to eliminate this evil organization? That could still actually be happening right now. Michael is giving us the post that he wants us to look at. It's dazzling. And then, in the last one here, it says, joint missions are underway. The world is fighting back. This is not easy to accept or believe. There's an enormous scale of events currently ongoing. So Michael's actually quoting from the post, just like Ezra does, in 1999 through a 26-year time loop. And it's very accurate. Very, very interesting. So David Bowie, after he gave me this money, was implying I was very old, and then he asked me how old I was. And he seemed to imply there was $1 I would get for each year. So I said I was 10,000 years old. And this is clearly prophetic of the Rata lifetime and the fact that for the kind of high-class attorney that we're getting, we're probably going to have to spend $10,000. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but I'm anticipating a $10,000 retainer because we're getting the very, very best, okay? We're not going in halfway. We're going in all the way. And she specializes in data privacy and in massive complex cases involving corporations. So there's your $10,000. I'm expecting I'm about to spend $10,000 unless we can work out a deal, which is probably not going to happen. And if I get her involved, we are going all in, baby. We are going all in. The streets were totally littered with boxes full of all this old stuff. I was attending a class. Apparently, they had all been donating money and various other items to me. This is you guys. And it was like Schenectady, a gargantuan amount of stuff. And I just wrote today in my journal about all the fan mail piling up. I told you guys about this. And I just finished depositing checks from fan mail this morning, adding up to $2,500. So there it is, prophecy of you guys sending me stuff in the mail. Thank you very much, and thank you for your donations. It's also talking about that as well. So there you are. You got worked right into the show by Archangel Michael. Thank you, guys. Oops, we got a couple more of these. David Bowie ended up giving me a soda drink, but I didn't want it because it's sugar and carbonation. I was trying to find a place to put it so I could get rid of it, and then I went back into the class. So some of the people sent me actual cannabis medication, even though I'm sober, and the most common types of strains that are the most popular now are sweet and fruity like soda. So there again, it's like, yeah, I've had like 3 or 4 different people send me edibles in the mail. So although I do respect that, I'm not using right now. So like, thank you, but it's not going to actually get used if you send me any of that stuff. So I don't need it, but if you feel like it's a good idea, go ahead, I guess. It's really funny. So then the teacher, Mr. Cornell, referred to all of us as juniors. Joe and I were sophomores. My old jock nemesis, Joe, this is the guy that ran the fastest. I was the slowest runner. He was the fastest runner in school. Said he didn't need to take any notes because he was so intelligent. I chimed in and said the same thing. It was really strange. So I've never been using my intelligence as effectively as I do now, and I don't need to take notes. Again, a lot of these tornado slides I just made this morning, I really do work very quickly. There was dirt on the ceiling. This is symbolic of the demonic and dark energy. Dirt on the ceiling, about 1 foot of dirt coming away from the blackboard, and there was a vent there. Then I saw a very exaggerated black widow spider crawling towards me, the same 2 marks on its tail like an hourglass, like the one I have in my apartment, which I hadn't killed. I was letting it live. It was huge. It was 6 or 7 inches wide. This is symbolic of the DS, again, the Black Widow representing them, the dirt. And we just did a show on huge time-traveling insects. Mate, in Australia, we got the huntsman spider, mate. It's bigger than your hand, and it runs along the wall so fast, mate. You got to check your boots. You got to turn your boots upside down, mate. You want to make sure you don't have a huntsman hiding in your boots. Sorry I didn't grab for the glasses, but I'm working fast here. The spider slid down on its web. I knew it was a joke because it looked so fake. When it got right in front of me, I grabbed it, and then it became a monkey mask. I grabbed the monkey mask and started to bite into the mask as if it were food, and no one was laughing yet. This is like the idea of this is my body, this is my blood, the communion, right? And I had just watched the movie Working Man, made by Sylvester Stallone, where people used monkey masks to commit acts of terror at the beginning. So the spider represents the DS, the monkey mask represents the terrorism they're doing, and all of this is ultimately feeding us spiritually, hence I'm eating the mask. The mask also represents the face masking that they made us do. We're all going to be spiritually fed by this. That's what the real meaning is. As they get defeated, we all, as a planet, get ascension. Someone else asked me how it tasted, and I said it was buttery. When I said that, I was looking at the class, and everyone in the class had tilted their heads off to the left-hand side like dogs do when they're curious. They're all looking at me like this at the same... It was hilarious. I started laughing really hard, pointed at everyone, and said, look at how they all turn their heads the same way. So once the DS gets defeated, everybody's going to be like looking at it, freaked out, and that's the mass awakening. That's what he's talking about here in symbolic terms. Thank you guys so much. We still got 2,600 people watching. This set off a laugh riot through the whole class. They just went crazy. That was how I woke up, with everyone laughing. And again, this is prophetic of how much I use comedy in the show now. I just did Uncle Jack or Colin McGeezer. This dream is obviously a good way for me to compare everything I'm looking at on the table right now, how my life is going, and possibly selling this book. Compare that to what my life was like even back in 96 before the contact started, where it was just constantly a struggle and a hassle. I was constantly fighting poverty and everything else. Here I am again. Just an ongoing problem. I must say the ascension in some ways already has happened. My life is pretty fantastic as it is right now. It's unbelievable. Same morning, 9:40 a.m., this dream seriously could have been a movie. It was so intricate and complicated. The whole dream took place in a post-apocalyptic world. Sounds like Kwan Hung Chan's dream. This incredibly repressive force, we know what that is. This is their negative timeline if they'd actually succeeded, which they won't. The negative repressive force took hold in a post-apocalyptic world. Everyone was being compelled to ignore and give up technology. So this would be like an anti-AI, like an AI post-apocalypse. And this is before the Matrix. Matrix came out a week later, April 1st, 99. It's talking about that, all these interesting things. It was a mass social consciousness being enforced by a very evil, negative, malevolent force. I don't even know but what some of this was already dreamed because it just seemed to be continuous with the previous one. I do remember dictating the stuff about being outside where we had all these boxes and going into a class. This was after the class where everybody tilted their head. Remember, I killed the Black Widow and then it turned into a monkey mask and I'm eating the mask and everybody goes, huh? Then all of a sudden, now this was like the negative timeline. They're showing me the future if these guys had won. The whole world is being repressed and everybody's afraid of technology and you're not allowed to have technology anymore. Like, again, a negative AI type of future. People were living in large numbers in rather small spaces. We call those smart cities now. I had some kind of machine that was a suitcase that opened up with a telephone inside. This is symbolic of my contact with Archangel Michael. I had to be so careful that nobody saw me with this. They don't want you talking to the higher beings. Other people were scared for me that I had it, but the phone was concealed inside the suitcase. And again, this is symbolic of the Michael stuff and how I answered the phone in 96. There was definitely a negative power control thing on Earth. I spent a long time working with a group of rebels. There's the Alliance. We were systematically getting rid of all the evil power structure in place. Clearly prophetic of my work with the Alliance, and I'm very happy to be a part of the team. Toward the very end, we had Paul Stanley from KISS. When you see somebody like this, typically in my dreams at least, it represents angelic beings. The makeup, he looks different. He's got the star. He's a being from the stars. He looked the same as he did in the mid-'80s. He was sitting in my mom's chair talking to us. Again, this represents the beings. Many of my dreams have supported the idea that KISS represents angelic beings. Because I really loved the band as a kid. He was complaining about how people said his appearance was a little strange. We are going to find them strange looking. They're going to be glowing. Everything up to his eyes was fine. Everything above his eyes was fine, but there was something weird about his eyes. Right, because they're going to have glowing eyes. That's part of what we're going to see. I told him I disagreed because his eyes looked a lot like my mother's. I said I thought he was fine. So we all have to solve our own problems as we work towards the angelic kingdom. That's how I interpreted that. Something wrong with your eyes means we all need to be able to see more clearly. We all need to learn how to see what's really going on here. Right after that, right after, the eye metaphor, not seeing clearly, I had to go into the final battle that I would have with these same evil forces. They had a couple different outposts in a Mad Max type of scenario. At the very end, I attacked and killed, just like King David, 3 giant monsters in turn with a sword. This is a repetition of the metaphor of the sword of Archangel Michael and how we're going to be slaying the dragon as a planet. I stabbed them right through the back of the mouth, out the back of the neck. I was very proud of myself for getting that done, exterminating them. Again, we're taking away their voice. We're taking away their control of the media. That's what it means about the mouth. It was a tremendous victory. They had hardly anything left after that, and this was a direct result of us working on them and whittling them down. So this is prophetic of the coming defeat of the DS. Well, there you have it, folks. We're going to pick it up next week on March 21st, and I'll again give you this brief excerpt, which is very interesting. Cornered in by a few elites, the star runner, the star athlete has yet to fully take up his position on the track. So this is talking about me being attacked in all these different ways, and most people do not know what I'm doing. I think in the future it's going to be a lot more popular. I mean, if all this stuff that I'm saying actually does come true, which I think it will, then yeah, it's going to change my life and make me very public, and it's unavoidable. I'm kind of enjoying the last remaining weeks or months of, relative obscurity, because that's what Bob Dylan's famous quote is. The one thing that you never realize you had until you lose it is your obscurity. Once you lose your obscurity, you can't get it back. Your whole life is different. You can't go anywhere without people wanting to talk to you. And if you're not in a good mood, it can be rough. It really can. But I'm willing to do this. You got your compliance after years and years of Cain, which is the bloodline of Satan. Okay? That's the DS. Extremely prophetic of ongoing attacks legally, and 8 years of being attacked by this one guy, Stephen. Clearly, my life is going to get much more exciting after the arrest, the big disclosure, and the ascension. So these are the last major readings before the transcript shifts to me transcribing it in September 2024. Where I transcribed in 2024 picks up on March 26, 1999. I did this in Canada. And next week, we're going to reveal the prophetic dreams in between. So Michael is really being completely unambiguous here. He says, don't worry, have faith in the ascension and the timelines we gave you. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Remember, they just said equinoxes 1 and 2, so they've given us a date of September 22nd. I thought it might be May. There's all these people keep trolling me like, oh, nothing's happened. Well, first of all, we're not even through all of May yet, so don't sell it out. Michael said equinoxes 1 and 2. So that was my guess, because it was approximately the anniversary of Memorial Day. Thought maybe that's what it would be. I mean, it could be a bunch of things. But anyway, he's saying that it's going to happen this year. I was just guessing it might be around May, but now he's given us the equinoxes 1 and 2 thing, which is very cool. This is going to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words. And again, the book of Mark, it's a biblical joke. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So, I've never been more confident of these prophecies. You can't simply forget me. As Freshie sent us that. Michael prophecies are coming true now. You can get the full download of all 7 books and 35 hours of video. A lot of the things that I talked about this week, the tornado physics, the geometry, the ascension, it's far more explained. The 35 hours of video are completely fascinating. We talk about the ball lightning, the levitating objects, the natural self-luminous formations. I've got Chris Beskar. He's the insider who's worked on these classified programs that are very interesting in aerospace. We're now offering the whole thing for $144, a very biblical price. You see how the dots connect. You go to thedisclosure.com. You can pick it up for $144. It really, really helps me out. I need more orders. Nobody has been ordering this at all. Okay, so please do me a favor. If you haven't already done it, you're curious to see 35 hours of video, read 7 books if you want to get in there. Type in concrescence at thedisclosure.com. That's your discount code. You get it for $144. Finally, at 4 hours and 42 minutes, we are now up to the shadow posts of our dear friend Ezra. So let's look at your comments a little bit here. Maya says, I posted on Truth today about Jesus saying he's the bread of life. That's right. We did have the bread metaphors in the dream. The hungry lion catches the prey. The full one goes to sleep. Time travel was always real, says Gregory Leon Watson. That's right. Cain not only killed, this is interesting, Sharon Lewis. Cain not only killed his brother Abel, he ate him. Can a bull, Cain ate Abel. That's interesting. I'd never thought of that. Deborah Williams, hello to all you enlightened beings. This is such a pleasure listening to David with you like-minded souls. Thank you, David. I never miss your teachings. Love and light to you all. Deborah, Damselfly Moldavite, you're amazing. Vakapalo, did you receive my gifts, the thank you card and what was in it with a $sign? Did you roger that? I hope it serves you well. Well, I still have more stuff to open, so I guess I got an incentive now to finish opening up the rest of the stuff. Julia Carruthers Hughes, I wish you could see how gorgeous my Lolo table lamp is. It is stunning. Love from Mississippi. Yeah, the place that sells this kind of lamp is Lolo's here in Boulder, and so here's somebody who actually bought from them. Julia Carruthers Hughes. Awesome. So did you get my email, says Johnny Samsara. I don't know. I get a lot of email. I caught Ezra in a space the other night. Yes, he did have a space that he put up on his page. I didn't have time to listen to that one. It's been a very, very busy week. We're dealing in a major, major crisis. Christine McCoy says, licorice is a carrier like black pepper. John Patrick says, carrier of what? I guess spiritual carriers, which he's probably implying. If local space vibration changes, would it affect chemistry in the periodic table, says Paul Cannon? It certainly could. Calman Lesage says, great show, David. The numbers seem low tonight. You need to get Chris in your next show for Stavati special. No, the reason the numbers are low is because, again, I'm constantly being hit with holidays and distractions, and so I can't keep delivering on a Sunday like I would want to. If we were on Sunday, if it wasn't for Mother's Day, yeah, we'd have a much bigger crowd. But I don't care. Numbers are a distraction. You can't get hung up on that. Everybody's going to end up watching the show anyway. They're just going to take longer to get there. They'll watch it after the fact. How does going underground protect you from tornado anti-gravity? That's a good question. I think that the anti-gravity only works on the surface. I'm not really sure. What is your P.O. Box? Again, Que Pasa USA asked. That's P.O. Box 3700, Ned Erland, N-E-D-E-R-L-A-N-D, Colorado, 80466. Love you, David. Thanks for everything you do. It's Saturday. I thought he would do the show on Sunday. No, we're doing it on Saturday. We talked about that. Check out Acid Queen from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Shake it, baby, shake it. So hear me now, says Xtal DJ. Anyway, we got great stuff. Let's get into the Ezra stuff. We got to keep moving here. First one we have is, I didn't get through all the slides. I ran out of time because I was building the show. There was breaking news, so I missed like 7 at the end, which we'll get to next week. Anyway, here we go. We have this lefty economist who's calling for, not surprisingly, a world government. His name is Jeffrey. He says the only way we can tackle the climate crisis. No, we talked about interplanetary climate change today. We're not going to have, this is all happening because of solar and galactic events. He argues that since the atmosphere doesn't recognize borders, carbon emissions anywhere fuel a global climate emergency. And I think that's partially true, but most of this is happening by this energetic process we're going through. He insists no single nation can solve the challenge alone. We need a united global authority. You need a unified front with your mother against you and your brother, son. I'm sorry to say that, but we need a unified front. He clarifies he's not a globalist in general, only when confronting climate change, which isn't even really caused by us. Okay, I got my glasses on. I'm ready to go, you guys. We got 1 minute exactly. That's our classic post number 60. Less than 10 people running the alliance, and only 3 of them are not in the military. Operators never divulge, meaning that's why Ezra can only answer me with emojis. And I get it. I'm not mad. So does this registry target certain categories? That's what the accusation is. I think it's very inappropriate to say this. Oh, it's a tool of punishment rather than justice. No, if you commit a crime, we need to know about it. You're going to go on a registry. He said these individuals are disproportionately added in, suggesting the system is designed to single them out. And that's ridiculous. So ridiculous. Also criticizes a blanket ban on placing the male offenders in these other areas and says it's discrimination. Dude, whatever. Seriously, whatever. So post 31 brings us to this. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. And it's said here, we're going to purify our government, remove bad entrenched actors. There is so much. Purify our government, remove bad actors who are entrenched. There's so much string pulling and blackmail. We need to cut this off to regain the power granted to us by the patriots. If you don't know what I'm doing, these posts, I believe, are the most authentic alliance briefings we're ever going to get. If somebody's out there saying, oh, I'm an insider, I know what the alliance is doing. If it's not this, it's not really authentic. And so what he does is he puts videos in his posts. We look at the number of seconds, and then we go back to the original material from 2017, this letter of the alphabet. They made over almost 5,000 posts. We go back and read that number, and it's a code that he's been doing every week very reliably now. For over a year, I've been doing these shows, and it always seems to work. Every time we check the number of seconds, look at the post, it's incredible. So here we go. Let's keep moving. All right. Robot with the human brain. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, I heard about this years ago. In the classified world, they're already doing this, but now it's becoming open. Chinese scientists grew a miniature human brain out of stem cells. What could possibly go wrong? connecting it to a robot capable of movement, learning, and adaptation. By integrating brain-on-chip biocomputers, electric systems, they enabled living human neurons to receive and interpret electrical signals. The robot is actually using a biological brain to navigate its surroundings, avoid obstacles, grasp objects, and even demonstrate synaptic plasticity, meaning it can learn from its experiences. I heard about this from Uncle Jack way back in the day. I heard about it from Pete Peterson. The Terminator thing is real, but one of the big secrets is that the secret sauce is that they use human neurons and they interface it with the technology. Well, I didn't know that anybody had discovered this out of the Area 51 type of stuff, and now it's actually out there. So this shows you how dangerously close we are to the negative AI timeline. It's really freaking scary. Seriously, what is he saying about the LGBTQ community? No, I mean, if you commit a crime, you got to be held accountable for it. That's just the bottom line. ET ships will dim the sun for the 3 days of darkness, and the plan was put on hold, says, it's going so fast. Michelle S. We have 7 geometric thought forms. Says 1 cannabis rock candy piece will put you right to sleep. If you do that, you're only using in your dreams. That's not really using. Also, the package waiting for you at the post office is a Sizzle Classic. Excellent. I still haven't worn the black tuxedo that you gave me either. So, yeah, I've got several large packages I still have to open. Paul Cannon, Nathan Bushy says, yes, with black pepper. Without it, you are wasting the turmeric. It's not releasing needed enzymes. I buy the purest turmeric from Australia, which has black pepper added into it. That's interesting. You're so handsome, David, says Patty Crown. Well, thank you. I feel good today. I look good. I feel good. We're about to get money. I mean, everything is great. So, you know, once we have the money, the legal fights are no longer any problem. We have all the money we need to fight. So post number 40, we got 41020, which is, again, the initials DJT, but it also adds up to, you got it, number 1 classic, post 34. Over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize we are taking back our great country from evil tyrants who wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining vestige of shining light. On his order, we initiate certain fail-safes to safeguard the public from the primary fallout slated to occur. 11.3, again, is the enemy power invading America in the DoD Law War Manual, upon the arrest announcement of blankety blank. And again, DoD Law of War, enemy occupation of your country is what these 11.3 and 4 mean. Confirmation of what is occurring will then be revealed after. So this is the formula. People get arrested. Then you find out the truth. The confirmation will then be given. Ashwanda says Vakapalo. Great. And number 35, I think Beverly Adams said that. That one's going to appear today too. Public riots by the enemy are being organized in serious numbers to stop people from being arrested and captured. On his order, confirmation will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. That's going to be everybody who lives in places like New York. Oh my God. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned. That's what my dream was talking about, the boats and the soldiers, the black ops guys. Special ops will be carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several people in the U.S. so they can't be extradited. Rest assured, we are ensuring the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child, but the atmosphere will be unfortunately divided. Many of us have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has been broadcast. Here it is, baby. Oops, first we got this one again. Temporary military control, special ops carried out. And then we go right down to this. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message and avoid the fake news to all citizens. Any organizations or people who want to harm us during this time will be met with swift fury. This is something everybody that's on my case should remember. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Woo, we got 34. Every week now we're getting 34. I mean, this is... Dude, it is building up so big. Clear Choice Reality Group, or Realty Group, thank you so much for the great shows week after week. LOL. I was in a disagreement with my sister, and I just said whatever twice. Yes, the dark hate humanity. Angry Daddy, do you know that you are well loved? Of course I do. It's a character. It's funny. It makes everybody laugh. It's been doing that for many years. I talked to my college buddy. He remembered the character. So Pence is getting a sketchy award out of the things that he didn't believe in. Honored with the John F. Kennedy Profile in Courage for standing against pressure to back false claims. Oh my God, really? They gave him an award? They're so I don't want to go there. In his acceptance speech, he believes by God's grace he fulfilled his duty by upholding a peaceful transfer of power in accordance with the Constitution, and he believes that the victory was legitimate. Well, laugh while you can, because stuff is going down. Okay, you know what I mean. Post number 17. This is one that we've seen many times. The main one we're going to focus on here is how can military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges. That is exactly why it has to be this way. They're trying to censor us throughout major platforms. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. So then he says, is everyone ready for the big trial? You better believe it. And then, of course, somebody got whacked. So now it's become a major, major thing that massively jump-started the awakening. And you have Macron, who's shamelessly defending his group of choice, saying that they are leading a vital struggle for the benefit of humanity. I mean, this is the level of desperation that they're doing this now. They got to promote themselves. Speaking at the Grand Loge de France in Paris, he remarked that the free insignia has long been the focus of various theories. He encouraged them to take pride in their support for Oh yeah, the euthanasia. The bill that allows you to kill people legally and says it's the battle that matters. Yeah, you might not want, just a pro tip, like as a public speaker, you might not want to try to defend this fraternal organization and then how great it is to be able to legally kill people and do both of those things at the same. You might not want to do that. I'll just put that out there for you, buddy. I'm just going to give you a little career advice. It's free. You don't have to pay for it, but just take it as you will. Oh my God. Post number 53. The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe that there is only one way. And you know what that way is. They just explained it. They're going to do emergency broadcasts. There's going to be military activity. My dreams are showing us this. He says, have faith in the prophecies, the timelines we gave you. It's all coming to a head. It's so exciting. So then we have LeBron, who has this, I mean, I don't want to make fun of him, but the injury seems to be, they're implying, and I don't know if this is true, that he did it, he might have done it on purpose. He suddenly pulled out of the Met Gala, where he was scheduled to serve as an honorary chair, citing a knee injury, just hours before it started, catching many by surprise. And coincidentally, wink, wink, today also marks the start of the trial, which is only a few miles away from the venue. So the implication here is that this might have been something that he concocted because he did not want to be heckled by people who are mad at him about being on the list. Post number 16 is what we got next here, and it's a good one. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the promise. He knows he must clean the house of the government in order to free things up and demonstrate who has the authority to pass important legislation. All will come into focus. If you don't think he's in control, you're kidding yourself. He's 100% insulated. Now, I don't really see what it is that he's saying is in this picture. He calls them the satanic couple from hell. Says these are powerhouses in a feature shot inside their upscale living rooms, New Yorker magazine. The magazine notes they're seated in a room where the city view is the main adornment. Does anything look strange here? I don't really know what he's talking about. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say there's weird hexagonal light patterns on the floor. They have hexagonal skylights. I said, okay, well, let's look at it up close. Both of their clothes look like, Zelensky, basically, the same outfit that he wears. That might be what he's talking about. I tried to look at the book there on the table. I don't really see what the book is, but there is an angel with a trumpet there, so that might mean dark angels, perhaps? I don't know. The weird spherical thing on the table, maybe he's talking about that. I'm not really sure what this is, but I'm looking around. He says, here's a sharper view. They both have very sallow, scornful, angry expressions on their faces. He doesn't look happy at all. and that is not a way that a man normally sits. I'll just put it mildly. You gotta get your junk aligned in just the right way. You gotta kind of yank things up, yank them over to the side in order to have that be something that you can handle. You're either gonna have to go up or down. You guys know this. I mean, nobody usually sits this way, so that is a little bit strange. It's very, very effeminate, let's put it that way. She kind of looks like she's in, I don't know, her it looks like vinyl pants, right? The pants look like they're made out of vinyl. That's pretty funny. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know. They both look very unhappy. And then there's a building in the background that looks like it's collapsing. So maybe that's a prophecy of something. I don't know. That building looks all messed up. If you look at the one next to where the tower is. That's all I got, Ezra. That's all I got, buddy. If there's something else you want me to see, I'm sorry I didn't see it, but there you go. Okay, next. Pamela Anderson was unrecognizable. She kind of has a haircut like Mia Farrow now, who was, involved with Woody Allen. Ooh. She showed up at the 2025 Met Gala looking so unrecognizable. People were doing double takes. She's 57. Time changes. This wasn't just aging. It was like a completely different person. Again, I don't wish her any harm. The kind of crap she's probably been through, the trauma she's had, yeah. That kind of haircut is the F you, I don't want to talk to you haircut, I would say. It's and she wants to blend in and not be recognized, and that's probably going to work pretty well. Post number 14 is huge. We've seen it before, so we don't have to keep reading it every time. But was he asked to run for president? Does he have the goods on most bad actors? Yes. And he was asked by the military. We know this. They're engaging military intelligence over other agencies. And he's surrounded by highly respected generals. And then these organizations are getting violent, engaging in very bad things. And he has authority over the Marines. He was asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering, and he's 5 steps ahead. So now we're finding out University of South Carolina may have been the patient zero origin of this whole mess that we're in now. Jeffrey Sachs says he's 99% certain it did not originate in China, but right here in North Carolina. He said this conclusion comes after more than 4 years of deep investigation, critical information deliberately kept from the public, no global government capable of regulating this manipulation. Most debates focus on bats or lab leaks. He's pointing the spotlight in an entirely different direction. Amen to him. And then we got post number 105. It says, please pray. Operators are in harm's way, high risk, high value targets. Yes, please pause and give thanks to those who would die to save our republic. So let's do that right now. And I'm one of those people, man. I mean, it's never been so crazy. It never feels so weird as it does right now. So then we have good old Miss K dressing up like Cruella de Vil. She got horribly trolled for this. Maybe she liked my sizzle jacket, but you probably don't want to do that as a dress or you're going to get the Cruella comparison. I wore a black and white sizzle jacket 2 weeks ago, so she might have been inspired by that. I think everybody in this group is watching the show. She's reportedly turning heads at the Met Gala, claiming she's blowing everyone away. Her outfit draws comparisons to none other than Cruella de Vil, the villain from 101 Dalmatians. She is pure evil in the movie, dripping in designer clothes, driven by vanity, and willing to murder innocent Dalmatian puppies in order to stitch their skins together into a fur coat. So that's the big punchline. It's very DS-oriented. And so, yeah, as a woman, you probably don't want to wear a dress that's half black and half white vertically because you're going to get that comparison. This looks more accurate. They fixed her hair up and they put Dalmatians in it. It's really funny. Then we have this politician. I would never disrespect any flag, even if I agreed, so you're never going to see me do this. It's horrifying. I wouldn't even watch the video. He tore down the EU flag, wiped his shoes on it, and burned it, and said Poland is not going to display the symbol of a hostile organization. This is Poland, not Brussels, Belgium. Holy crap. I would not get involved in anything like that, dude. No matter what flag it was. Post number 123, nothing is random, everything has meaning. Post number 15 is a direct callback to our second to last show, Thank You, Ezra and Alliance, where I said, we're not trying to get the death penalty. We keep saying, I'm one of the only influencers who does say this. They said the same thing in post number 15, which is right here. More good people than bad. They're all controlled by three families. Again, people are going to be indicted, and it's the DoD Law of War Manual about enemy occupation. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. That's the whole point. We're not killing people. Otherwise, 70% of elected politicians would be in jail. A deep cleaning is occurring. The prevention defense of pure evil occurs on a daily basis. It's much scarier than most people realize. So again, deals must be cut for people to walk away, meaning not everybody is going to be punished. You can make a deal. I highly recommend you do. The public is never going to, there's just too many people who couldn't handle it if it lasted very long. And then he says we have to avoid a witch hunt mentality. Insiders can cut deals and be given their freedom. And it says here again, the corruption will come out as so serious, deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of politicians would be in jail. It does not say that they would be killed. So then again, after I pointed that out and made it part of the show, it got worked into the show by the Alliance, which I'm very grateful for. Well, we keep our eyes in the sky. Let's hear more of the Irish guy, says Miles Irvin. Well, thank you, Miles. I'm really happy to be here. And you know, the David Wilcock show is one of my favorite things in the whole universe. So I'm happy to be here and rock the Irish for you. We got the four-leaf clover pressing into the wall made of stucco. And it's so beautiful, mate, because it's caused by the tornadoes coming through. And then they liquefy the matter, and the four-leaf clover, very patriotically appropriate for Ireland. It just pushes right in there, mate. It's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. My Canadian friend says they do want to be the 51st state, Stephen D'Amato. Those are fighting words, man. I don't know. But Marina just gave me some clovers here. LGBT equals let's go Brandon T and Q. That's really funny. Alex's left hand, the one holding Huma's, only seems to have 3 fingers. I hadn't caught that. Okay. Do we want to go back and look at that? What the hell? Let's do it. So, I want to see if that's true. He says there's only 3 fingers. Let's take a quick look. Where the heck is it? Okay, this is the closest we got. Oh, he's actually right. Good catch, dude. Good catch. Okay, so let's pop that right into the show here. And I think you're onto something, brother. I didn't even catch that. It's a very good eye. So there it is. Yep. I mean, it could be that his index finger is pushing into her palm. So maybe it's like some kind of secret handshake. But dude, you're totally right. He's only got 3 fingers in the handshake. You can see it right there. Whoop. Yeah. I mean, that's weird, right? But maybe his hand is touching the back of her palm or something. But good catch there. That was Paul Cannon, and I did not see that, so you get the prize today, dude. What about the Carney PM of Canada? What's his deal? I'm not very excited yet. Let's put it that way. If it's not Scottish, it's crap. Mate, if you don't have it be Scottish, it's crap. Lizard LOL. Many other prisons around the country other than Alcatraz are being reopened. The orange book in the picture says Lucian. Ah, I didn't see that either. Okay, good enough. You guys are awesome. Oh, David, the book Alex has on his table is Sèvres Extraordinaires. It's a book about sculptures. Okay, good catch. Secret handshake. Hey, cutie, says Vanessa Pastrana. Come on forth, sticking through palm, says Vance Pope. All right, you guys. So then he teases a huge announcement is coming up for the Middle East. And just before his planned trip, he says it's going to be as big as it gets. He's keeping the details under wraps. Remember, they just cut the cords to the country. And then Michael goes ahead and quotes 1 Corinthians 10 and tells me, you know, the word of God needs to, he did all this rhyming verse telling me I got to read it. And it said, warnings from Israel's history. So, yeah, they cut the cords. I think that might be some of what this is about. A very positive development released in the next few days. We haven't seen it yet. One of the most important announcements made in many years on a certain subject. 291,000 views, 32 seconds. Maybe one day, these are the arrests, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. So this could be coming up really soon, you guys. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the media can hide. And rest assured, some of them are going to be jailed, not killed, Again, there's the term, jailed as deep undercover agents. So now we have a representative who's worried that these files might be deleted. We've been assured this is not going to happen, so just don't freak out. He suggests all evidence, including hard drives, tapes, CDs, and surveillance footage may have been permanently erased, highlighting a suspicious disappearance of multiple key witnesses, and again, it just happened again, suggesting this is not accidental. He questions whether someone is actively defying the directives or if the evidence was already wiped out. He declined to comment on whether a specific quote-unquote foreign country, was involved in the elimination. Probably true if they're making that kind of an illusion. Post number 106, you can see in detail here. Remember what they said. They were waiting for this. Whatever is happening is happening. That's the key part. We're in the final stage of the storm right now. Archive everything. They cut the feed, trying to shut him down. Then the alliance says, nothing is a coincidence. We are at war. Saudi Arabia cut the strings. They are scrambling for cover and using any means necessary out of their remaining power and control. God bless you. Now we have the same guy who wanted to do the impeachment is saying, we need to go in there and blow the hell out of Pakistan. Sri Thanadar personally introduced a resolution for impeachment, now calling the U.S. to join India in bombing. Said the goal is to help them locate and punish terrorists responsible. The United States and India must collaborate to fight against this all across the world. Well, I don't know if everybody would agree with that. That would be World War III, pretty much. If somebody starts supporting Pakistan on the other side, it could get really ugly really fast. And they're nuclear armed. Post number 63. To those watching, and you know who you are, you have a choice to make. I think a lot of them are not doing it, so that's why he has to keep saying this. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. So then we have the former PM of Pakistan, Imran Khan. He would not have allowed this to happen. He would have sought peace. There likely wouldn't be a single missile flying if he were still president. Much like 47, he was targeted by his own DS, even more brutally, surviving an assassination attempt, ousted from office, imprisoned, and thrown into a solitary confinement jail cell. Doesn't feel a whole lot different than what I've got going on, honestly, in many levels. The ISI, their powerful spy agency, wasn't even founded by a local. It was built by a British Army officer. A leaked U.S. diplomatic cable suggests that quietly orchestrated a coup to remove him. Doesn't that figure? Well, there he is in his gorgeous accommodations. My God, can you imagine having to go through that after being president? The heater looks pretty cool. That's a nice big electric heater, so the room's going to be warm. He's got a TV. He can hang out, watch movies, but still, I mean, my God. So then we're throwing shade on Mike Johnson here. The most useless... I'm not even going to say it out loud. But, this is an opinion. You can do with it what you want. I'm just reading the news to you guys, okay? Don't sue me, Mike Johnson. So then we have Pam Bondi revealing that there are now tens of thousands of units under review. Unbelievable. This is so exciting. She's dismissed the claims that anything was erased, revealing they are actively reviewing tens of thousands of units, and it has some very horrible stuff in it, and that the investigation involves hundreds of different victims in this particular demographic. So yes, it is going to happen. And post number 32 brings us right here. Again, maybe it will happen in one day, but it will not go slowly. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful, sending a signal to others immediately. Not even the media will be able to hide, and some of them will be jailed as deep undercover agents. So then they announced they've already rescued 115 individuals. And the satanic thing you can imply, what are these people suffering from? They've announced the rescue of 115, Operation Restore Justice, and it included leaders of a 764 network, which was apparently a satanic group targeting people online. This smaller arrest, wink, wink, because he knows what he's talking about, this may be preparing us for the arrests of much bigger names who have done some really dastardly stuff. The worst that you can imagine. So post number 50 brings us right here, and we're almost done, guys. We're going to get done earlier than 5.5 hours. Thank God. And again, the level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way. and that is the military. Then we have the judge showing up to this trial dressed very, very casually, probably because he doesn't want to get mugged or, you know, I understand it. You want to dress down when you're out on the streets. He was so casually that many mistook him for a student, appointed by you-know-who. The first day kicked off with humor as the judge joked with him about his many different nicknames. So now we got 2.7 million views. It's awesome. Post 39. And again, would it blow your mind if I told you that this former president had been in North Korea, perhaps there now? Why did they do nothing to slow these nuclear capabilities? And it was all done under top secret clearance. Why, after he left office, all of a sudden they have these weapons and the technology to miniaturize them? Why is all this relevant? What does it tell you? The big picture is rare. So now we have James Benedict O'Keefe. Dude, I mean, the latest thing that he did, which I didn't have time to capture these slides, but like, ouch. You know, we'll talk about that next week. Publicity stunt like that is probably not a good idea right now. The Alliance is obviously not happy if we get to those slides next week. But first he came out with this after this big buildup, that there's a royal insider who knows all about what was really going on. This part was certainly welcome, but the other thing that he did got a lot of patriots really mad. A lot of them. I mean, almost everybody's mad. Because he outed Bondi, you know, and tried to set her up and hidden camera. But yeah, you know what? Her voting constituency is asking her a question, and she's talking to the voters, and she's telling them, yeah, we've got it. We're going to do this. So why is that an expose? Why was that such a big deal? And isn't it weird that he comes out with this thing that basically attacks the Alliance right after apparently reuniting with Veritas, who was taken over by hostile entities, who wanted to do what? Oh, that's right. They ousted him and their swamp. So, like, he reunites with them, and then all of a sudden he's attacking the Alliance. How much did they pay you? You know, really sorry. I mean, I liked him up until this happened, but this was really quite upsetting and shameful, in my opinion. It's very, very sad what happened. We'll talk about it next week. So Brian has direct ties to Elizabeth and Diana, made the admission in a covertly recorded conversation that he was originally lied to about the true nature of the connections. This now raises questions about what really did happen to Virginia. That's right. They all know about it on the inside. So we're going to learn about all this stuff. Hidden camera. I mean, again, it's very unethical to record people on a hidden camera. The whole thing's kind of sketchy. But anyway, Post 37 is one of the great ones. They are the true patriots, and we will never forget. He's talking about people like me out there fighting on the front lines. And there's many others, and we're all doing this together. Pray for our safety, you guys. Thank you. Let these coming days be remembered in our history. Ooh, coming days. As the time we fought to recapture the Republic from evil bad actors who for so long sacrificed good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight and let justice be served. So this implies it could all happen within days. And they keep telling us this, but at some point it really is going to break, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. Then Piers has a meltdown about Kanye. He is running his mouth, making some really bad statements. Meltdown, full-blown meltdown about his presence on social media of unchecked free speech. He's demanding that Elon permanently ban the account, accusing him of spreading hate towards Jewish people, which I totally disagree with. That you definitely do not want to do that. It's wrong and it's hurtful. And Kim. He argues that Ye is dangerous because of his massive following, which he claims amplifies harmful messages. Yeah, you got to be really careful about how you use your public presence. So then we got 69 seconds, which is our classic hero post again. Godspeed to those men and women who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. All share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. And we got the Lord is my shepherd prayer, which we've read many times before. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Then we have this weird, mysterious black ring, totally thematic. You think maybe they did that on purpose, knowing I was going to be talking about this stuff? Yeah, I think so. Natural self-luminous formation. Massive black ring seen hovering in the sky over a small town in Kansas, spotted by a resident who happened to look up. He quickly pulled over to begin recording with no filters or apps. He was stunned and unsure of what he was seeing. He described the center of the ring as eerily dark. Smoke was visibly swirling around it in a strange hypnotic motion. Meteorologists later explained it was caused by an explosion, comparing it to a mushroom cloud where rising air trapped smoke in a fast-moving ring. And again, let's actually, hold on. We're going to zoom in on that here so that you can see what it looks like, because you want to see the detail of the smoke ring. So let me just do this real quick, because it only takes a couple seconds to get this going. But I want you to be able to see the detail, because again, this would be in the same alignment with the orbs, natural self-luminous formations. This time, it's the equator of the sphere, the invisible sphere. So there we go. That's a great shot of it. We got it up close now. And let's dig in. So you can see it's a weird black ring. If you watch the video, it stays solid for a really long time. There's all this smoke kind of rolling around it. This could be a directed energy weapon kind of thing, but it also totally could be the result of the natural self-luminous formations. So again, it's a great shout out from the Alliance. Thank you guys again for tying in my content every week. I love it that you do that. Post number 99. And then all this stuff here. Who was killed in Saudi? This was, remember, the revolution of November 4th, 2017, where hundreds of people were captured. Some were killed. Who fired and who really fired? Why would we fire? Oh, the Alliance was behind that. Follow the money. Open season on puppets. Who are the puppets? Where are the puppets? It's global, and they are secret agents. And again, Anderson Cooper, his real last name is Vanderbilt. He changed it to Cooper. Isn't that interesting? And he's right out there on the media. So then Nicole Shanahan says that there's strange things going on with him. She feels bad now about everything. Something strange is happening. She was promised if she supported him for Senate confirmation, certain people wouldn't be placed in roles of Department of Health and Human Services, but then they were. She's questioning whether he lied or is being controlled by someone other than 47. She even describes the people as artificial and aggressive, says they seem more like trained assets than public servants. And she says it's almost like they were bred and raised Manchurian, mind-controlled assets. Whoa. And remember, she has enormous money. She was married to one of the guys in Google, so she can bankroll an incredible amount of stuff. And here she is now very worried about the candidate that she was formerly running with. That should get our attention. The Gates Foundation shutting down early. I'm sure we're all very, very sad about this. It's heartbreaking. Just joking. Just joking. Don't hate me in the comments. They're going to shut it down in 20 years now, much sooner than originally expected, and they're going to shoot out $20 billion, $200 billion, before closing their doors. Well, what are they going to spend it on is what I'd like to know. Anyway, I don't want the money. I'm not interested. He'll donate most of the wealth to the foundation before the shutdown. You could say this is not very timely, he says. So yeah, that's because they've been bankrupted by the Alliance, and they got to cash out. We have post number 78, which is very complex and long. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. Remember, they just talked about Saudi and the arrests that happened there. That was the primary. Then the U.S. is secondary, and Asia and Europe. So this is going to happen, you guys. And why did the president have military guards while he was in Hawaii? Why is this relevant? What flying object was recently shot down? Again, hinting at a possible coming disclosure about crashed alien discs. And you'll soon understand the meaning of Alice in Wonderland, which again is about Hillary and this country. Now, this was the one, there's two more left, and then we're done. This is the first of two. He's planning on releasing all of the evidence. So all you guys, oh my God, they're never going to do anything. It's horrible. I can't wait anymore. No, he's saying he's working on a plan to release all of the files. It's coming in the near future, which again doesn't imply more than at most, I would say, a month or two. You can't go much more than 2 months in near future. Even that might be a stretch. So this is not going to be very far away, you guys. The plan has been carefully built to protect the victims involved. So there you go. It's coming, folks. You don't need to be freaking out. Michael is telling you to stay calm. He needs to make sure the public doesn't receive harmful or irrelevant content, such as blah, blah, blah. And then we have 1 minute and 4 seconds, 64. I'm being advised, fellow patriots, that actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Should the lights go out, please know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. Holy crap. So wait a minute. You just posted saying that he's in the near future going to release this. These are the files that they are now telling you at the very moment that they put the files out. If the lights go out, massive blackout, right, then please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. Wow. And here's another thing that pushes it right to the edge with the DS. The declaration, which is going to make, the 1 Corinthians 10 country very angry. The warnings about their history, right? We talked about that. He's reportedly planning to issue a declaration recognizing them as a state. Ooh, that's going to piss them off. Ooh, that's going to piss them off. The move comes amid escalating tensions between the two. We talked about that at the beginning, following the Prime Minister's alleged attempts to derail nuclear negotiations with Iran. So yeah, dude, if they recognize that, that's a big announcement. And that's probably what he was talking about. This is going to lead to the whole domino effect coming down. And so we're missing a few last-minute posts here, but that's as far as I could get. I grabbed all the most relevant ones up to the present. Then we find out, oh my God, Pakistan and India are actually back at it again. They don't want to have a truce. Okay, so that's why we need our global peace meditation, you guys. But first, releasing the evidence is good. Indictments are great, says BDG. Michelle S., in a divine source telepathic communication, the team, I don't know what that is, asked God, how much longer is it going to drag on? God replied, until it's done. Okay. No electronics for gizmo inmates. Labor will work off your fat and think about what they've done and hidden, meaning you knew you were wrong. All the lists are going to have similar names. Go back to da-da-da-da-da. All of them are going to be connected. I'm watching the Blacklist 2 now, David, says Paul Cannon. Did the White Hats write it to publicize the idea of the existence of the cabal and how it might operate? I think in the beginning they did. But like after about season 4, if you keep watching it, the cabal almost totally stops being mentioned in the show. So I think they had an agenda. They were going to do a lot more of that, and it got blocked somehow. And I won't give up the big secret, but the big secret of who Raymond Reddington really is shows up at the end of season 8. You got to get all the way through to the end of season 8 before you learn the big secret of who the hell Raymond Reddington is. Marina says, I'm watching it now too because of David, and I'm on season 6. That's exactly where I am. Yeah, I can hit about 2 a night. And you got to be prepared because sometimes they really traumatize you in this show. Some of them are really nasty. Make some more popcorn and try to enjoy the show because NCSWIC, says John Patrick. Thank you, David, says Sidney Mansfield. Didn't Q say that they would save the small country for last? Yeah, absolutely they did. And now we're seeing that right now. He's recognizing the state. They're breaking off diplomatic ties. This is very scary. We could be very close. And they just said, when we release these files, should the net go down or the lights go out, please know, do not panic. Operators are in place. So we could be very, very close to this. Ooh. Stefania donated $100 right at the end of the show. Thank you very much, Stefania. That's wonderful. Synchronicity is happening every day. The orbs have become so easily visible. Got a heart from Johnny Samsara. Marina says these are incredible times. Did you go over the new Pope? We did that last week. Actually, yeah, I mean, I'm not impressed. It's from Chicago. Come on. It's all going to fall like a house of cards. Yes, if we can just make it that far and not get killed or otherwise destroyed, that would be great. And so please pray for me and all the other operators that are in harm's way. I have a lot of work to do. I don't want to be taken out of the game. Michael said in the time loop, I'm going to be fine. But it does bother me. Obviously people disappearing, it's like, dang. But I'm not a high-level inside whistleblower either. Those are the 2 people who've been recently knocked off. You got Virginia and then another witness. It was just called, I guess, victim number 3 or something, right at the beginning of the trial. David, a dark cyberpunk future is coming, says Sim Devereaux. Well, I'm not creating that. If you want to create that, you're working against the Christ. That's okay. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. Another show to make all this easy to understand, like House of Cards. Yeah, I'd love to do a show in the future that really explains everything that's going on. Anyway, we got 7 minutes left. I'm going to keep it under 5.5 hours. So without further ado, let's get right on into it, you guys, with our global peace meditation. Thank you guys for being here. This is awesome. So now I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. I'm going to do a really nice quick one. I'll try to talk fast. If you get ads, just hit skip, but that's not going to defeat your trance, I promise. Or you could just subscribe to the premium thing and then you don't get any ads at all. You could do that too. All right, close your eyes, both feet flat on the floor. Allow yourself to relax and feel the depth and the clarity of consciousness that comes with an open and relaxed mind. As you find yourself drifting into the stillness, into the quietude, into the wonderment of this glorious universe that we all share. We see that the natural self-luminous formations popped out in the new Madrid fault, right in the middle of the war against Tecumseh, when millions of acres are being seized. And that is our lesson, that the earth does respond directly to human suffering. We've never seen such a great example as that. Tornadoes are an incredible phenomenon, as we've learned today, creating levitation that is not the result of vacuum, but actually is an anti-gravitational vortex. And as these objects begin levitating, they spread out in time, and they can blend together with other objects. We saw incredible examples of matter blending. We saw things like sand in plate glass windows, straw embedded in fire hydrants. So many interesting things in today's show. The glass-looking puffballs that appear inside tornadoes, the orbs that levitate objects and deposit them many, many miles away with no apparent damage. And all of this, again, talks about our ascension. That there are natural energy fields that you can harness with your own pineal gland, and they can bring you into a state of concrescence. You can find yourself levitating, find yourself glowing, dematerializing, bilocation. All of these beautiful ascended abilities are coming right into the forefront right now. And we are living in the time that we have been promised for so many generations, so many millennia of ageless wisdom, all telling us the same stuff. That indeed, in the grandest analysis, you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. We take this healing energy, we send it to all those parts of the planet that are in strife, Ukraine and Russia, Israel. We send it to India and Pakistan. We pray for positive, peaceful outcomes in all of these situations and for a rapid and smooth, expedient transition into the world that we want to see, a world without fear or pain or evil laughing in our faces. And so it is. In the name of Jesus Christ, we do pray and seal these workings here today. Adonai and Amen. All right, let's breathe your way back into the room. We're going to keep it under 5.5 hours. Robert Hutchison says, yes, I've read David's books. The source field was amazing. I guess I need to move on. Well, that's up to you. I'm going to keep on doing what I do, but if you don't want to be here, that's fine, I guess. No way David is still going, wow, it's been like 5 hours. He is a machine. Strength icon. Well, yeah, it's 5.5 hours, actually. We've still got everybody here. Nobody left. Thank you. 2,500. Wow. LAL, laughing a lot. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. David, do you have any information on how to recognize portals? I know there are some in national parks. Yes, actually, there are different ways to measure them, but most importantly is the meditative purity of heart. I've had earth lights up here on the mountain. There are some nights where there's just all this flickering of light, but there's no thunder. That's really cool. So, again, great meditation, giant supportive hugs. Great show, David. I thank you, says Robert Broccoli. Wonderful show, says Color Fab. How do you time travel to the past if you need to do it dentally? That's a good question. After the Ascension, I think you can heal your teeth. Wonderful. Thanks, David, says Toltec Technique. Beverly Adams, so much love from Wisconsin. Thank you, DW, says Maya Suz. I was driven out of Sedona by them, says Linda Korsiak. Thank you, David. Big things. We love you, David. Thank you for all you do, sharing your work and life and energy with us. Much love. Thank you again, Archangel Michael. Thank you for your hard work every week, my friend. Strength and honor, patriots. God bless you all. Greetings and thank you. I made it live. Are you going already? Yeah, we're just ending right now. The 7 Michael books are incredible reading. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Sorry for the lack of focus. It's not my natural state. Cynthia Marie Brewer. Hit the like button. This was just an amazing show, says Ariane Van Lempte, or Limpte. They believe there's a wormhole at Skinwalker Ranch. Great show, David. Thank you. Love you, David, from Cape Canaveral. All right, you guys, we got very little time left, so I will see you on the flip side next time, which will be hopefully next Sunday. Thank you for watching.